damage looks so high is because she's doing short trade. So it's auto, double up, auto is the combo. And then bullet time to do a lot of damage. And it hits really hard because it's pretty much straight AD and armor penetration to come through. FNB looking for the Mondo flank.
Yeah, this could be actually pretty juicy here. Does get the double stun up. CEO separated from the rest of his team, but now the Weaver's Wall comes down. FNB might get CC'd down. Frosty playing very nicely, kind of far back here. This is a TP. Zothby joins the fight. It takes forever and a day, like you said, RFC, to take him down. Top lop in, gets bursted down, gets right back out with the quickness. Look, not going to land. There goes the bullet time. All out. Zothby separated from the rest of his team. Gets in, gets right back out. He's down all his resistances. These are the fights we've come to expect in this game, man. Everyone at kind of a third HP. Just looking for that one little window to end this all. And again, we get nothing.
I loathe this. I hated the wet noodle fight to start the game, and now Ocean has made the entire game a wet noodle fight. Nobody's dying. Also, Kazi's having a really rough game with the Zed. Like, I like the idea initially into Talia. I think Lev did a great job shutting down Kazi early, and now in team fights, Kazi doesn't get to do anything. He can't deathmark. Every time he's tried, he just gets CC'd to hell and back. He's getting picked on too. Lev seems to have identified Kazuya as a win con after game one, and maybe, you know, his game one was phenomenal. It was outstanding. And now it's sticking on Lev's mind because they're shutting him down. He's not even the big threat. Rebello's doing more damage, but they're trying to kill Kaze anyways, just because, one, you're melee, and two, you're Kaze.
See what that third item ends up being. Tunneler plus pickaxe. What is that? I don't play Bruisers or Assassins, so help me out here. It's not Sundered Sky, is it?
Not sure. If it's Sundered Sky, it's Tunneler and Caulfield's Warhammer. So yeah, not the pickaxe.
Okay. Well, all right. Not very important right now because Red have some bigger problems to worry about. The longer this game does go, right, Lev's composition does get better and better, but look, I mean, Kaze is still a force, right? He can still, his game sense is still good enough, and he can get back onto, you know, these two carries. But I think this is the other problem. Look, I mean, it's kind of matched, right? Because Zed is very mobile. He's very shifty. He can put down the shadow, do damage from a couple of different spots, you know, on your screen. But you've got between the Talia, right? She's shifty. She has good peel, good self peel, right? CEO, kind of same thing. Scary. They've got decent vision on the Baron. They've got the setup there as the spear. Those land and do pretty decent damage, and it burns a little bit there on a top lop. He's got an item and a half there. I think the Horizon Focus is going to be next for Doom. Now that's pod racing.
Another, oh my, that item is just going to be every single game. I believe it's
okay. Here's my take. Okay, Shojin, third item. Okay, I like it.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
If Doom gets a Horizon Focus and he hits even like 2 spears in a team fight, Red are going to win this game.
Sure,
I think Horizon Focus is that strong, and in this, again, narrow win condition. But if the boxes are ticked, I think that could be what tips them over the edge here. Close water dive into Undertow. There goes the Weaver's Wall. CC chain onto Rebello. Okay. Gets back out. Pops the barrier. Still has the flash. Still has the bullet time. Crucially, CC setup isn't there for him to pop it. Double stun. I thought maybe that was going to be it. Going forward there.
Okay, Kaze
going right onto CEO. The death mark will take a little bit over as well. The ignite comes down. Deep water dive doesn't. The death from below doesn't find its mark, but Scary taken low. He goes down as well. And now with 2 big boys down, this should be advantage Red. But Leviathan, their champions, are just too shifty. There's the flash as well. FNB flashing over. Gets the stun down. FNB puts them over the top.
It's the top laners popping off. Zothby to dive onto Rebello. I thought that might be enough, but the poke that was coming through, the damage that Red managed to get time and time again, and the oceans that they had 4x4 that was regenerating them, and now they're going to get Soul. This might be all Red need to make their comp actually hyper toxic and unkillable to the Leviathan team. CEO is not able to pump out enough damage to kill any one target, and they're just getting cycled. Look at how well Red is kind of playing the available target selection. FNB is in the middle of the enemy team, and all their squishies, whoever gets targeted, Rebello gets targeted, fine. He cycles to the back. Doom, step up. Kaze, step up. Frosty is slippery enough that he's dodging most of the damage throughout this fight, and that kind of sets him up, whereas Lev, they're not cycling quite as effectively, unfortunately. And CEO is spending a lot of time trying to dodge out the kill threat, and if he's dodging, he's not doing damage, and because of that, they just lost on that trade. And now with Ocean Soul in Red's pocket after that dragon take, it just goes from bad to worse from Leviathan. They need to find some way to either kite back effectively and allow CEO to pump out damage onto FNB. He can kill FNB. It just takes time. And or they need to start picking fights in their terms.
See if they can do that. Let's see if Leviathan allow them to do that. Redemption comes down, mitigating a little bit of that poke. Still no third item horizon focus GG button or Doom just yet. 4v4, 4v5, I should say, in the mid lane here. Zothfi taken pretty low. He does have the all-out. Should he want to go for the kill shot? That's a risky proposition at 50% HP. Oh my goodness. Glacial Prison goes way wide. Kaze looking for a way out of top lap, but that's a shifty support. Doesn't get anything on the W. Able to get the E out. FNB drops the ult. There goes the bullet time over the wall. That is a ton of damage. The follow-up CC is there. Double kill for Frosty with the death from below in tow. Almost another one there, but Howes gets the stopwatch off, but he knows he's just delaying the inevitable. This could be GG here for Red Canids.
I'm throwing up a lot inside right now for that Red's comp is winning this, and they're doing it well. Like we said, the Ocean Soul is all they kind of needed to push themselves over the edge, and now they're just walking in CO, the last man standing. But what's he gonna do? True Shot Barrage has already been used. He doesn't have the wave clear. 30 seconds, 20 seconds before the rest of Lev comes back. That base is not standing for 20 seconds.
That's game. This composition has a lot of damage. Not just the champions, they're going to rip right through this base. Another kill for Kaze, padding your fantasy stats. An ace for Red Canids. It wasn't supposed to work, but the Pike Nidalee Misfortune Zed Scion composition ended up winning. It wasn't pretty. It was not pretty. It was not, but I mean, you couldn't have expected it to be pretty, right? And Red, right now, at the end of the day, this is all going to be forgotten. Because they are one game away from eliminating Leviathan. They won. That's all that matters. I said at the beginning, if this goes sideways for Red, there would have been hell to pay. But they won, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, sorry, I was just throwing up on the side there. Yeah, just hearing you name off those champions was just absolutely disgusting. And think of the mental damage that does to Leviathan in this series as well. Like, you lost against that comp. How do you come back in? Right? Like, who could have expected a composition like that? Now, granted, there isn't a comp that does the exact same thing, but there are comps that can do similar things. All you really need is like a hyper tank in the top lane. Your jungle is something that can snowball very heavily and very early, something that may be like an Elise. Your mid lane would be like an assassin. There's LeBlanc still on the table. Akali, again, the premier assassin in this matchup that we're looking at between House and Kaze is still available. You don't necessarily have somebody who can do the same thing as Pyke in the bot lane, but if you take a Draven, that works too. Blitzcrank Draven would do a very, very similar thing, granted without the bullet time necessarily, which was big for Rebello in that last fight. So something for Lev, there's like a massive wrench in the plans. Hey, you know, Doom did play Mundo last week, so that is still an option on the table. Rose, you're just predicting the wrong week, unfortunately.
Yeah. Do you think, here's my question, do you think that they just go Leviathan if they get blue side, which again, I imagine they will, do you think they just take Akali, like B1, right? I guess they could ban it, right? But like, if it doesn't come through, do you just slam that B1?
No, the problem with the Akali is that she does have counters, and in the South it'd be Yone and Silas potentially as counters. And I can't recall if Kaze is using Twisted Fate as an Akali counter as well, but he has been in the past, right? With the gold card, as soon as she pops out, you kind of just stun her, and then you go Rod of Ages to survive the initial burst, followed by Zhonya's, and you just kind of go utility Twisted Fate just to mess up the Akali. So I do think there are answers to it, which is why I've not been screaming for like Akali B1 slams. I'm looking at her more as an R3 pick, or once you kind of take away some of those counters, then she can sort of come through. So yeah, it's really tough for Leviathan, and now they get side select. Do they go for blue side? I assume they go for blue side, because the red side has not been working out for these teams.
No, it really hasn't. No, I mean, and again, Red could draft something like that again, but I mean, look, it's not like Leviathan don't have a way into this series. I mean, they won in game 2 playing, a little bit more standard, right? So they have that in them, right? Kaze, if he's forced onto a champion he's not comfortable on, right? Then you've got a shot here, right? House has the pop-off potential, but look, the other members of Red are playing really well. I'm just saying, like, game 2 wasn't a mirage, right? Game 2 happened, and it happened really decisively. So, but again, this is Red being the Chaos Engine, right? And I think if we're going to project forward, this might be good enough to beat Leviathan. Is it good enough to beat whoever comes out of that other side, right? I mean, it's Red versus Loud Furia on the other side.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, Furia, they could be a bit of a Chaos Engine of their own.
They would do the exact same thing right back. Damage overload comp. They did it first.
Yep. Yeah. And like, not for nothing, this series has been fun. if you're going to tune in for any series this weekend, come back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 o'clock Eastern, 1 o'clock Brazil, 1 or 2 o'clock Brazil time. Loud versus Furia is going to pop off so hard. And again, the fact that we're going to lose either Furia, who shocked the world last split and put Brazil back on the map, or Griffin and Loud, the whole series is just a tragedy in 6 or 7 parts. But we're going to take it to a quick break. And when we come back, Game 4, Red looking to put this baby to bed, this baby being Leviathan, or will the coughing baby cough some sort of, plague onto, not my best extended metaphor. We'll be right back. We are live into draft. We will see no Akali. We will see no Silas, unfortunately. But it's not our fault. It's Leviathan's fault. They don't want to give that to Kaze. Fair enough, I suppose. 3 mid lane bans, along with the Toronto, the Pantheon, and the Gwen. We've seen those banned pretty much all over the place. Leviathan on blue side here, RMC. Dude, they've got their backs against the wall. The last great hope for Latin America. Although, even if Leviathan get eliminated here, you still got Kaze. You talked about a potential counter to the Akali. Not going to be, a thing because the Akali's banned, but Twisted Fate has been peeking his head up, especially with these 2 players.
Yeah, it's really funny too because there were some ban changes. So Leviathan, this is the first time they're triple banning the sort of mid lane role right from the get-go, and they are hyper aware of Kaze right now. They are terrified of the assassins and burst potential after seeing last game and what Red can do. Red have gone standard bans, but they opened up the Rise for House, which I find very, very interesting because does that mean that maybe we don't see Kaze on an assassin-esque champion? Do we see something a bit more consistent DPS, a bit less mobile, as it were?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, like I said, the Azir is gone, right? Ari, Talia Oriana both gone. Lucian Nami for CO and top lap. So here we go. I mean, House is your late game solution and your macro solution. You got to get this Lucian Nami rolling early here. Let's see what Red draft as a response, kind of as their big damage threat. And again, look, the spotlight's always on Kaze. It has been this entire series. And ever since he got back into Tier 1 in the LTA South, the spotlight has been on him. Let's see what they draft in response in the bottom lane. Yorick going in blind. Potentially, you could flex the Rise up to the top lane, but I don't think it's going to be a thing. But FNB just going to go with the blind Yorick here.
Yeah, and I don't think Rise is necessarily a counter to Yorick anyways. Like, Yorick will happily take that matchup.
Yeah, why throw it up there?
Yeah, if anything, the Scion's been taken away, which we've seen as one of the counters into Yorick. Renekton's been played already, so we're down to things like Cho'Gath, potentially, which I don't even know if Zothri plays Cho'Gath. So I think that's why they're feeling comfortable picking the Yorick R3. And yeah, they just straight up banned the Cho'Gath, so it's not even an issue whatsoever. It does mean that Red is still looking for an AD carry and a mid laner right now. So the Kaze counter still doesn't come through. Lev feel like, okay, we've taken away all the risky things against the Rise. We're going to focus against the AD carry instead and try and stop Rebello from being a threat. The hyper carry potential of the Sivir off the table. But if we're talking hyper carries with range that Lucian might not be able to deal with later on, Jinx is still a possibility.
Yeah, true. You do have the Jinx, right? You do have something like the Aphelios, and they're taking away these hyperscalers. Yunara obviously was grabbed in Game 2. You can see all the Fearless bands up there. Shout out to Rose for expanding the little frame to see what has been picked. We've got, 30 champions already off the board, plus the 10 bands. We'll see Corki taken away as well. The Jax taken away as well. I mean, and this Nico RMC, I mean, it would be crazy. Do you think this Nico would be flexing in the mid lane?
Would Kaze be able to play it? Sure. Do I think it'd be a good flex in the mid lane? No. I think especially with the Lucian Nami, if you take something aggressive, I don't know if this is better or worse for like the win rate.
It's worse. Of course it's worse. Of course it's worse. This champion sucks.
I think it works better with a Nico though than Draven necessarily would. And if we're talking about things that can match into Lucian, this is why I was saying I think you take the Nico to the bot lane, because as a support, if you pick an aggressive AD carry with it, you can challenge the Lucian Nami. And if you beat Lucian Nami, Lucian becomes a lot less relevant. And if you can snowball it, Rise doesn't get a chance to skill either. So Red really trusting their mechanics. And after last game, I don't fault them. They made that weird-ass, assassin-based composition with very little synergy work out. If Rebello Frosty can win this, that could decide the game.
So we'll see you back here in an hour for Game 5 after Red take this one. Congratulations, Red Canids, for taking it to 5 games again. Really cool that they played. That's not what I thought you were going to right there. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the Cassidon, but I like the Annie. Just a whole lot of damage. Allow Rebello to just stack up those spears. Let him cook. Aatrox and Vi set up here. This is a very 6 months ago competition. With Syndra here for Cosmic.
Okay, we've seen a couple of good Syndras, and especially I think of House's Syndra last week against Isurus, where he absolutely popped off. It really feels like Kaze keeps trying to challenge House's champion pool, and I don't know if that's going to work out. The Azir challenge didn't work out the last time, but I guess Syndra works with this comp anyways. There's a lot of burst potential. She can pick off a single target. The scaling of Syndra is also good, which I think is something that Red lacks a little bit with their composition, in contrast to Leviathan, where they've got the Aatrox, they've got the Rise. So a little bit more balanced to come through from the side of Red here. I do see somebody in chat talking about AP Kalista Lizard. This would not be the comp for an AP Kalista right now. You've already got enough AP from Syndra and from Nico. If he does go AP Kalista, which I believe is the last Kalista we saw here in LTA South, it will go
and it was a mess.
Yeah.
Because the AP ratio that gives you like something else to like, it's sort of like the AD Mordekaiser, right? You put a little bit into it. You do like Shojin on Mordekaiser, right? So you go Nashor's Tooth, right? You take a little bit of AP, right? Or Zanya's for crying out loud. Yeah, exactly. Or Rageblade, exactly. Like it gives something else to be useful, right? It broadens your build paths just a little bit if you want that extra splash of magic damage or physical damage, as it were. RMC, anything else? I mean, the Vi Aatrox, is that calling out to you at all, right? I mean, he did get counterpick for the Aatrox, so how do you feel about that into the Yorick?
That's Rebello, and I can't see the shiny one, the face, unfortunately.
Rebello and Frosty, yep.
Oh, it's Frosty. Okay, of course, the bot lane. Yeah, it's cool. I love seeing things like that. I know that there are some people making LTA North cards and giving them away in the arena up there. I think that's really, really cool as well. Compositionally, I mean, we touched on Red. Like, they are kind of a team fighting composition with a Yorick on top. For the side of Leviathan, though, it's a bit more mixed. The vibe doesn't really, to me, synergize particularly well with the Aatrox or with the sort of mid lane pick Rise there. I think it's much better with the Lucian Nami. There is a lot of pick potential, and we have seen this series in particular. It's been the name of the game. A lot of times the winning team is just a team that finds those early picks. So I like it for Scary, and it's also one of those, I feel like, OG Scary picks, like back when he was the firefighter, the vibes guy, when he was brought on to Kaboom to kind of save the day. He would pick the Vi, and whether or not it fits with the composition was secondary to the fact that he could make action happen and could really impact the laning phase. So the fact that we're seeing the Vi come through here, I feel like is more of a, okay, Scary, time to, clutch up, get us to that game 5, nothing up the sleeves anymore. We have to win this one before we worry about the next game.
Here we go. I do like kind of, again, I Kalista, burn it with fire, but I do like broadly how these compositions want to play out. Again, you've got it's pretty easy to execute 5v5, right? But the 80 carries both, right? As much grief as I give the Kalista, right? Lucian's got to get rolling too, right? It's not as drastic, the coin flip, but it's Lucian Nami, right? You got to get the ball rolling here. But thankfully, you do have a lot of other damage, right? And Zothia and FNB, I think they're going to have a big part to play in this game. We haven't seen kind of, a true kind of massive pop-off from either of them, but they've both been very, very solid and just done their job in the series.
And that's interesting that they are sort of the remains of the old Red Canids, I don't want to call them dynasty necessarily, but the old team that was around for what felt like forever. And Doom, Kaze, Rebello, the movers of these particular series for Red are sort of all the academy promotions who are coming up and making action happen. For FNB this game, unfortunately, with the Yorick, a pop-off from Yorick means that we don't see the top laners for most of this game. So pick your poison for it. Do you want to see FNB or do you want him to have a good game?
Yeah, no, that is fair. I want to see an FNB pop off. I want to see FNB go absolutely nuclear on this. I want to see him do what Robo did on that one Yorick game earlier in the season. Just getting the early push here, up a few CS. The level 1 trades were pretty rocky for the bot lane of Leviathan, but yeah, looking really good here so far for Red. Again, we'll see just how it goes. It is lethal tempo. Again, nothing kind of crazy. It's not the Hail of Blades or anything. Yeah, Frosty on this Nico, though. Again, we're looking for those big ultimates, setting things up really easily for Doom to get in there with the Impale. Skarner is not the demon that he once was, but look, if you can get a 3-man Impale, you can still go over the walls, man. This champion's still really strong.
Yeah, he's still really good at engage, and the ranges that Leviathan is going to be playing at as well does play into the Impale range quite nicely. Scary has to be careful, not necessarily because of the 1v1 potential, but more just because his lanes might not get prio. Rise does push quite effectively, but he burns a lot of mana to do so, so he probably can't back you up. And the Syndra side of the matchup, I think, is much more favorable, as you talked about, sort of the linear way that Rise likes to play, and the range advantage for Syndra. Also, I feel like her power curve is a little bit nicer, so early on she has more burst power. The bot lane, Lucian Nami is actually able to match Kalista, Nico, but the problem is the level 1. Lucian Nami's level 1 is not that strong. They need level 2 to be as lane dominant. CEO and Top Lop just baiting there. They had the board the entire time. But Frosty, you're talking about wanting him to have a good game. I think he had a great, fantastic level 1. And he was zoning out CEO and Top Lop. And that's what gives Rebello this prio that they've been able to maintain this entire time, this pressure that they're getting down, which allows Doom to then kind of get whatever he wants as long as he's on the side of the map where Frosty and Rebello are playing on.
See how that plays out as the game goes on into the mid game, overloading kind of certain sides with their presence. Frosty low on mana, gonna back off here. Yeah, nothing blown here. Both mid laners have blown their teleports. How's gonna get a little bit of deep vision here? One's come back with the boots, and one's come back with a little more damage. The ruby or the sapphire crystal, I should say, coming in here. That's Rod of Ages start.
No,
like what else does sapphire crystal
Lost
build into?
Chapter.
Yeah, I guess it does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, so nothing really committed from Kazi yet, and that's fine. I like the Amp Tome pickup, though. The additional damage really helps a lot with Syndra, and she's not quite as mana hungry as the Rise. She doesn't really need a stack tier. Top side, though, Zothvi getting a lot of pressure in already, trying to shove FMB, and FMB kind of not matching the trades quite as well. That turret shot hopefully helps to even things up, but that's not what you really love to see as a Yorick. Like, yes, losing pre-6 is not uncommon necessarily. There are certain bad matchups, but you really do want to be getting that early pressure on, and now FMB will probably have to burn TP to get back into the lane once again. I'm curious to see if Lev try to lane swap to maybe try and punish a little bit. It does put Zothvi in a bit of a rough position, but I think the Aatrox would handle the 1v2 a little bit better at this point.
Yeah, I think so too. Got to level 6 early, got the Conquer as well to be able to be stacked up. FNB finally does hit level 6. Yeah, but he's down, I mean, a wave and a half at this point. Comes back with the plated steel caps. Just says, nope, I need to just stop getting my butt whooped here. Dragon has spawned. Now the team with kind of big vision control on the bottom side. Grub's going to be just another minute and change. Excuse me. The gold lead is about 300 here for Red Canids. A lot of it coming from the support wall, actually.
Yeah, I find it really funny actually for that. We seem to have gone from super high octane game 3 to this really passive game 4. House has flash, not quite able to land the last overload there. That should give prio though on Lev on this dragon. The dragon itself is a little bit dangerous, especially the first one. The poke from Frosty's landing. There is a world in which Red can kind of come from behind. Win in a fight, especially when Doom is full health, and trying to flip the 50-50 is already, I think, worrisome enough for Lev that they probably want to get a bit more grasp on their lanes before trying. Yeah, this competition is explosive. I think both these comps are, but the Lev comp especially, right? Once you hit that level 6, that bubble
with the cease and desist, the world ender, there goes that cease and desist. So I got the Vault Breaker. Should you want to clear a little bit more room? First blood. Wow, that was more damage than I thought. CEO on the board.
Oh,
Frosty going forward with the flash, but CEO flashes out as well. Maybe they've got chase on him. Scary gets over the wall in a hurry.
Yeah, and that was through a barrier and through a heal. The Lucian Nami burst is no joke. That's why it's a combo. But I do want to highlight that was a 3v2 situation. That was after Scary showed up and Red still almost managed to answer. And with that, Lev get the kill. They can't get the dragon. They're not healthy enough. They're not comfortable enough. They don't have enough pressure or mana to be able to start that up. So I'm not surprised if we kind of just go back to laning a little bit, and then we'll see if the junglers get there. So the start of this fight, there was a couple of missed shots, so the spears didn't quite stack quite as much. But that bubble really kicked things off, because if not for that bubble, Rebello maybe hops away. Maybe Rebello gets a bit more damage and can look for that extra kill onto CEO. But the bubble lands, stops Kalista from hopping around, stops the damage, and that's enough for the dive.
Now they lane swap up to the top side, but who's joining them? CEO and top left. You cannot escape. They read that one well, set themselves up to the top side. I think, to be fair, actually, FNB might have shown on the bottom lane, because of the Maiden as well. So, yeah, but CEO, got the Electrocute as well, like that from the Lucian. Just going for that early burst, right? Like you said, that early burst from the Lucian Nami is no joke, right? They turned Lucian with that rework, 2.5 years ago or whatever, into just an enchanter bot, right? As the Grub started up here, RMC, feel like it's starting. The Kalista, how are you feeling?
I'm comfortable that I think Red kind of got what they wanted. Kalista still with the stacking Rend is really good for objective takes, and we've kind of hit the point of the game where I feel like Red are spiking and Liv has actually hit their power trough. CEO didn't get a big enough lead for me to think that they've actually won the lane. Like, yeah, he got the kill, but Rebello has been getting more CS and actually been zoning him out, so that's pretty much net neutral. Mid lane's where the big differential is, where House is now sitting in the big Rise power trough. You've got a tier, you've got a catalyst, but you've got no reaction to go. You need the 2 items to actually complete first before you can do anything. Meanwhile, Kaze with just the Lost Chapter has a lot more impact. So Red, they need to enforce their will. They got grubs, great. Dragons waiting for you. I think that's the next call, is you just kind of go for dragons, get whatever advantages you get before House hits his power spike and Lev starts to come online.
Yeah, because once House does hit those 2 items, then it starts to get sticky. But yeah, I mean, I play a lot of Anivia as well, and you run into a similar problem, right? With the tier Rod of Ages, if you go that Seraph's Roa spot, there's a 10-minute stretch where you just feel so useless.
FNB just running down Zothri right now, trying to get the advantage he can. He went with the full plated steel caps first, so much slower turret taking, unfortunately. I gotta say, I know you're hoping the best for FNB and that he'd have a pop-off game. This does not feel like it so far. No early Trinity Force, no additional damage, and Zothri seems to be getting constant pressure in this lane. Aatrox scales fantastically as well, so I don't think that's going to be changing anytime soon.
Yeah. I mean, look, you usually need kind of that big mid-game fight. I mean, he does, you do have to get the snowball rolling for the Aatrox, but it's not quite as punishing as, say, these bottom laners, right? If you don't get it going. You can still be a nuisance. You can still provide CC. You're mobile. You have healing as well. Redkinid's going to be the first one to this dragon. So, 2 for 2 on objectives so far, RMC. The first dragon, they get the 3 grubs as well a little while ago. As Leviathan get the gold lead kind of equalized on them. A little more firepower for Redkinid's.
And I'm really hoping that these teams give us a lot more come the mid game, because it's been a very quiet early game. 1 kill.
It's been a snooze fest.
There we go.
Realm warp up. Everybody overloading the top side. FNB on the menu. The Maiden does absolutely nothing. House gets on the board with his first kill.
And Doom sat on wards in the bot lane. They know this is coming. Toplop and CEO doing a fantastic job just trimming the wave. I believe culling was used by CEO there to actually just make sure that the dive couldn't come through by killing the wave. They might have overstayed a little bit, though. They do have to run away right now. And Doom, he's hunting for the impale angle.
Yeah, he is. Tidal wave bubble doesn't land, but the tidal wave does.
TP.
Nothing else. We're going to get some turret plates out of this. Here comes that TP. Zothri joining the party. He doesn't have his world ender. He doesn't have flash. But if you can get that W down, then maybe you've got a shot. Fate's call will bail out Frosty.
Okay, and that gives FNB solo time in that top lane. He's going to teleport to that top side. House doesn't have his teleport. Use the Realm Warp for the initial gank as well. So when all is said and done, I think Red are actually okay with how it went. A lot was expended to find FNB. FNB gets back in. He gets another wave, potentially 2. He's going to feel very, very comfortable in terms of equalizing how that lane has went. And meanwhile, on the bot side as well, Rebello and Frosty don't lose much. They just used the single Fates call, and they traded that for both ultimates coming through from CEO and Toplop as well. So yeah, more quietness to come through, unfortunately, but it's all building up.
Yeah, it's going to explode soon. At least you hope. Blackfire Torch is coming here for Syndra. She's got a unique build path these days, right? It's Blackfire into... What was it last time?
Not Horizon Focus, the other one, Cosmic Drive, I think.
No, yeah, Cosmic Drive. Yep, that's it. Yep. So, yeah, again, an interesting little build path for a champion that has definitely seen her time in the sun, but a little less so these days. Kind of popping her head back up. But, yeah, 2-0 here for Lev early on. Rod of Ages picked up here by House. Looks like he's going to wrap up those Merc treads and then go into the Seraphs. First completed item, though, in the bottom lane does belong to CEO. Not going to set up any dive or anything, just trying to get that turret play gold. A little bit more going. There you go. Frosty showing up, but I think too little too late to really do anything with this. Kaze and Doom looking for something, but again, they stand on a ward. House playing respectfully to the other side of the lane. Scary waiting in tow as well.
And now 9 minutes before House really starts to fully come online with that Rod of Ages and potentially a Seraph's Embrace. Objectives, there might be another dragon or 2 by that time.
My
FNB
goodness.
is just getting wrecked right now. Has to drop a ward in that bush to make sure that Zothri isn't there. But frankly, if you're a top laner and you're dropping a ward right there, it feels really, really bad. You're not going to be able to see the ganks come through, and Scary could come over the wall.
Culling, thrown out there by CEO. The barrier mitigates a lot of it. Down to about 2/3 HP are both of these champions. CEO taken pretty low as well, but hey, you've got a Nami. You don't need to worry about things like HP.
Yeah, it still does take time to heal up. There we go. That's the gank I was thinking. And because you used your ward in lane, you can't see Scary coming.
Well, let's see here. It's a lot of damage coming from Scary. He's got the Sundered Sky. And again, still without a completed item. FNB just trying to buy some time. He might be able to. He doesn't have flash. Nope. There goes the Feat of Warfare and the kill for Scary. 3-0 now. Doom? Okay, he's got Kaze waiting in tow. I was going to say, just going up there on his own. Maybe he didn't need to, but Doom on the board with a massive kill to stop the trade for Leviathan.
But it's the first kill for Red. Compare that to the 3 kills that Lev have and the feat of Warfare going their way with that pick as well. Unfortunately for FNB, it's just not a safe lane, and wherever he's rotated to, it doesn't get better. Like, at best, he hopes to go into House, but I think at this point, House, with the level lead, with the items, can probably just wave clear for Infinity, and then FNB doesn't really get the shove. Kaze, though, he's been the focus of this. It's all about Kaze. We glazed him all game 1 for a reason, and here in game 4, in a critical game, where if Red wins this, they guarantee their move on to the next phase, and Lev gets eliminated. He's the one I'm looking at again to break this game open. It's quiet. Rebello can't quite beat CEO, but Kaze, he's got gold, he's got advantages, and he's got the power.
He's up 600 gold, man. 900 now, as he gets some alone time with that top lane tier 1. Not turret plating, but still up 20 CS and a shade under 900 gold. He's well on his way to that second item. As the Rod of Ages is starting to stack up here for House. CEO not able to get the ball rolling kind of further, but Lev's still in an all right spot here. But again, the first 2 objectives have gone over to Red Canids, and they're starting up their third.
Kaze coming out of base, and he's the one who's got the power, like we talked about. Blackfire Torch completed, Sork Boots as well, looking to get to this Herald. House coming from the other angle, but Scary getting caught.
Ooh, they do get the CC down, but the Pop Blossom is not enough. CEO throws out the culling. Fate's Call going to rescue Frosty again. Herald's going to reset now. Doom in some trouble. There goes the Tidal Wave. They get the Impale. It's kind of canceled out by the Tidal Wave, but that's a ton of damage. Rebello gets the rend off. Now on the chase, potentially House looking for a little bit more, but Red get what they came for despite losing out on the Herald potentially here. They could come back, but they grab themselves a kill, crucially onto Rebello.
FNB, man, he's playing a whole different game right now. He's dodgeball, is that what we call it? Like, he's just trying to avoid all the sweet spots.
He's playing Vampire Survivor, as in he's against a vampire and is just trying to survive.
Fair enough. He at least has the Trinity Force, so he is trading much more equally right now. And when he can actually land it, if he can continue dodging out, he can actually do work. This fight was interesting because the Pop Blossom not quite landing meant that Rebello had to Fate's Call Frosty out, so they didn't have the engage tools, and this looked really bad because Doom had taken a lot of damage, but the Scatter of the Weak from Kaze is what really changes things. Right here, that Scatter of the Weak in a lot of various different angles actually just meant that Lev couldn't follow up, and the additional damage on the Scary plus the rend from Rebello was just enough to find what they needed. And the best part for Red is that's very repeatable. So yeah, they didn't get the Herald. Yes, it got slowed down, but you're not in a rush to take Herald. You're more in a rush to take Dragon, and they can just reset, go for that Herald once again with the strength that they have. And if Lev show up, it's just going to be a replay. If they lose 1, they're lucky.
Massive disparity in the turret plating. 500 gold swing in favor of Red Canids, and they've got themselves their first gold lead of the game here. RMC. They got that first tower. They've gotten their objectives. And again, it is just that lead. And actually, okay, in the top lane, FNB's got a gold lead.
That's just
crazy
got a long time.
Seems.
In that top lane turret,
Yeah.
that was the play where House, they ganked him, and then Zofia had to TP bot. So he gets the turret plates, and that's literally what's equalizing it for FNB. He's low-key getting carried by Steam. That's fine. It's a 5-player game. Dragon on the menu right now. Lev was actually looking at the Dragon, but they did it at a very unfortunate time, just as Kaze had rotated to the bot side. So they're going to have to give the Dragon up. They might be able to go for Herald, though. FNB, we talked about this. Like, he's just trying to kind of hold the lane, but House will just wave clear for days.
House getting ripped up by the Maiden there a little bit. Executioner's Calling is coming from FNB as well, so the Maiden damage will apply that heal cut as well. God, I mean, look, into an Aatrox, you see it, but again, into the Nami as well, right? You get the Maiden to do damage where maybe, you know, other sources would not be as easily gotten there. Frosty's got himself a Proto Belt now, though. No Flash, but the Proto Belt Pop Blossom is still there. Leviathan grab themselves their first neutral objective of the game. Secure the Herald as the bubble lands onto Scary, or onto Doom rather, and does absolutely nothing. House able to take down the top lane tier 2 for Leb's first turret take of the game. Kaze flashes away.
And Zothby's the one who has to run because if you don't that sweet spot, even with the World Ender, Syndra will do a lot of damage. Kaze just focused on taking that turret, won't be able to find it this time. Actually ends up taking a turret shot to boot. Before, let's talk objectives for a second, because it was an objective trade. Leviathan picks up Herald, Red picks up Dragon. And I actually think the Herald was more important in this case, because Lev are just trying to stall the game out to buy time for House to scale. Lucian can remain relevant in the late game. We've seen it many a time with the culling. And I'd argue more relevant than Kalista, or at least easier to pilot than Kalista. So getting the Herald buys them effectively another turret, a bit more gold in pocket. And if they were to go down further in gold and trigger objective bounties, it would go a long distance towards equalizing things. Whereas giving over that dragon, yes, it gives red dragon stacking. Yes, it's hex tech. But to be fair, Lev could not have known that it was going to be a hex tech soul that they're facing down.
Yeah. Yeah, that does kind of change things a little bit, right? That slow is really, really nice. I think for both these compositions, but for every auto that Rebello hits, right, you can advance just that little bit more, give yourself that little more safety. So it does feel really nice for Red now, as they've got their 2 dragons. Doom gets the Impale onto Scary.
It's a team.
The Pop Blossom, the CC chain should be good enough. Scatter the Weak. Scary just doesn't get to play the game. He goes down. Kaze with the kill. Tidal Wave holds off a little bit, but Doom is on the advance. He'll have Flash up in just a little bit if he wants to get a little bit of something extra going. Bubble doesn't land either. House was looking for a flank, but will not find it. The Baby Cage doesn't find Top Lob either.
Clutch Flash from Top Lob to get on the other side of the Blast Cone and therefore to safety. But Atakan is still on the table. Zothby has teleport, could join his team, but would it be enough? Because they've already lost their jungler. I don't know if they can win a fight 4v5.
Let's see. TP coming in here from House. He's finally on Zothby, excuse me, but House does have those 2 completed items. Looking for a way into this one. The Maiden kind of bodyguarding a little bit. The health bars are getting low here for Red. Scatter the Weak doesn't find anybody. Atakan being taken low. Who's going to walk away with it? It is Doom that he gets the smite off, and now Red are just heading for the hills. The Clone and the Maiden are going to be the sacrificial lambs. Just the Clone, actually. Red with the stealth ops mission. Get in, get the Atakan, and got out.
Yeah, job's done. That's all they needed to do. Okay, Shelly being dropped in the mid lane. That's actually going to be pretty good. She's going to get 2 charges off with CEO here, and if he's willing to write that in, it'll be even better. Lev is just trying to stall.
Oh no, Frosty gets face called out. Oof. The kill does go down. Man, Kaze actually got something out of that. I thought Frosty was cooked there. But like you said, Leviathan, they were trying to stall him. Look, you trade a kill from the mid lane tier 1, and CEO not willing to ride that in. Now the pressure has flipped, and Doom and company are the ones that have the momentum in this one, so they don't get 2 charges out of that. I like you, RMC, I thought that was locked and loaded. For sure you get 2 off that.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the stall backfires horrifically because you're using melees to try and do it. Scary should not have been looking for the engage angle. Scary just got back on the Rift. Bro is not having a good game. He is 100% of his team's deaths right now, and while not all of it is his own decision-making, that one definitely was. And we get to see a replay of how this fight starts. Doom has no fear of just picking Scary on his own. And I got a little bit concerned that Red didn't have enough damage. Rebello wasn't there. Kaze looked quite far away, but the range of the Syndra to be able to follow up is enough. And the Unleashed power bursts them down. We're back into real time. F&B getting dove.
Yeah, I guess he is getting dove. That is, technically what happens there. Man, all right, good recovery there. But yeah, that one never really felt in question, to be fair.
Yeah, it was just a question of whether they could find Zothby on the back end, but top lock, it's a 1-for-1, and Red have so many more members on this mid lane push. They didn't even blow, okay, actually I was gonna say they didn't blow that much. They did blow pretty much all the outs to make that happen. But the mid lane outer, worth a bot outer in terms of trade, and Red are okay to keep trading right now. They're trying to accelerate the game before they start to fall off a little bit. Kaze is skilling, but he's already so strong right now that you do want to keep pushing as Red right now and max out your advantages.
Let's see how they can accelerate this one. Yeah, the lead has kind of stalled out a little bit. Lev getting a little bit back. House starting to scale up in a big way. Like you said, the Aatrox scales well. CEO is going to get that damage amp in, and with the armor pen, excuse me. Kind of fitting of a game 4. I mean, it's sprung into life in kind of, maybe not the way that we were hoping or expecting, but it's very much on a knife's edge. And I think this is, I'm trying to think back, is this the closest game we've had at this point over the series? It feels like it.
Yeah, game 1 and game 2 were very, very swingy. Like, whoever won just smashed it right from the get-go. And last game was just chaos incarnate. So even, like, and it was pretty much dead even in terms of kills, if not necessarily in gold, where Red pulled ahead. Oh.
Cease and desist with the State's Call is going to negate it, actually. Very nicely done. Rebello's had some money ones of those. Kaze gets the big kill onto Rebello. Red Kid is advancing in a massive way. Zothby left all alone. Not even the World Ender can save him there. 2 items for Rebello, and he is making it Leviathan's problem. They're going to get the Dragon out of this as well. It's Soul Point.
And I've just got a question, Scary's decision making. That one was 100% on him. Why are we going on Frosty? We've seen the Fates Call build multiple times. It's not the first time this game that it's happened, and you burn a critical single target ultimate on a target who is effectively going to be invulnerable. And that just costs them everything. It costs Zothby's life, it costs Hero's life, and now, Scary, why are we there again? What?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Able to flash away. The tidal wave goes out as well. see if House can get anything out of this. He's got a ton of damage, but I mean, it's just scary in top left, right? You don't have CEO, you don't have Zothvi, FNB gonna grab himself the kill. House made it exciting, almost got FNB down, but the outcome of the fight was never in question. Kaze doesn't even need TP. He comes back and just gets himself another kill. He's absolutely on fire, having a great Syndra game quietly, 5-0-2 for the Red Canids mid laner.
This is why we can't have good things or nice things for it. We just talked about an equal game, and Red made it very, very unequal, punishing a mistake from Lev. And frankly, it's not a huge mistake. It should have only cost them 1 death, but Red just blew it wide open. And it hurts even more because Lev was actually close to hitting the point, but they started to come online. You saw what House did in the fight. We will get to see what House did in that fight again, but here's the critical mistake, right? Scary goes in, he's very, very isolated, and because of that, this fight is not the 5v5 it should have been. It ends up being a 3 and a 2 split for Leviathan, and Red just kind of go, okay, we can take either side of this fight. We go for 3. We want more. And Scary, again, why are you here? At this point, you know Dragon is down, so what are we looking for? A pick? On one hand, I guess they saw House and thought, okay, maybe House can do something. He's got a lot of damage. He did. He almost could FNB, but not enough, not in the middle of 5, and we come back to live just to watch Sushi being made in mid lane.
Red is starting to run away with this one, RMC. They want to go home. They want that 3rd game. They will face off if they win this one against either Loud or Furia, the winner of which will be decided tomorrow. And then Pain and Cade on Sunday to see who takes that, at minimum, tops 2 seed, gets to go to the regional finals. FNB looking for House here. The CC comes down. Just kidding, it doesn't actually on either side here. The Maiden comes up, but while that's going on, you mentioned that Kalissa's good for one thing, man, and that is objective taking.
Yep. Oh, great bait, though, from House. Okay. He's able to pull everybody to the top side, and they're answering with a bot lane push. Problem is, like you said, Red just picked up Baron, and Baron pushes a lot faster. And for Lev, do they commit to the base race? They do not. No. So they get the objective bounty. That's good. They get back to base. Let's see what base they have left.
Yeah. Who's playing?
Okay, that's not just in my ear. I'm hearing like some weird EDM.
Yeah, it's Satisfaction. Benny Benassi and company. Push me and then just touch me so I can get my satisfaction. Great, all-time 2010s banger.
That's the red song right now. That's why we're playing it, because they've got Baron. They're pushing, and they're looking to touch pushing. Lev as well.
They're trying to touch. No, I mean, look, everything's kind of going right for them, right? I mean, Rebello's quiet. I mean, this is kind of like the Red game plan, right? Is Kaze is just, he does so much damage that the AD carry is just like, yeah, okay, I just right click, I guess. And even, a tougher champion to pilot than the Yunara, but feeling really good about things. Scary looking for a pick here, but he knows, like, look, if I go in here, I might not come back out. Bubble lands, and thank goodness for top lap. Otherwise, more sushi might have been on the menu. The scout of the week almost found him there.
Okay, Scary's learning. That's progress. A little bit late, but better late than never, maybe. Potentially. We'll see. The Baron push from Red so far not been terribly effective. They got the mid lane inner, and that's it. They've now found Zothvi. He melts.
Yeah, I mean, with the CC chain, right? That's what you got to do against these champions. And that will take care of that. Poor guy just trying to defend his tower, and now Red, they're trying to end this game effectively. Not on this literal push, but make it so that it is just unlosable.
Yeah, Barons with the Void Grubs as well. It's a very efficient push. Lev are stepping up here, but they're kind of squishy, and I think Red would be more than happy to look for the fight. Doom getting in there.
Oh, Doom fantastically timed, gets in, grabs himself a kill onto CEO. He was their last hope as far as big damage is concerned. House is too short range to make anything happen here. He's getting blown up here. The Scout of the Week finds him max range there. Rebello going in over the top. Doom with the impale onto Scary on the other side. The Nexus turrets are going down, and just like that, maybe it was on this push, RMC. Doom said, we are ending this game right here, and that's exactly what they do. The ace comes through, and Leviathan season is over. Red Canids take the series 3-1. Just like a very smart, handsome play-by-play caster said.
Fair enough. I wonder who it was. Oh, yes, it was some 4x4 guy who managed to predict the perfect score there. But beautiful play from Red. It felt like such a slow build-up and just explosions happening out of everywhere. Even the first fight that really tilted things Red's way felt like it kind of came out of nowhere, and the ending likewise. Leviathan, condolences to them. A team that I think gave a lot of people a lot of hope. And frankly, in this series, when you watch the first couple of games, they were game 1 was rough, but they bounced back great in game 2 and even in game 3. Even when it felt like they were getting overwhelmed, it didn't feel like it was a problem. But here in game 4, it just felt like they fell apart. And Red, this team came out of absolutely nowhere and is continuing to look like a top 3, top 4 team.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to find out exactly where they sit in that hierarchy next week. But for now, yeah, they dispatched the Leviathan team. But look, I mean, they weren't favorites in this one, right? I mean, their high-end talent, I think, maybe could, on its day, equate some of the higher-end stuff from Red Canids, but it just wasn't enough. Red, they felt like they have too many ways to win. Their cohesion is really good. Again, 3/5 of this roster has played together and won. We're the best team in CD, just a split ago, and they've carried the good vibes forward, led by their fearless leader, Kaze, FNB, as well. Him and Frosty playing a very good supportive game, just a very good supportive series the whole time. FNB was getting bullied up there in the top lane, but really did not concede much of an advantage, right? Again, he played that weak side very, very well.
I don't know if he should be weak siding as a Yorick, but yeah.
No, but it ended up being the weak side, right? Like he got blasted and then found his moments to be like, okay, I'm gonna get one-on-one time with the tower and show up at 13 minutes. The casters look down and they go, does he have a lead? What the hell, right? And so he showed up and stayed relevant. He wasn't just, I mean, because a useless Yorick, there's few things worse. It just looks awful if you just get blasted and you're doing absolutely nothing. All you can do is throw up a good baby cage and hope for the best. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Anything else you want to shout out from Red? I thought it was just a really good, complete effort, kind of all around. They looked like a very cohesive team. Everyone did their jobs. Yeah, and I just love the way they're drafting as well. Well, I don't love the draft, but I love the way they're drafting and that they're willing to play. You don't love one draft in particular. Yeah, but at the same time, that's the thing that's kind of making me look at this and go like, okay, Talkers and Belzy, they're cooking. The coaches are willing to try some sort of stuff, which is what you need to do to beat teams like Furia, like Pain, and it's really unfortunate that they're going to be playing the winner of Furia, Loud, the winners of tomorrow's match, because we're going to lose a really fun team no matter what happens. As you can see, thank you for the bracket there.
Welcome to Waiting Room. C9 versus DSG.
What's happening with that?
Get that Timo! Get that Timo! Behind up there.
He's down. Timo down.
Because he's on a pole. Come on.
Taken care of.
Don't look at me like that.
What
It
are you
was
up to?
Timo's fault that he was on a pole.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I see how it is. Raz.
Firefighters go down poles.
He's a
The
working yordle.
firefighter.
He's a working yordle.
So it's Friday.
Okay.
I'm giving you a hand if you found the stream at this juncture.
This is for you.
Well done.
Say
You
hi to
audience.
Raz in the chat.
Good
to
job.
see you.
I'm here.
Yeah. How many people are here right now, Raz?
I don't want to
in the
say.
Millions, surely.
Million.
Sure.
Yeah, millions.
Yeah, 300,000 people.
Yeah.
We all tweeted out this was happening today, right? Like we all got the
Oh, I
word
did.
there.
Yeah.
I made an Instagram story as well.
Nice.
We got multiple platforms.
Extra credit.
Did anyone make a LinkedIn post?
Oh, my phone's over there. I'll do it
Yeah.
shortly.
I just started yelling on my walk to the office.
That'll do it.
Okay.
It's Friday!
It's Friday! Well, you're yelling it's Friday, or you're yelling the LTA is on
Super
Friday?
week.
Okay.
Okay, there we
Yeah.
go.
I don't know if they're
That
gonna get the
solves that.
context
No.
on that one, Jen.
No, they thought I was crazy. Okay, let's look at the bracket and see what we have in store over the next 3 days. So C9 DSG today, TL 100 Thieves tomorrow.
Yep.
After those 2 days, the elimination phase will be 2 teams lighter.
It's looking crazy.
You didn't say, also, we got the Sunday one.
Oh, they came in
Yeah,
hot.
that'll happen too. Wow.
And
already
this is the
finished his coffee?
team most likely.
I will say
to go
they're
home,
not
right?
very energetic today.
Oh, but Sven has
Blabber's
to keep the
looking cool.
consistency. Sven has to keep the consistency.
No, he told me, I saw him right after this, he said I didn't do anything today.
Ne-
No!
Okay, wait.
Thumbs up
Thumbs
is worth
up.
it.
Okay, that's
Danishar's-
something.
He thumbs
Danishar's
up.
just full
Fine.
dove out of the car. Did we see that?
Oh,
like,
Zen,
wait,
man.
full head first.
The thumbs up counts, doesn't it?
Kind of.
He did
I mean,
something.
considering it's more than anybody else did.
True.
Counts.
Not bad. Thumbs up right there.
I saw
Baker
that.
does a thumbs up.
I
People
saw
go
that
crazy.
Gen Z interprets thumbs up as being like not a good thing. Like
What?
it's more like thumbs up, dude. Like it's not actually.
Tell us
okay.
more about Gen Z.
Does that
I want to know some more.
does that
trivia
change
that
if
you
there's
picked
2
up.
thumbs
Big
up?
news.
Yeah, we're hearing from Manny, our Gen Z producer, that's
Fake
fake
news.
news.
Okay,
And he
thank
is our
God.
Gen
Yeah.
Z correspondent.
There we go.
on
Thank
Friday.
Oh,
God.
true.
Yeah.
I don't know if we trust. We need
We
to
trust
we need
Manny?
to validate with chat.
Manny is an
Hey,
old man.
Wait,
at
aren't,
heart.
aren't you Gen Z, Kobe? You look like you are.
Let's move on.
We asked fans to submit topics for our questions that we're going to talk about. So let's get into some of the submissions. Our first topic comes from Ender.
Ender.
LAC
I hardly know her.
Would you rather use right click or WASD for movement in real life?
What did you just say? Was?
Real life.
WASD.
You know,
That's
it's
what-
WASD.
I mean, you wouldn't know.
It's
That's like
either WASD or WASD.
Have you heard how Gen Alpha does it, Kobe? I'm just trying to keep up
I,
with the times.
I don't
In
think any of
life-
us are subject matter experts on this.
In life, I'm WASD.
You're so
No.
you're
Yeah.
going this way, and then
I am clicking
and then
to
this.
move.
That's like tank controls.
I've
yeah,
already
I'm
played-
I'm clicking.
You are going to die.
I've played RuneScape before. If I just click and then just don't pay attention, I'm running into
You're
somebody.
moving like Metal Gear
Click
Solid.
frequently.
You're moving
No.
like Snake in Gen 1.
No. If I click, I'm not looking where I'm moving.
Yeah, Raz does one movement command and doesn't think about it.
Yeah.
So as soon as you're in a city that's not on a grid and you're walking on a sidewalk, you're just going to do this for your whole life?
Yeah.
Like, what if
Hopefully
the walk
it's
home
awful.
isn't perfectly parallel?
Hopefully the auto pathing is gonna save me.
That's how he crashed his bike.
Yeah.
No,
Actually,
autopathing in
walking on
WASD is going to be bumping a wall. That means that you're like.
Look,
Yeah.
I
Okay,
was
what do we
saying-
got next?
I was trusting
truly
myself. You
atrocious
move next.
It's gotta be
Ender,
click.
Ender,
It's gotta be
awful
click.
question, Ender.
Don't blame the question
Nah,
for your
blame
it.
answer.
From swimmer season 0115 on X.
Swimmer season?
Or
How'd you get
There's an S there, so patch notes have
Oh, I see. Season
Yeah,
150.
okay,
the
fair enough.
strongest role in the LTA is AD carry. Weakest role in the LTA isn't support, but is mid lane. Every mid laner right now looks like they have a weakness or flaw that you can exploit. I mean, I've
disagree.
always felt like our strongest role is jungle.
Yeah.
Just gonna say,
Yeah.
Okay.
as an unbiased
Right.
jungler.
Okay, the question is strongest role, not weakest role. Because I was about
Well,
to say mid
there's two
laners.
parts in there. He
There's
talks about
two
the
parts.
weakest role is
Yeah,
not
so
support.
Mid lane is
snuck
not
it
the
in.
weakest role.
You don't
Yeah.
think
What's
so?
the weakest role then?
Top.
Support. Whoa! For me, it has been support for a very long time, but then oftentimes the
What about
argument.
Lucio?
Yeah, of course, you're going to have a really heavy top side.
Okay, so you're like, Busio's the king, and
Yes.
everyone else?
Core JJ.
Busio, Vulcan, Core JJ, you have 3 really strong supports.
That's almost half.
There's 8 teams!
That's almost that.
But then you look to tier 2, and I don't really, I mean, I'm a bit of a doomer. But yes, but I do think mid lane is competitive, but it's not weaker than support.
But we talked about that at tier 2 for a while. That like when you look at the players trying to come up, the prospects, support has been one of the roles that doesn't have as many of those standout prospects. So when you factor in also kind of like the pool of available talent,
Sure,
it is hard to
LTA,
argue.
It's
bro.
LTA. It's not
True.
LTA.
Honestly, I
True.
think it is top lane, and I think the best one is jungle. Do you have any different ones for best?
I
strongest?
agree with swimmers. I think AD carry is actually the strongest. I feel like AD carry's been close to the strongest almost forever.
Yeah.
In NA, we've had some top tier AD carries.
Okay,
I think
fair enough.
I agree. We have had some top tiers, but I think the pool is the question. So, at least we agree to disagree.
All right, we got Masu,
True.
Jan. I need
Sven.
to.
Sven is good.
Sven,
Very good.
Top 3 are already very good, but then B-Boy has been performing at an
been good.
extremely high level. That's
B-Boy's
already
been
half
good.
the league.
Henna, Rahel.
Yeah. And then Henna and Rahel are both, like Rahel especially.
It's
extremely
jungle,
good.
all right. Yo, are you guys weighing in on
All right,
this?
listen
No,
to
no,
jungle.
I'm already on
Listen to
jungle.
junglers.
I'm on
Listen to
jungle.
junglers.
Inspired is the best Western player.
Roll. So
Roll.
just because we have Inspired?
No, we have a very deep jungle pool. River's leaving,
Keep going.
but he's here right now.
He is.
So
Inspired,
River
River,
greatly strengthens it. I know
Blabber
people
contract.
flame
Contracts,
Blabber, but that's
Blabber.
just because they're Cloud9 fans that are
Inspired
disappointed
Blabber,
when they
top
lose.
2.
Yeah, and River's extremely good, and Contracts is extremely good.
Contracts
DSG
is very
too.
good, but streaky.
I don't
Yeah.
care.
That's already more than half the league
Yes.
are good junglers, and when you're
Audioland is actually really good.
Yeah.
and Audioland is
Oh,
underrated.
now you're spitting too.
Yeah.
I like this. He's green. with
I
us.
think I'm on Jet's side.
It's
I actually
close.
do
Wait,
like AD carries.
he just agreed
No,
with us.
Yeah,
I'm just saying
but
who's
I-
good.
There's like 6 AD carries
It's
that I would
obviously
say have
gonna
an
be
argument
close.
for like top.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, next question.
Yeah, let's go
from
to the next one.
Gazuthu on X. Fighter top, playmaker jungle, control mage mid, scaling AD carry, engage support is the best, most enjoyable team composition to watch as a fan, and Riot should balance around that. This is so a very meta take, right? Like based on how teams want to draft.
I love support. I mean, I love assassin mids a lot. Whenever it's like the meta is like Silas, Akali, it's never Zed, but you know what I mean? Like those type of metas, I enjoy fully.
Kiana?
Yone mid, though Yone mid right now is being used properly. When it's Kiana, I enjoy that so much.
Yeah, so I
Monte?
mean, the comp that he listed, like you say, is I would agree with the best part.
Yeah.
Where I disagree is the most enjoyable team comp to watch. Because when you get that, you're just gonna get front to back team fights.
Yeah.
But I think most enjoyable to watch is when some crazy stuff does happen.
Yeah.
And so you have like globals in there, and you have
Yeah.
like split pushing solo lanes, and stuff is moving around a lot more.
I like the variety. I think this would get stale so fast if all you had was fighter top, playmaker. What does playmaker jungle
Playmaker.
even mean?
It's not a, but I
Can't
do
be
like.
Trundle?
I
Can't
do
be
like
Sejuani?
You can make some
junglers.
plays, Jack.
Sejuani
No,
makes the
Sejuani is a
plays.
playmaker.
That sounds like a tank jungler to me.
J4 is a playmaker jungle. It's pretty anybody that can like
Lee Sin.
make action happen early.
Lee Sin's a fun one.
Control
playmaker.
mage is only in mid? No, come on.
But I love the meta where it's like Lee Sin jungle versus like with LeBlanc and Akali mid. I'm
Yeah.
a big
Okay.
appreciator
No.
of assassin.
So most of us disagree?
Yeah.
I think I
Completely
disagree,
disagree.
yeah.
And before we get on to the next one, this reminded me so much of this old Guild Wars take. All the European teams.
Here we go,
would
Guild
run
Wars
the same-
again.
Listen, dude.
Jen
Guild Wars
Alpha's really into
had
Guild Wars. That's what
thousands of
Jet knows.
skills and like 10 different classes, but they always wanted to play exactly the same thing.
Okay.
It was, I don't even need to list, 2 warriors, elementalist, mesmer, ranger, 2 monks, and a flag runner. And they're like, this is the balanced build.
True.
It's like, what? No, it's not. Like it's the thing you like to play. There's everything else in the world, but they thought this was the best. That's what that take
I'm
reminded me of, and I
enthusiastically
disagree.
nodding, and I have no idea what you're talking
If
about.
that's a European that tweeted this,
Yeah. Not a lot of people agree with it.
Ooh,
TV
you have a
Spice-
prediction with
TV
Yeah.
Spice in the chat said it was a garbage take, and Sassy says variety. But I feel like variety is just cheating at that point. Everyone just agrees with variety.
One
So,
person
like,
in chat says they're playing Guild Wars right now. So.
Guild Wars.
What? He's lying.
Guild Wars 1 or
There's
2?
so much. He just says Guild Wars.
That's crazy.
GW.
That is crazy.
It's overrun by bots, I think. I haven't logged in.
Maybe that's a bot. Maybe we got a bot.
Maybe.
we got
botting.
new bots now. Yeah.
Destructo bot, yeah.
We got one that was off of Instagram from Explorer of Depths, a Beyond. Who are the current LTA legends in the making? With Jensen retiring, this made me wonder who will be the next group of North American legends who we will look back on. I think the easy ones are FlyQuest bottom lane.
Yep.
Both
Okay.
Masu and Busio. Busio is also doing a lot of, like social content, so that makes it feel like he's really building a lot of momentum. Jan is a lot quieter, but Jan is also extremely good. And I think is building in to be one of the LTA legends for the next generation.
You don't count Core DJ and Impact, or they're already legends?
They're
still playing.
That's previous generation.
Yeah, they're not like Bjerg's and
They're old
Doublelift's
people.
level of legends, but I
They're
think that
30.
they are like.
They're 30.
I'm gonna throw another one out there too. I think somebody like Vulcan as well. Like Vulcan, he hasn't been leaning into like the ratio brand as much.
See, that's the problem.
But would you say he's at like Doublelift Bjergsen level right now? Because like those are the old legends.
Is he as
so I'm
old
thinking like building up.
Close.
He's been playing since Clutch.
Obi-
Actually, even a little before.
Obi Rose agreement. I would have said Jan. They said Jan. So that's a
Jan,
thumbs
yeah.
up. The borderline, you're right.
We're saying the younger players, the newer players.
Okay.
Because the
New
newer
generation.
The one word that came up in my mind is Blabber, because his Blabber, the
He's
previous
already a
generation,
legend, man.
Exactly, because Jensen,
Yeah.
I feel like he's in that generation. No,
So-
Jensen's older, but still.
Would you count Inspired? Because Inspired gets the most credit for
Sure.
internationals and
Ooh.
stuff. Would you count Inspired?
interesting.
Because I think he is still like fairly new generation.
He's in the making.
My only thing is
front
he
runner.
better stay here. His contract is coming up, and I
You
really,
do not speak that evil into the air.
Yeah.
What are you
I
doing?
know the European teams are trying to steal him back, so we gotta make sure
No.
they don't.
Let's
they
start
don't-
giving
the
our
camera.
pitches.
Speak to your
Inspired, you can
single.
get
Speak to your
smoothies
single.
if you're
Keep
here.
it here.
You know, you can get.
Whatever
If
the
you
single
like
is.
sunshine, stay here.
There we go. The beach.
Yeah.
Great. Fantastic stuff.
If you like playing with Whippo, hopefully they both stay.
Next one, though, we have from World Star on Discord.
World
Shopify
Star!
Rebellion. World Star is criminally underrated and will take a game off Fly for sure. I wouldn't be surprised to hear Silver Scrape.
For sure.
That's kind of a hot take.
For
For
sure.
sure, get in a game. Wouldn't be surprised to hear Silver Scrapes.
I mean, saying I wouldn't be surprised if they take a game, though they'll take a game off for sure. It's like, okay, that's confidence, fine.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be surprised if you hear Silver Scrapes? Have you watched all of their series versus FlyQuest? I don't think it's possible.
I would be
I
surprised.
did predict 5 games on the dive for that series, so I'm kind of.
You predicted it?
So you have to be.
I'm kind of with them.
You were Contract's biggest fan, I think.
Contracts is a homie. That's
Yeah,
for
yeah.
sure.
Contract's his mom, you. Like, it's right out in person how much of a fan you are.
I honestly think I'm above Contracts' mom.
So did he get a homie pass? Is that why he got the 5 games? Or is it like you just believe that they can do it?
No,
in the
I
clutch?
actually think they do deserve credit for how well they're playing. Funnily enough, the biggest part I think is actually Fudge though, but
Yeah.
his improvement. You know, all of the other
B-boy.
top laners give him this full respect of like, yeah, he was one of the bottom, players, but he has ascended to be top 3. Thanatos gave him respect. Even Whippo gave him respect, who was previously trash talking him. So yeah, I think they can get
Yeah.
close. I mean, my
football
5
down.
games, I was reaching a little bit. I don't expect them to win still, but
Yeah.
yeah, I
Yeah.
like the Silver Scrapes call.
I would be surprised.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's totally fair.
Hey, they took a game off them earlier this year.
You know-
Shopify can do it.
Narratively, you're going to go to the next question, aren't you, Raz?
I am.
I wanted to mention.
you go.
I wanted to mention
No, you go. You
stuff,
do your thing. You
caster
do your
stuff.
thing. Do your thing.
Narratively speaking,
Yes.
when Fudge had the failed Zonias and then came on here and talked about it and flamed himself, that was like a turning point for him, and he's been getting better and better throughout the rest of the split.
Okay.
When B-Boy had that Ezreal game where everyone was flaming him for not being aggressive
Yep.
enough, ever since that moment, he's been improving.
Ever since he
Yeah.
didn't know what Cho'Gath ult did, now Fudge is stacking Cho'Gath ults. There we go.
Those are 2 different.
But I'm
different
just,
turning
adding.
points.
What do you
I'm
mean?
just saying.
But he won that game.
Lose is improved. Lose
He
is
won.
improved.
He won the game.
Okay, well,
This
when is
guy
it
has an
improved?
anti-Fudge
Also,
burner account.
Yeah.
I'm letting you know right
He
now
is.
he has an anti-Fudge burner
Get us
account.
to the next question, Rap.
Are we safe?
So-
All right, because
Yeah,
I
we're
just
done.
saw something that's a little bit suspicious. From definitely not our producers. That's the name of this person.
Is that
Okay.
their like social account?
Yeah,
Interesting.
it looks
one
like it.
producer.
If
Yeah.
Doombots were released into Flex Queue, what rank would they be?
Ooh.
So I actually played a decent amount of Doombots. 'Cause
Okay.
I played the show match with the pros
And what rank are you?
in Flex Queue or in Solo Queue. Solo Queue Masters right now.
Okay.
I was Grandmasters
So you feel like you could become
under 1 year ago.
You feel like you could be a Masters flex cure.
Yeah, but the question is, what are the Doombots going to be?
Yeah,
I
but
know,
we can
but you've
compare
been
your
playing the
skill
Doombots
versus
and I'm
that.
thinking your skill level. Yeah, of course.
And I would say the Doombots, they would be, especially if you don't take in their special abilities, they're like silver, maybe.
Okay.
Okay.
If you do give them their special abilities, then I still think they top out like diamond. They start out the game really dumb. So if you want Doombots tips, like you can get a lot of money early. They are so dumb at the beginning. I think they like scale their decision making or something, and they also definitely scale their abilities.
Yeah.
But at the beginning, you can go cheese early kills from them. You can like bait them out away from their towers, get a bunch of early kills, and like try and snowball gold and snowball your leads that way, so that you're more fed for later.
They're trying to lull you into a false sense of security versus them.
They are, at the beginning.
It's like, oh, these guys suck.
I took exhaust and I got a solo kill right at the beginning of the game, every single game.
Oh, okay.
But hold on. You didn't answer the question. You talked for like a
minute.
minute.
I did. I said
like
both.
diamond.
I said
If they have their
two
ability.
answers even. Without
And then
the
they scaled
abilities,
to what?
They're silver. And then I said diamond.
Diamond, okay.
Okay, yeah.
God, listen, Jack.
Listening, come on.
My listening is like silver.
He doesn't care.
Yeah.
It's like Doombots without abilities.
I've tuned him out after all these years. Like it's just.
Get him too! Get him too!
Oh, well,
Where's
reminder,
the other MF guy?
I don't know. I don't think we should allow that one.
Okay,
A
that's
reminder, though, that Doombots is live on the current patch. And actually, Kobe, you mentioned it already. You joined some LTA pros to test out the mode.
That's how he beat them.
I beat him with my friends too.
I'm not gonna lie, I just invited C9 Fudge to my lobby.
Okay, I'm picking some random champ, right? 15 minutes, easy peasy.
15.
What's
Alright.
happening?
Oh, there's a Veigar here.
Okay. I can't even type in.
Okay. The enemy Vega
I'll go
has
top,
370 armor. I'm going mid, no matter what.
That's why I thought my sound was
I'm like spacing this Jinx so perfectly, by the way. I'm so good.
Okay, nice.
Okay, I'm polymorph
It
for
looks like you're
6
getting gapped,
seconds.
no?
Why is not
You're kind of getting, you're getting gapped.
Yo.
Oh wait,
They're
let's just keep
teleporting.
it.
They're teleporting bottom. What the
No, it's mid, it's mid.
They're tipping mid, they're tipping
Dude,
mid.
I watched that live happen in front of me and I didn't cancel it.
Oh, okay, dude.
This guy's Naruto, bro. He's got 3 clones.
This guy's dead too.
Wait, you guys are smurfing up there.
Yeah,
Don't you guys?
Worst.
It's this one.
Enemy Jinx is TPing, enemy Jinx is TPing. Yeah. She's full HP.
What about our top
No,
wave?
it doesn't matter. Kill the pumpkins.
Okay.
Kill the pumpkins. We have 40 seconds.
Jinx ball will be too OP here.
Jinx bot's gonna be so broken. We gotta kill the pumpkins.
Yeah.
Stop, by the way.
Kill the pumpkins.
I don't even want to find out what's gonna happen here.
Hit.
Yo, kill it. Fudge, fucking it. Fudge, get on, bro.
Bro, I'm killing.
Oh wait.
Dude.
Oh my god.
Okay, we earned
Oh, we
it.
earned it something.
Oh,
Oh, I'm just going in. Fuck it.
What is that? What is that?
Oh, I'm
Oh,
dying.
this guy's unkillable.
Oh
my god.
They are good. Basic for tempo.
Oh,
After I get
this
the
guy's
enemy.
crazy movement. Oh my god, I'm one shot. Okay, come on.
I'm coming for Jinx.
Yeah, there's a big ult. Oh my god, dude. What?
I'm like Palafox, no?
What is going on?
I'm
bro?
invading Lux. I'm invading
I don't
Lux.
know what's happening. This stuff keeps flying at me.
So you did win with some pros on your team,
Yeah.
but you also mentioned you won with your friends.
Yeah, my friends were making fun of me afterwards because it was like, oh, you just won because you had a team of pros. And then I played with them. They're around, most of them are like diamond level. And so it definitely was way harder, but we eventually beat the Veigar version also, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, go for it.
I haven't tried it yet, actually. So now I'm going to go in with my diamond friends, and hopefully they can carry.
I would say, so I played Volibear because I love
Yeah.
Volibear, but he's also really good. Also, you should just have at least either Sona or Soraka. Having sustain is
Okay.
OP.
That being said, there's a lot of discussion on that one. Azael is standing with Blabber on stage for an interview for the series. Let's check him out.
Here with Blabber ahead of the match against DSG. So Blabber, you recently did a Doombots show match. Will the match today be easier or harder than beating the Doombots?
I mean, probably be easier, honestly. I mean, the Doombots are kind of tough. Oh, wait, by the way, the Doombots are live are so much harder than the Doombots that we played in the show match. I mean, I haven't been able to beat Veigar's Evil on live yet, but we beat it first time in the show, like in our show match. So, yeah, no, Doombots are hard.
So it was a scam. It was a lie. You guys couldn't actually beat them. They rigged it.
That's what I think.
Right, you saw it live right here. Riot rigging the Doombots show match scandals. So going up against a DSG, you guys obviously aren't where you wanted to be. You were upset once. You're in the lower bracket. How much does that weigh on your guys' mind, going forward, knowing that, hey, there's only 2 teams at most from LTA North that are going to go to Worlds this year, and you're already in an elimination match?
I mean, I would still say that we're pretty confident going forward. I mean, obviously we didn't want to lose last week, but I don't think we're going to lose from the lower bracket, and I'm hopeful that, we can use the more amount of games that we'll have in the loser bracket to, level up some more, because, yeah, I mean, we should have lost this week.
If there was one thing that you feel like your team needs to improve on most, what would it be?
I don't know, maybe consistency. I feel like sometimes, like, for example, game 2, we just threw a game that we didn't need to throw. You know, last year or last split too, we threw a lot of games that we didn't need to throw. So definitely just trying to be more consistent.
Makes a lot of sense. Good luck with the match. Thanks a lot.
Wait, that was Blabber with no hat. You just pointed out. I was
I've
like,
never seen him without a hat.
I actually don't remember seeing his hair.
It's a massive hat hair. Right? Yeah, it's insane. We have one more question that's going to explain the board in the back. If C9 lose this series and it doesn't go to Worlds, is it time for them to move on from Blabber? That's crazy. No. The reason that people are upset about them not winning all these finals is because they're always in or around the finals.
Yeah.
So I'm done with that. But we were talking about upsets.
Okay.
So I went back through the history of LCS.
Time travel?
I wanted to get to this, actually.
We have that technology.
So the producers told me this is later, but I don't care. Yeah.
He's flipping the script.
He's going rogue.
He's going rogue.
Stop him. Producers told me to tackle you.
Raz always listens to commands. Okay. Some of the greatest upsets in the history of the LTA. It's LCS.
Yeah.
And I actually ranked them. So I put number 1 for those old heads out there. 2016 spring semifinals. We had a 17-1 Immortals, which is still the greatest split in the history.
What was that one loss?
In terms of game win percentage. Yep.
and rain over.
Yep. And they lost 3-0 to a 9-9 TSM.
That one's crazy.
That's crazy.
That one's insane.
That's crazy. A little bit less. We're going to get progressively less crazy.
Okay.
I think they're all really good, though.
I think so.
These are looking good.
I mean,
look at this old footage that we have here. This is old school League
That doesn't
of
even look
Legends.
that old. This is at least still
new
updated
map,
SR.
yeah.
Dude, I remember the beginning because he was still playing. Huni was breaking out the Lucian top. They had a huge lead.
Yeah.
And then they threw it all away. Oh, God.
Also, the producers are amazing that even though we weren't supposed to do this, they already had the video ready.
They had it ready. They had it ready.
Professionals.
They're the
They're
best.
still mad at you no matter how much you kiss up, Jack.
A little bit. Another big one, 2022 spring, the lower bracket run. I fudged this a little bit, but EG 3-0'd 13-5 C9, a 14-4 TL, and then beat 100 Thieves that was 12-6 in the finals.
Yeah.
All 3 zeros.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was
that's
just
crazy.
absolutely
I mean, that was
insane.
also the Baron Steel pentakill
Yep.
from Danny. Like, that was just such an epic run.
Beautiful moment.
The crazy good memories here for LCS.
I do remember, I still have this video on my JLXP YouTube channel. I was the only one to predict C9 to win that series. I got a lot of
C9?
clicks because of that. Or sorry, EG to win the series over C9.
Yeah.
Before they then went on their miracle run. That was just so incredibly
So
entertaining.
really, it was you then.
Yeah, I foresaw
he
it.
takes full credit.
It wasn't an upset for me.
Yeah.
This one,
Gets
your boy
Stradamus.
Contracts, Kobe, 2023 Summer Finals, beating C9. They had made it to the finals, but they were 9-9 in the regular season into getting 3-1. And then they carried that momentum through
BG2
to Worlds.
at Worlds?
Isn't that
ended on the
more
way to quarterfinals.
impressive than the EG one?
Now,
that one was
That is
crazy.
a good question. That is a good question.
Yes. So this is Jad's your ranking.
This was
right?
my ranking.
Okay.
So Chad can disagree with it, but I think these 7 are pretty good. 2020 Summer C9 missing Worlds, I feel like was wild. Because they were the best team that entire year, it felt like.
Yeah.
Even when I was on TL, we won 15-3 in that regular season. C9 was 13-5. I still thought they were the best team.
Yeah.
Like, I really thought that they were going to go to Worlds, and that collapse was crazy. I love you, Eric Ritchie, 2023 spring lower bracket. When Enero got a little tipsy on Ovali's stream.
Yep.
Said he loved his top laner as the GM of Golden Guardians. They win this one.
Heart to heart.
These last two
man.
are really interesting because they felt so big in the moment. I think more for the significance than for the actual upsets. COG beating TSM in that 2015 Summer Finals.
They brought it home.
Incredible moment. They brought it home. But they were the number 2 seed in that playoffs.
Yeah.
Like, it actually wasn't that crazy. And then TSM missing finals for the first time ever, losing in quarterfinals to Clutch Gaming.
I'm shocked that's not higher.
Pretty
I'm
insane.
shocked you didn't put that one higher. I
They
feel
were
like that one
both
could be
11-7 in the regular season.
To me, the 2020 Cloud9 one goes down a little bit, and this Clutch one goes up a little bit.
Okay. Okay.
Well, we're seeing some of the replays right here on screen. It was a big deal for TSM to lose that one. But the real question, though, Jad, is at the end of the day, yes, we can talk about all these upsets.
Ven.
This is a big moment.
Ven lost that. There's Ven.
Yeah, there.
That's a young
But where
boy
do we
right
put
there.
this one? Where would this rank?
This is the question. If DSG were to beat Cloud9, this DSG
Where does it
and this
go?
Cloud9,
To the top.
where does it go?
All the way to the top.
You think it's
Slap
number
that bad
one?
boy. Bam! Bam!
I think so. It would be.
The boys are celebrating. Put them all up there.
They would be. This would be.
Crowd them around.
Right there.
I mean, just seriously.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm still thinking about this one.
Now I'm thinking, was Huhi on any of these other rosters?
So
He's done a
Sven
lot.
was on a lot of these rosters.
Sven was, yeah. Actually, that's a good point.
But let's see if DSG can do it. Azael is standing by on stage with Castle for another interview.
Oh, hello. I'm here with Castle ahead of the match against C9. So Castle, we were just talking a little bit about how you have played against Thanatos for 4 years. A lot of people talk about him as the best laning top laner in the league. What do you think about Thanatos as a player and your matchup?
I think he's pretty good right now. I think he's been better than like the shield, but like I'm used to play into him, so just same as usual for me.
So how do you feel about going up against Cloud9? Obviously, this is an elimination match. I feel like everyone can see that DSG has improved quite a lot from last split to this split. Do you guys still feel confident that you can take down Cloud9?
Yeah, for sure. Also, they lost last year, but like we won last year too. So I think we're on the driver's seat.
So you have a little bit of momentum then. What do you think is the key thing that you need to do right in the series today to help you guys get a win?
I think obviously we are like underdog team, so I think we should try to make like a little bit of like creative play, but also I'm pretty sure they have way more pressure than us. So I think if we can touch their pressure one time, it'll be like way easier for us to.
So you just gotta have one thing go right, and then they're gonna get nervous, and you guys can take it. Well, best of luck. Thank you very much for the interview, Castle, and hopefully you do very well today.
Got to be confident. We're
They're
in total
the driver's
agreement.
seat.
Yeah.
It would still be the biggest upset
That
ever,
would still be
even if they're
crazy.
in the driver's seat.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was going to say Sven has been in a lot of these. He wasn't a part of this one, though, but he was these two and this one.
Yeah, and
So really not that many.
Yeah.
Yeah.
still, he would be a member of half of them. If this upset happens, he would be on the losing side of half of them.
Okay, then don't show Sven. He can't walk into the room.
Yeah.
Does Sven just walk in?
Gonna get his head.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sven, do you remember these things? This would be your greatest failure.
Oh my God, putting that in his head.
out of
before the
every
series.
upset you've been on the receiving end of, this
I mean,
is your
C9 has got to be extremely confident. I mean, they're
DSG, they have beaten Dignitas a decent amount.
lot.
But besides beating Dignitas, yeah, like this would be a crazy big upset. All of the previous splits for DSG where all the conversations were about how they're the worst team in the league for sure, like there's no hope. Then they made some roster changes.
True.
And they've got some, victories over Dignitas.
They're in the driver's seat.
I
That's
mean,
what Castle said.
What driver's
Listen,
seat?
Castle says they're in the driver's
the car
seat.
to victory.
Yeah.
Stole the
Where are
Dignitas
Cloud9
car.
then?
So listen,
Cloud9 are in a different car ahead of them in traffic?
get much ahead. A big, fast Kia.
Yeah, really
I will
fast
say-
Kia. This guys are right now in that beat up car.
Who's got a game?
You're
I'm
giving
the
the
only
game.
one with the game.
I have to credit Emily
Why?
for this. She was
I have an
frustrated that DSG's record looked so good. Their split-through record is 6-6.
Oh,
5 of those wins are against Dig in the
that's
last 2 weeks.
crazy.
Yeah.
So on paper, they don't look that bad.
Yes,
But
yes.
when you dive into the paper and
It
read
looks
the
a little
words,
worse.
yeah,
But
when you read the words,
I do have a reason for how they're going to get one win. I think it's going to be game 3. I think that the backs are going to be against the wall, and they're just going to get Jinx. It's going to be Rahel and Jinx just carrying one game to victory, and then C9 is going to be a little relaxed 2-0. DSG's going to have something to prove.
You always celebrate when you predict these off-meta predictions, but then you're going to have to get punished if you're wrong.
I agree.
Do I get punished?
Yeah.
Well, then what we're going to have to
What's our punishment?
show actually is how's your toast. We're going to be updating this throughout the day
If
on how
you're wrong, you
toasted-
have to eat.
Yeah,
as
you
opposed
gotta
to choosing.
You got to eat.
I didn't agree to this.
You gotta
If
eat
we're
that.
I didn't agree to that one.
too.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll do
Absolutely.
it.
Okay.
I'll do it. I'm down for that. Rez, you down for that?
I'm down for it. My producer told me to toss, so I'm gonna toss this
Duh,
thing to the
get out.
side.
We have to
As
eat
we
that
toss
later.
the damn games. Start the games.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LTA. Only 6 teams remain here in Split 3 after our first 2 were eliminated just last week. Now, it's time to cut that 6 down to 4, and that's going to begin today here as we've got Cloud9 going up against Disguised in our next elimination match. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Azael and Emily Rand for this best of 5, and let's just say Disguised has their work cut out for them.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the burnt toast on the on waiting room coming in. I don't know if Raz is gonna chip a tooth on that when he has to eat it. But,
well, especially after he threw it on the floor. Hey, Raz, are you down for this challenge?
No.
Sure. And then he just tosses it.
It's okay because it like isn't gonna pick up a lot, right? Because it's not like
He's just razzing around. What
because it's scorched to sin. It
no,
can't pick up a
exactly,
lot.
It's
right?
no
Like,
longer absorbent.
There's not a great surface area for bacteria to thrive. Anyway, as we're getting into
this is the important information about the toast right here. But you're right, we are getting into our draft. Let's see how it starts off with C9 on blue side, Disguised on red side for game number 1. Aurora, Yunara, Vi banned out by C9, Disguised with that standard Pantheon ban on the red side, alongside both Annie and Poppy.
And I will say, I was actually pretty surprised by how chill Castle was feeling about the matchup. You know, even just chatting to him prior to the interview, he was feeling really relaxed and feeling like, hey, they actually have a good shot. You know, all the pressure is on Cloud9. They're the big favorites. They're the ones that are supposed to be playing against FlyQuest this week. Instead, they're here in the losers bracket, right? So he was thinking they could get pretty nervous if anything goes wrong at all.
Yeah, and one thing that I was curious about going into this draft is what power picks would be left open. No Rumble bans, no Gwen bans, both champions that received nerfs on this most recent patch, right? But we do see the Rumble locked in on the side of DSG, and then the Azir immediate pickup for C9 makes complete sense. Loki has been really, really good on that champion, and you can pretty much design any composition around it.
Yeah, the first 3 picks in this game are all turbo power picks for game 1, right? Azir first pick into the immediate slam of Rumble and Varus, the response from Disguised. Seeing that Rumble locked in, though, the response from C9 will be the Ambessa for Thanatos, and then they'll go ahead and lock in the Wukong here for Blabber.
Yeah, and these are 2 champions already that can get onto that Varus. Like, you're going to want stuff to kind of be able to take him out in team fights. And then we see the Yone locked in for Darkwings.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited to see how Darkwings does on this, because really, I kind of heavily associate him with control mages, right? And that's generally been his style. And looking through his match history, all time, he has 2 Yone games. So not a lot of Yone games.
Yep,
he won one and he lost one,
okay.
you know, so
hey, 50%?
50%, you win or you lose every time you play League of Legends. So he does lock that in, but I like the confidence, right? You need to come into this and you need to be able to throw down picks that maybe they're not expecting, you know, bring out some of these more aggressive looks because you are a heavy underdog. You cannot just sit back and say, all right, we're going to play like 5 scaling picks and we're going to look to team fight and we're not going to do anything for 30 minutes because your Nexus will have exploded by then.
Yeah, especially with the way C9 play, right? Like they typically play more of a standard style through their really strong laners. So yeah, I also like it because all of the pressure here is not on DSG.
Right.
No, this would be, as Waiting Room already covered, one of the biggest upsets, if not the biggest upset in LCS LTA North history. So again, I don't know how Darkwings is going to do. It isn't necessarily what I'd consider his playstyle, as Azael already pointed out. When we've seen him go towards more off, quote-unquote, off meta picks, it still has been mages like that Malzahar we saw from him earlier. See a lot of engaged supports getting banned out, as well as the Maokai setup. C9 do not want DSG getting that with the Rumble and Varus on top of it.
Yep, the Alistar, the Nautilus, the Maokai all banned away. Sivir also banned out here by Disguise. They can see the enemy composition already having like the Wukong, the Ambessa, all ready to pile in on that Varus like you're talking about. They don't want Sivir leading the charge with the On the Hunt. And now with the bans all wrapped up, 4th pick of the draft, the jungler for Disguise. They'll lock in the Sejuani here for XU.
And I think it's actually a really good pick. You have double melee soul lanes, you have AP, you have AD, you know, you do actually have some pretty good synergies there that they can look to try to attack these solo laners if they see the opportunity. Corki is going to be the pick. I wonder, okay, I was going to say, is it going to be with a range support? Because we've been seeing a lot more Corki kind of played in these aggressive lanes where they really want to look to take advantage. DSG does have the option to have that last pick here for support to try to get a strong 2v2. So I'm curious to see where they're going to go. Yeah, Nico feels obvious. You know, Karma, if you want to go for another strong laning pick, I think can be a great option.
There we go.
And it is going to be Karma. So to me, those were kind of one of the two options if you're trying to play for 2v2. And I actually really like what they've done here. You got counterpick in mid, you're counterpicking in bot. Like, you have a lot of lanes. Actually, I would say all 3 lanes should be potentially like counters, quote unquote. I don't think Yone's going to be killing Azir, you know, anytime early. That's more of a scaling matchup. You're probably going to be getting pushed in. But both top and bot, I think you should be able to have push. Sejuani has 2 great lanes to gank, you know, in both mid and top. So I feel like they've put some really good pieces together here to give themselves a solid shot against Cloud9.
One thing I am going to be looking for in this game, though, like we're talking about, you know, the pressure is on Cloud9, but for Disguised, you know you are the underdog. You've got to make moves. You cannot just sit there and scale. And considering, you know, Rumble's not going to be leading any major engages, who he is not on an engaged support himself, I'm looking at XU and I'm looking at Darkwings to make these plays and push this momentum for Disguised if they want to try to keep up with Cloud9.
Yeah, in particular, I want to see where XU is going to go early. I think when he has been at his best in LCS or LTA North, it has been around finding playmaking with his lanes. I think even despite a few like obvious mistakes in his last game, he had like a generally strong series across the board. Looked like he had much better synergy with the team overall. Again, outside of a few misplays.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we talked a lot about the DSG draft, but over on the other side, there's a ton of comfort picks, powerful picks here for Cloud9. Thanatos Mbessa is, I think, the pick I most heavily associate with his dominance. This is his 70% win rate Mbessa that he is playing. This guy is an absolute monster on the pick. It felt like when it fell out of meta for everyone else in the LTA, it still stayed in meta for him because he's so damn good at it. And you have picks like Vulcan on the Bard. Yes, there's been a ton of Busio Bard hype lately, but Vulcan has been nasty as well. And we wanted to talk about this. This is a quote from Pros, where Anero is saying we do a presentation every morning, and we stopped doing this. We stopped doing this split, but it would basically have, you know, a bad, good, or so bad it should be remade, essentially, vote here. So what we're going to do here is we're going to have chat vote. So you have to spam good, bad, or remake to pass your vote on Anero's draft. So how did he do in game number 1? And we're going to have you guys voting on it every game. And then maybe if Anero commits some crimes, we can convict him based on the evidence provided by chat.
Exactly. Is he an innocent man? Is it a misdemeanor? Is his behavior in the draft felonious?
Yes.
We shall find out at the end of the series here today, but we will keep track of it. Aggressive here at that first level. You can see Rahel running the teleport on Varus. I feel like this is not nearly as common on Varus as it is on something like an Ezreal.
Yeah, I've got to say I'm kind of shocked with how well Vulcan was actually trading against Huhi there. He started W, like he started heal, right? And he's not eaten a single one of those. Huhi has Matra Q at level 1, and they're trading even.
Yeah, he's ready to flex his muscles there on that Bard, man.
Now he's going to heal back up.
I was just informed by our producers that C9 Jack voted good in the Twitch chat.
Nice.
So he's got
standing by his man.
He's like, I've seen enough.
He's standing by his man.
All right, so at least they've got some confidence there. But before the game, Sven was talking about his choice of skin for this one.
We need to change the core heat skin that we're using here.
Sounds so good, no, the skin. Like, it's so low elo for like how new it is. And like with W, it's like eggs.
It's eggs.
How can you focus?
Trixie.
It's so low elo, how can you focus?
UW and its X.
The skin is too low elo, that's a class.
I will say it looks so much smaller.
Yeah, that's the thing that gets
It
me.
actually tilts
Why
me.
is it so
like,
small?
It looks so much smaller than
shrunk our
other
boy
quirky skins.
It's a recession.
Okay,
right, they're on the side of an arrow here.
Yeah, okay, so that's almost 2/3 of viewers thinking that Anero had a good draft this time, 10% of people believing that it's bad, and then 1/4 of people thinking it's so bad it needs to be remade.
They just want to watch the world burn.
Yeah, C9 famously does not remake in scrims as well, so
As we learned from Inspired.
yeah.
But it's gonna be a fun series. I do think there's a ton of pressure on C9 though, so getting a good start does feel important. And when I asked Blabber, you know, what the #1 thing they need to kind of work on and focus on, he said consistency, right? And I do think that makes a lot of sense because this is such a strong team as far as, you know, the individual talent, as far as their laning phase. but they do have that tendency to throw some games, and it's something that they really want to clean up. You know, not only for going up against DSG, but also for going forward. You're already in the lower bracket. You don't get another chance. You don't just have to win this one to get to LTA playoffs. You have to win more series to even have a chance to go to Worlds.
And right, you know, if we're in regular season or something and you have a couple of throws, yeah, it sucks. It's a little bit cringe, but, you know, you bounce back from it. You're like, okay, we just need to learn. But once you get to these higher stakes matches, once you get to the point where, hey, this really matters for whether or not you get to go to championships, whether or not you get to go to Worlds, right? Like, you've got to lock in when it counts.
And they're playing up against a team that has been doing pretty well lately the last 7 matches.
Okay, all right,
buddy.
This is a little specious.
This is completely accurate. These are the records of the teams over the last 7 games that they've played.
We're cooking the numbers.
It just happens to be that DSG played Dignitas 7. They played them 7 times, but it was their last 7 games.
We should have had the like pagoda deep fried filter over it.
Yeah, no, Isaac burnt the egg rolls on this one. I don't know exactly.
Was anything I said incorrect?
Let him cook, but I ain't eating
7 games, or is it not?
No, it is technically correct.
It is more than technically correct. It's just correct. That's
I'm not hungry for whatever this cook is,
teams.
brother. We are not. No, I'm just. Hey, anyway, there's no kills yet. 5 minutes into the game, everybody's playing it pretty safe. Disguised up about 500
gold. Up against a 5-2 team over the last 7.
Oh my God. Okay.
This is no pushover.
You're having way too much fun with this. Disguised is also having a lot of fun down here in the bottom lane. You can see that gold lead that they've built, the majority of that is in the bottom lane with the Varus Karma, this powerful lane duo like you were talking about, Azael, saving that 5th pick red side for support, picking the Karma to go alongside the Varus for the massive lane control and that bullying potential. They've got a huge farm lead over their opponents.
Yeah, and it allowed them to have first rotation on this Drake as well. Yone has also been pushing in on that mid lane, so it gave them really good map control to be able to take that first. So nicely done by Disguised, right? Like, they stayed in that lane. They knew they were going to be winning the pressure out on that based on matchup. Now we'll see if XU is looking for something.
Nope.
Gets spotted on a ward.
Sven just drops the eggs, goes to the magical journey, and gets on back through the wall.
God, he looks so small. Look at how small he is compared to Bard.
Yeah, he's smaller than the AT&T flag.
Plane? It's like, it looks like one of those toy cars, you know, when you see a little baby rolling around and they're like,
like a cozy coop? Feet? You can see their feet on the bottom.
At least in America, that's what they are. Yeah, I had one when I was a little kid. Yeah, it's called a cozy coop.
Oh, you were a bougie baby.
No,
yeah,
dude.
I was like, my parents didn't get me toys.
I was one of those. We couldn't get those. Those were too expensive.
They weren't super expensive.
You just revealed yourself. You're a bougie baby.
My parents just kicked my butt outside.
The bugs would attack them all the time, and then you had to get a baseball bat and beat the bugs to death so you could drive the car around.
Wow.
Driving around in a Mercedes baby mobile.
It was a Flintstones car, man. It's made of plastic. Oh, my God. Okay.
I'm just imagining, like, I'm just imagining tiny flowers zooming around. You can see his little feet, like, running around the driveway. Yeah.
No, man, I was having a great time in my cozy coop. I was playing Grand Theft Auto at 3 years old.
Yeah, I was not allowed to have that. My parents probably started me in like cram school at that age or something.
Like, Emily, you haven't learned algebra yet. You can't have a cozy coop.
I know, right? Anyway. Childhood trauma aside,
we have a lane swap now. Okay.
Yeah, DSG did rotate their bot lane up here, now leaning into the Mbessa, previewing a potential grub take as XU's going to clear out this ward around mid. So I think DSG will be rotating that. C9 should be able to contest this, though.
Okay, binding there onto XU as he has to Arctic Assault back over the wall, but of course that means that he is stuck inside the pit, so has to flash away to guarantee that C9 can't get the free kill on him. It also opens up enough space for C9 to guarantee themselves the first grub at the very least, but now they will back away as Disguised moves 4 men into the area, and it looks like now they are the ones in control over this top side river space. They'll secure the first grub of their own. Blabber's still hanging out nearby, thinking about that last grub, but of course he won't get there in time. So a 2-1 grub lead for the side of Disguise, but now Blabber goes in with the first cast of the Cyclone onto Rahel. The Varus disengaging. Loki now with a big shuffle on to 3. Disguised in danger. First blood goes over to Loki, and now even more pours in. Disguised is completely crushed in the fight, and C9 get a 3 for nothing. Now back in the bottom lane, Disguised at least hits back as Castle gets a solo kill on Sven with the dive, but now a TP coming to reinforce, so Castle has to leave before Vulcan can find anything back.
Yeah, that is a big play there for Cloud9, getting a lot of kills. All kind of started off of the initial aggression from Vulcan, trading flashes with XU, forcing that flash out, then, forcing the sidestep from Rahel, which was really well played by him, but that meant he had to flash as Blabber goes in, and everyone from Cloud9 is able to pour in, get those kills, get defeat of Warfare, and that is a big deal. Considering that this has been actually a very close and slightly favored to DSG game. I mean, look at this nice sidestep by Rahel, but it kind of puts him out of position, allows Blabber to get in there. That means he has to flash, and that I think is where everyone from Cloud9 decides, you know what, we're going to full send it. Blabber's flashing in, Thanatos is flashing in, Loki's flashing in. Everyone is going to go in and try to knock down this low mobility Varus.
Yeah, great results there from Loki, having that massive 3-man shuffle. And the only reason Darkwings doesn't die there for the 4th kill is because he has to flash away now too. So many resources spent on Disguised for a result that was still a 3 for nothing.
And I think you also see why or how Loki is so comfortable on this Azir, right? And how C9 are more than willing to follow up when they find the window. They also end up denying all 3 grubs going to DSG as well. So even though DSG do claim the feat there, C9 gets a piece of Warfare, plus denying that extra grub.
Okay, Darkwing is going to take some damage here from Loki as he tries to back away with Vulcan coming up right behind his mid laner. That means the Darkwings would not want to hang around here any longer. Pretty important, Blabber just completed his purchase of Trinity Force, massive power spike. I always think that this is always one of, if not the highest single item power spikes that exist in League of Legends for champions that want to build it. And now he's got that online here, just shy of 11 minutes. And critically, right as the second Drake is about to spawn.
Yeah, you could already see how C9 are looking at how they're going to get onto Rahel, right? As soon as Rahel was even the slightest bit out of position, they were able to get onto this Varus. This is what the Wukong, Mbessa, and Azir will all be able to do, right? And now that Blabber has that Trinity Force locked in, like you pointed out, it's already a massive power spike, and we see them already setting up for this Drake take.
And obviously we haven't touched on it, but Rahel is playing Poke Varus, he is playing Common, he's going to be playing Validity. And obviously that is kind of a bit of a nod towards that, as maybe a dive.
Well, yeah, Thanatos scrapping with Castle here, but Castle's ready to turn it around. The public execution trying to buffer away from some of the CC won't matter. Castle just solo kills Thanatos.
That's former KT Challengers Castle locking in.
And now back in the mid lane, Loki's gonna get beat down here too. That's both solo laners on Cloud9 dead. Now Huhi's got to try to escape down here, flashes out of the danger with 100 HP remaining. Rahel with a defensive chain of corruption, but immediately Vulcan, Sven, and Blabber all ready to follow, so they may miss out on the support kill, but they will take out the enemy AD carry.
I mean, DSG is still up a little bit of gold. This is a very competitive game here. That dive was way over ambitious from Thanatos. I mean, he just kind of straight up went in. I mean, yes, Castle was a little bit low, but now Thanatos TPing back. He has no flash.
He doesn't have any way out. If XU gets the kill on this, if Thanatos just teleported back in only to die, this is tragedy for the C9 top laner. Thanatos with no respect up here, and Disguised are happy to sit him down.
And as we see here, these two top laners' recent performance from their prior series. Again, the dig numbers
looking like a 5-2 top laner up there.
Potentially cooking it. But the thing I really liked about this is XU recognizing that he could go for a redive, right? Because after that solo kill came through, where Thanatos gets a little overambitious, XU recognizes, okay, we can just kill him again.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that Thanatos was being pretty disrespectful. I mean, even from the initial dive that he's looking for, it's like, great, you want to go for this chunk, but then why are you staying around for the extra hits there? And then at this point, that's just a panic ultimate backwards, trying to run away, realizing he's overstepped. Then they show up mid lane here. They're punishing the missing flashes from Cloud9, and this is just fantastic. Q3 hits into the Fate Sealed, into the Sejuani ultimate, and then yes, they do get a kill back on bot side, but then you're TPing on the wave with no flash up on the top side for Mbessa, and that's what led to him getting killed once more. So it's not as though Cloud9 are just, completely falling apart, but a couple disrespectful plays in a row on the top side does mean some big punishes. And Castle, 13 minutes into this game, has 2 solo kills plus the assist. He's in a great spot already on the Rumble.
Well, and as we pointed out, as we see XU visiting this bot lane, the way this composition is going to have success, because Huhi is not on a traditional engaged support like I think DSG is really, really used to, and also what we think of from Huhi, right?
Yeah.
And so it is up to XU to be making these plays, and thus far he's done a really good job of recognizing where he can be with his lanes to punish those C9 flashes.
Okay, here comes another dive. Q3 into the Fate Seal. Dark Wings makes it easy, and there's 2 more dead bodies in Cloud9 jerseys down here in the bottom lane. Disguised keeps the pressure going. They're almost 2,000 gold ahead.
I mean, they are looking strong in this first game, man. It is kind of crazy. Need I remind you, records in the last 7. Come on.
As we see, with Blabber's help, Thanatos is going to be able to get on to Castle. However, down on that bot side, it's DSG locking in that first turret for themselves. So really nice little early game that DSG have put together for themselves. And I think, again, we look at how this composition is going to play out. They seem to recognize what they have to do to succeed.
Absolutely. I mean, XU and Darkwings are working well together. Darkwings has been setting up some of these engages. It's C9 on the Herald, though, and they are here a lot faster. Feels like this is probably just gone.
Okay, Huhi and XU are hanging around, but yeah, that Herald immediately claimed by C9. Magical Journey to get everybody away safely through the terrain. Huhi's still just going to keep walking up, making sure that Disguise can regain control over the topside river, but there's not really anything to fight for in here. And you can see total damage coming up there on the side of the screen. It is Loki who has done the most damage so far, but he's also playing Azir into a melee matchup. You're going to get a lot of damage for free in that laning phase.
Yeah, that's not really a surprise whatsoever. We can see a lot of the first items obviously have already been completed here. But C9 going to have to be able to outplay, in some of these fights. They do obviously have some pretty good scaling, but there's some good scaling on the other side as well. Yone is just a massive threat in the side lanes.
Build.
Yeah.
There you go, Blade of the Rune King. Really, you just need Vamp Scepter and boots, let's be honest.
Yeah, Vamp Scepter Zerker Greaves is full build. This is like post-game with Elixir.
This is already...
50-minute Gathering Storm.
Oh, God.
This is the true Yone.
I don't miss those days.
All right, 6-5 though, so kills still pretty close overall. Disguised with a modest gold lead of 1,000. It's not anything to write home about. It's not like you're saying, oh, the game is already done. But honestly, it's very impressive for a team that everybody was expecting to be completely outclassed in this matchup. Disguised have really stepped it up here in the early game as we're starting to get towards the mid-game stage in these larger fights now.
And some of it is the draft, as we already pointed out, in terms of how some of these laning matchups go. However, I think the more impressive thing is that when I think of C9, it is because their strength is their strong lanes, right? It is their strong early game. And when they've been having issues, sometimes it's been around neutral objective setups, right? Or someone fighting them or challenging them when they're not necessarily in position. So for Disguise to have put together kind of this neat little early game is really impressive from them.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's been kind of individual outplays. Like I said, 2 solo kills from Castle. They have been able to find some good angles here. And the question for DSG is always going to be, can they actually snowball this into something more, right? Because this is a team that has been quite inconsistent. XU, I think, is having a great game, but XU, in a lot of games, will have, 5 incredible moments and then one, horrible moment that sometimes undoes all his good work, right? You have to be so careful because in League of Legends, each play is not equal, right? You can make 5 good early game plays and then 1 throw by Baron. The Baron more than undoes everything you've done up to that point.
Okay, Vulcan knocked up at a Q3 from Darkwings there as he snaps back to his origin point. Dragon down to about half HP as Disguised are looking to take this objective. Whoever this goes to also claims the feats of warfare. Thanatos and Castle arrive through TP, but now Thanatos is trapped inside the pit. They got to be careful about his positioning here as they go forward with the equalizer. Darkwings wanted the Fate Seal, but he's not going to find a whole lot here just yet. Thanatos jumping in for the public execution, but he will not get it. Castle overheating. The Flame Spitter pushing Cloud9 back. Disguised have claimed the feats, claimed the Drake, and they are continuing to move forward. XU flashing back away from Blabber, who wants to go over the wall for a second cyclone, but he just dies. Blabber overplays his hand, and now Disguised get a cherry on top with an extra kill at the end of the play.
And this was an incredibly close fight. So many low health bars there. Both teams were trying to find the angle to get something more. Rahel, though, throughout it all, was completely untouched. He sidestepped everything thrown at him, was constantly poking and prodding at Cloud9. and they had a really good engage over on a Blabber that forced him backwards away from the Dragon, allowing them to secure the Dragon, allowing them to secure those upgraded boots, and the eventual teamfight win.
Yeah, and then Blabber trying to go in and get that extra kill, doesn't end up getting it, ends up dying for it. Also not great for C9 as we take a look back at this fight. The Rumble Equalizer coming through in from Castle, who TPs on the back half of this, is also going to split this fight out as we see both teams kind of dancing around, trying to get windows on to that Drake. Thanatos going on to Huhi, but Huhi survives, and then, yeah.
I think XU honestly played it really, really well. He put pressure on Thanatos, in that pit, and then as Blabber was approaching the Dragon, he hit him with that Glacial Prison, which sets up the Equalizer on him. Blabber has to flash away, so Blabber could never get back in range to actually even be able to attempt to steal that Dragon. And then as Blabber tries to go back in on the re-engage, I think he decided, you know what, I'm going to be chased down and killed by Rahel. I need to just try to turn and see if I can get something back. He ends up just going down, and it is now a pretty nice little advantage here for DSG. Again, just 1.5K, but they have grabbed a couple Dragons.
Okay, Huhi caught out there by the Tempered Fate. Public execution for the follow-up, and Huhi is out of there. Now Blabber continuing, putting extra pressure onto XU, who Arctic Assault's back over the wall. But C9 find themselves a nice pick on the enemy support right as Otacon spawns.
Yeah, and for playmaking from C9, I do think this Bard is going to be crucial. Vulcan has shown just how good he is on it, and in that team fight we saw previously in mid lane, like post-Drake, it was also that Bard ult kind of not failing to hit someone. Here it hits, they get it onto Huhi, and again, the execution of this DSG comp, the next level of it is, for me, Huhi not being on an engaged support.
Yeah, absolutely. XU just going to pull the Otacon. I don't think they're going to commit to this. They obviously see Loki is right there, but they are TPing in, so they're actually just going to fully go for it. And Bessa was on the bottom side. They saw Thanatos down on the bottom side with no TP, so that's what's prompting this.
All right, Disguise looking to force the Otacon here. 20 minutes into the game. They've got it down to about half HP, but C9's already got 4 men here ready to respond. XU has to try to get away down to 10% HP as Darkwings dives into the back line, puts a little pressure onto Vulcan, but now he's going to be killed immediately. C9 have already found 2. XU and Rahel try to get away as Castle has no way home. Disguised make a critical blunder at the Otacon.
And that's kind of what we were talking about with Disguised, right? The Otacon claims kind of yet another victim. They thought they would be able to see the window because Mbessa was not there. She was actually able to walk up and participate in the back half of that fight as well. Really, really nice shuffle coming out.
And now they're going to get another one, too, as Thanatos walked into the brush. He sees XU hanging around, thinking about maybe an opportunity to steal the Otacon away, but the public execution is ready to go, and it lives up to the name.
Yeah, I mean, and just like that, all your work is undone, right? You know, they have been building this slight advantage, but this positioning on the Otacon, it's almost impossible to win from here. They're tanking the Otacon the entire time. You know, XU's on one side, the rest of his team's on the other, then Darkwing goes in, but no one is there with him. He takes so much damage that when he snaps back, Loki finds the opportunity to full send it, gets in, knocks back multiple members, and they crush the fight. They get the Otacon, and they go from being down 1.5K to up over 2,000 gold in an instant. And now DSG, the wheels, just like that, kind of fell off.
Yeah, and I think this is the big difference between these two teams. We're talking about why is it such an underdog matchup for DSG. Yes, C9 did drop down to this lower bracket, but I think once they are able to claim a fight victory like this, right, they're so good at playing around a lead or recognizing how to snowball it. Immediately, that was just such a massive gold swing in their favor. And now they can kind of set up the map however they want and force DSG into bad decisions.
Also want to point out the itemization that I like here. Second item, Serpent's Fang from Thanatos. It helps in the quick, snappy trades with Rumble against his shield, and you're also going to be nullifying a lot of those Mantra shields from Karma in the middle of the team fights too. So I really like to see players recognizing opportunities to alter the build path a little bit. It's a cheap item to begin with, so it's not going to slow you down as much as something else would, and it should have a pretty high impact.
And something I was going to touch on prior to that last fight was the fact that Mikhail's was the rush for Vulcan, which I also think is really, really smart. We talked about who he's not on engage. It's up to XU. Well, well, how does XU engage with ultimate? What does Mikhail's do? Remove it. So that is pretty difficult, obviously, both for Chains of Corruption and the Glacial Prison. So I do think it's really smart itemization here for Vulcan. And you can see he's sitting on cleanse right now with a spellbook. Sven has a cleanse. So there's double cleanse, there's Mikhail's, and there's defensive Bard ults. It is going to be really tough now after those lost fights for DSG to find good engages and good fights.
The Otacon, man, it's just the harbinger of doom here in the LTA.
I mean, that one was crazy, let's be honest. Like, it wasn't even a sneak, right? They did it, yeah, you saw Mbessa down on the bot side, but that was like an Otacon on spawn when you're not even that far ahead in the face of your opponents. And you're not, it's not even like you have, I don't know, like a Kaisa, like that's on hit or something, or like an Azir that's going to one-shot this.
Yeah, you don't have like a super fast, fast Otacon take.
Well, Disguise now have a seriously tall task in front of them. They've got to try to recover this. Also, the lead is not even as small, or the lead is not what it appears to be. It's even larger. 31 flowers as Huhi tries to flash away here. Gets the safety of Darkwings and XU. C9 continuing to try to fight here as Darkwings has to snap back, but he's going to be the one to die. Now with a Tempered Fate onto Huhi, they want to find even more. Sven trapped inside the pit. He's going to be cooked up by Castle as Thanatos jumps in for the public execution, and he wants to get one back. Castle's going to drop first. Now XU trapped in here as Loki and Vulcan are ready to go over the wall and hunt him down. Disguised is going to lose 4 men yet again, only for the trade on Sven. It's a disaster in the bot side river.
Yeah, C9 have just completely taken over control over this game. They're now running up towards this Baron with no chance for Disguise to contest this.
Yeah, I just cannot believe how fast the wheels have fallen off this game. Like, it looked like it was
They're in
really
another county at this point.
Competitive game here from DSG, and this one, another just great start to the fight. Blabber is able to find Huhi. Everyone from DSG decides to come in and look for this engage, but a quick cleanse and sidestep from Sven means that Darkwing finds nothing. He just goes down in the hurry. Even though Castle is able to trade back, you're spending so many resources to kill off Sven that everything else is falling apart around it.
Yeah, as we see them cleaning up. I was going to make the comparison since you talked about your little car. Yeah, it's like you running down the driveway with your feet underneath the little car. Like
my feet have now fallen off.
The wheels fell off.
I no longer have legs.
Blabber just rode up in his Hummer and just crushed your car.
Yeah, just immediately.
Like a monster truck.
The car is destroyed. There's
just like
nothing
kicked
left.
it over.
And the point I was making before that fight broke out is that the lead is even more than it appears. It's 35 flowers to 7. That's like an extra 2,000, maybe even 2,500 gold just worth of raw adaptive force that C9 has over Disguised right now. It is tough out here for Disguised.
Well, and they've also doubled their gold lead since that fight with the fight plus Baron plus pressuring these tier 2 turrets both in mid and on the bot side as this wave comes up.
There's a lot of blue at the top of that gold graph.
Yeah, the state of the game for Disguised is pretty dire at this point. They have to just try to lock in and hope that Cloud9 throws, hope that they overplay and try to dive too deep. But at this point, anything less than that is not going to cut it.
Yeah, I mean, you're down 7K. They have itemization to really answer what your composition is trying to do. And the Azir is monster fed now. Death Cap, 3 items. Really going to be difficult to actually do anything about whatsoever. So it's going to be tough. And I mean, Vulcan still has not been forced to use that cleanse, so he's just going to sit on cleanse. And with cleanse and Mikhail's, he can always be able to be in a position to remove CC from his teammates. So he is looking really, really strong. And generally, when you get to this kind of point of the game, you're hoping for individual outplays in a side lane. You're hoping for some sort of a pick. And that really is your only chance. You know, if you can find 2v1s or 3v1s, get a quick kill, delay the game, and hope that you can slowly grind your way back in through that sort of a process. But Cloud9 are just going to keep playing smart League of Legends, pushing out these side lanes, controlling vision, and moving towards Soul.
And Cloud9 are at those critical, like, 3 major item power spikes that Disguised are not yet at, right? You can see the Lord Dominic's Regards for Sven. You can see the Rylai's and the Rabadon's Death Cap and an Unbroken Seekers on Loki's Azir. Guardian Angel for Blabber's Wukong. He can just yeet himself in there, not have a care in the world about the results. And they'll take Cyclo Sword for Thanatos. Whoever this Ambessa lands on is just going to evaporate.
And that brings up a question of, like, if your response is, okay, we overload one side, we try to get a pick onto someone from DSG, well, who are you getting that pick on because everyone seems to have either escape tools.
Whoever gets a little bit bored and wants to die, that's who. That's what you're depending on.
I'll wait for that to happen. I don't think it's going to.
It hasn't been a kill in a while. I'll take this 1v1. Wait, there's people in that brush.
Oh, no.
That's what you're hoping for. Let's be honest. You're down 8K, and the Azir is Thanos at this point. They have both Thanos and Thanatos. It's not fair.
They are stacking
very overpowered.
They are stacking up some overpowered stuff right now, my friends. 8,000 gold lead, Soul Point for C9. I think at this point, you're just looking for them to close the game out cleanly. I think if you're Disguised, you're thinking about what to do in game 2. I think that Disguised needs to just get a red marker and over their mini-maps, put a big X wherever Otacon decides to spawn. This objective really did just derail their entire successful early game that we were praising so much.
LTA lose to Otacon. They're embracing the brand change here.
We're not the Bard region. We're the lose to Otacon region. No!
Well, the Bard is also doing pretty well this game.
The Bard is doing great.
Vulcan's 0-1 and 12. That's 6 out of 7 kill participation. That's what, like 86% KP? That's really good.
He's doing good.
Yeah.
Go.
Okay, let's see how fast they close this one out, though, because they do not have Baron, so they're continuing to just push the waves up. They're not making any real major progress towards cracking into the base, breaking through that tier 3 turret line.
So, I mean, DSG obviously very behind. We already knew that this was going to have to be an upset if they were to pull it off. So let's talk a little bit about some of the big upsets in NA history. Obviously, you know, this would be ranking up there if they were to win a series against Cloud9. But we've had some big ones over the years.
Okay, Thanatos wanting to jump in on Castle here, who has to flash away after his stasis just to guarantee that he survives. For the rest of Cloud9 now continuing to try to disengage. XU not going to hit a target there with a Glacial Prison, and Blabber jumps in for the Cyclone onto 3. Got to be a little bit careful here, but he still has the Guardian Angel. Loki with another massive shuffle. This man knows his Azir, and he finds the angle yet again, setting up the triple kill for Sven. And this is exactly that opportunity I was talking about for C9 to crack the base.
Loki's shuffles have been so sick this game. Even with Blabber going in, you're like, okay, is he in trouble? Is he in trouble? No. Loki is there to follow up. This Azir is such a massive comfort pick for him. And it really started with that play onto Castle, right? Because that gave them so much space to kind of push in on this top side of the map, completely take it over. And yeah, the greatest upsets, I don't think it's going to happen here in game 1.
No?
No.
That's a bold prediction.
Yeah.
So let's talk about it. To me, it's interesting because these are some of the greatest upsets that people were kind of asked around, you know, the casters and whatnot. To me, though, the one that comes to mind when I think of the biggest upset is still Clutch versus TSM.
In 2019,
Exactly. Even though it was not maybe like records-wise one of the craziest ones, at that point, TSM had just made every finals in a row. It was, I believe, over 10 in a row at that point. And it was just not something that you could really comprehend, TSM losing before finals.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest one still to me is the one all the way on this left side with that TSM roster where everyone was like, oh man, this TSM is so bad, like Yellow Star doesn't look like he fits with the team, blah, blah, blah. And meanwhile, this IMT team was just raising through the LCS, and then they ended up upsetting them in playoffs. That was still the biggest one to me. I thought of TSM Clutch too. I did leave it off this graphic because their records were so similar, but when I think of LCS upsets, that is the one that actually stands out in my mind the most.
You know, we have the voting for a Narrows drafts. I'm going to have to vote remake on that graphic for Emily. Because it didn't include Clutch versus TSM.
I vote Clutch versus TSM in there too. Records be damned.
Fresh, always remember.
Yeah, that was the one that in my mind stood out the most, and then I saw the record.
Hakuo Thresh and Huni Lucian,
like,
for two very different reasons, are the ones that I associate most with upsets in NA.
Yeah, Hakuo Thresh was the absolute value of Huni Lucian. Like, that was...
Can we chart that out on a graph?
Yeah, there's like a mathematical proof for Hakuo Thresh as C9 are going for the Baron here. 33 minutes on the clock. DSG on the approach, but this Baron's going to be gone by the time they can even move forward. Tempered Fate there onto XU, sets him up to be a potential target as Blabber moves forward, loses about half his health bar here as Thanatos wants to wrap around from the side here with a public execution. Blabber still spinning around with a Cyclone. He's got the Guardian Angel, and he doesn't even need it. A double kill for Thanatos as the third one comes through there for Sven. Castle and Rahel in full retreat as C9 now have the Baron on all 5 players. Vulcan with a nice magical journey to slow down Rahel and Castle both, and the rest of the team is ready to follow up. The middle inhibitor turret is gone. The inhibitor is going to follow. Yes, Castle managed to stay alive. Yes, he still has the equalizer, but it's not going to be enough to save these Nexus turrets. Cloud9's just going to melt through them. Disguised had a good early game, but they gave Cloud9 an inch and they took a mile. It's a 21-8. 16,000 gold win.
I mean, we know exactly how long that game went well for because it went well until Otacon spawned. So they had 20 minutes that went well. How did they get more than that, Lounge?
Decision making around Otacon. They love Otacon.
I would also say the first fight, the Grubs fight, was bad for DSG. It was good for Cloud9, and the Grubs are up by where Otacon eventually spawned.
Ooh, that's a good point.
All I'm going to say...
Foreshadowing.
True. All I'm going to say, Kobe, is you were talking about Doombot scaling decision-making throughout the game.
Oh!
It was the opposite for DSG. It was the opposite, but let's hear it.
Good position, Rumble door.
Ult in bush.
Yeah. I'm going.
I'm looking Yone. Yeah, looking Yone.
I've
Keep front, guys. Yeah. Nebulous.
Yeah, I've Watching.
Rumble no flash. Yeah, I'm watching you, Bar. I'm chasing.
Look, you're dead.
I'm chasing. Rumble no flash.
We can end.
I have portal on bars here, guys.
Okay, I'm looking then.
B6 seconds. Yeah, flash, but maybe can't use.
Kill.
Great way to end the game. So, okay, we were talking about the Otacon. I think that we are going to update this. How's your toast? How much did C9 cook disguised? The early game, it was like this. They weren't doing like that hot. It was actually
like it wasn't.
It might have been even there
on the graph.
Pre 20 minutes. But then once Otacon happened, we ramped that up immediately.
What does it look like if Disguise are cooking Cloud9?
Well, we don't have the toast for that.
So,
we don't have the proper...
So is it like is it flour? Is it water? Is it like...
Yeah, it's a pre-baked loaf. Yeah, that's what it is. But no, by the end, we did unfortunately get to there. I did predict that C9 would win the first 2 in my 3-1 prediction. So I
specified
which ones.
Okay.
I figured C9 get a little lax, they get a little comfortable, and then Disguise can strike
I got some bad news for you, though.
Yeah?
Otacon does spawn in every game that gets the 20 minutes. That gets the 20 minutes.
It worked out for them 3 of the 4 times against Dig last week. So they just decided to keep running it back.
Run the lower third again. They won 5-2.
No, we're not doing that.
Games.
What pissed me off, by the way, is anybody that's going to go through Leaguepedia or like, so they stumped them in this game. No! Roll the footage! That didn't happen!
Check the tapes.
Yes, you were playing really well and had a gold lead the early game here. It was, we can go through it. Like the Grubs fight looked good, the bottom, like,
they have an 800 gold lead before this fight that goes wrong, and then they still aren't even that far.
And Castle still gets a solo kill bot.
Actually, the Grub fight didn't look good.
Also, watch Vulcan and Loki here, because they continue to play well this game. I feel like Loki just completely takes over so many times, but Vulcan's setting it up a lot here on the Bard as well for Cloud9. But then it immediately started going the way of DSG. Castle getting some solo kills. They try to tower dive him. He gets a solo kill there as well, and then they started picking up kills. They got the dragons started stacking as well, getting those
this
kills.
Castle got fed, man.
Yeah, Castle was getting everything. This was really bad from Thanatos. The last replay we saw, him burning flash and hitting a wall, basically it was like a fail flash, into trying to like a fail dive, and he burned flash, and then XU comes up. That's just 3 successive fails, but 2 deaths that were really massive.
And he TP'd to this lane just to die again without flash up, without ult up. So that was when we were like, DSG can do it. And then like this play as well, DSG are able to get the dragon.
Blabber flying in for this re-engage as well.
Yep.
Was a little nuts.
Yeah. Nice spoiler, buddy. All right.
Boom.
I didn't watch that part yet.
We just watched the game, Raz.
He was getting a smoothie, but that was
on
of course. Yeah, I was counting it.
But
it's fine.
if you notice, all that was before the 20 minutes, before the Otacon, because that's when things fell apart for them. And man, DSG, they just love that objective, dude. It's like a magnet. They can't stay away from it.
Yeah, I just look at the gold here. They're up a Drake and 800 gold. It felt like they had momentum. They have good hard engage, but then Darkwings goes in through this entire team As they were saying during the cast, Otacon has shredded everyone, and then Loki was actually on point this entire time.
Yeah, I just didn't like how, A, they ripped it without any kind of vision or control around the river.
Yeah.
You have a poke Varus, so you want to be able to set it up so he can just start, like, getting the job done, poking as much as they can before the objective is, like, doing literally anything. But no, they're getting shredded. He didn't get any bit of poke down. Sejuani just gets chunked, so now she has to basically, quote-unquote, steal their own objective, but they lose the fight anyway. So I was like,
yeah. And there's 2 points I want to make, though,
strikes again.
on how Loki handled that game. Because that Otacon play, we saw the big Azir shuffle. He played very well. He got his Azir. Won't have it for the rest of the series, though. And I know that, like, we're already talking about Rookie of the Year. I think Loki's kind of the front runner, my front runner, at least for that.
Yeah, like you could say that. He might.
Yeah, games like this are why, but then you have to remember that that's Yone gone, that's Azir gone. So, like, 2 of Loki's most played champs and best, highest impact champs are off the table now.
So Inero was with us last weekend, and he kept saying, I'm really good at drafting game 1 and 2.
Okay.
And then, and then not so much after that.
Yeah.
So it very well could get dangerous for them as Fearless gets deeper.
I mean, chat said he was LeBron in that game.
Yeah, 63% agreed.
Not a bad draft, but spelled with an S. Every game brings us closer, one step closer to the LTA Championship in Dallas, Texas. Tickets are on sale, so reserve your seats now. Join us on September 27th and 28th to crown the best in the Americas. And if you can't wait that long, we're back here in the Riot Games Arena next Friday.
Woo! We're back!
Friday, September 5th. And that Saturday and Sunday, we'll also be celebrating Season 3 and the Trials of Twilight. Follow the link on screen or scan the QR code to purchase your tickets now.
Easily.
You would be.
Easily, Edward.
What's
Easily,
next?
Edward. Game 2! Right after this break.
Team Jacob.
Gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
Ready, set, go!
I'm at 47%.
Oh, I'm on 63%.
Man, I'm at 50%. Boom! 80%. Winner!
The Kia EV9 can go from 10% charge to 80% charge in just 24 minutes with DC fast charging.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, queuing in here. It's done. They're eating a lot of it. How much can you guys? They wasted all.
Look, young guys.
I'm gonna exhaust him. Fight. Look, young.
Nice. 10 seconds. Look, young guys.
If they do no flash. Let's go. Nice, Loki. Kill Rumble.
Let's look out, connect. Yeah. Kill, Loki. Nice, guys. Nice. Hey, pull here. We have time, okay?
Disguised had a good early game, but they gave Cloud9 an inch and they took a mile. It's a 21-8, 16,000 gold win.
touch the sky, we can make the sky. We are made to rise through the ring of fire in the darkest times. We are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah, we are soldiers, we are heroes, we are fighters. We can save you through the fire, through the blaze. We are gladiators, world dominators. Yeah.
I want a burger.
Welcome back. C9, DSG.
Yep.
What do you want to see, Raz?
I want to see
a big burger.
A big burger. You were just talking about it. I'm imagining.
You better explain this. Everyone watching is like, huh?
All I'm saying is that I've been eating burgers constantly. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what's been happening. So I've
But
been
you got
eating burger
Thai
mode.
last night. That's what you told us all, right?
I had a great burger.
Oh, okay. You did that. So maybe he lied to us. Maybe he lied.
I don't even remember. Anyways, that being said, we're going for game.
What does a draft burger look like for
I
C9?
don't know.
Yeah, what's a delicious burger draft?
Honestly, it would be the Azir game that happened. Like the Azir is an amazing.
Too bad. No more Azirs left
No
in
more
stock.
Then I'm not ordering a burger anymore.
I'll take a Oriana.
Annie burger?
I'll take Loki's Oriana.
I could see a Loki Annie burger.
Maybe. I think that's. Oh, and it's banned. It's not even an option.
Ah,
Out
man.
of stock. That being said, a lot's kind of out the table as a first pick traditionally. So like, Varus is gone. Azir that usually C9 would go for. A DSG priority, I wonder about.
I mean, I do think the Oriana is high prio because also it kind of dissuades you from wanting to pick the Talia.
Yeah.
Fun fact, that's a Xin Zhao ban, not a Darius ban. Thank you, Splash Shark Team.
Yeah, they do look very similar now.
Yeah, but you noted, Kobe, that's 2 gray streaks.
That's
I think that's
the secret. That's the hack to telling them apart.
I didn't think that was Darius.
Yeah.
Yeah, at first impression. I wonder what chat thinks though on that.
That's a good question, actually. I'll
Well,
check on that one.
also, pro teams are not banning Darius. Ever. I don't think.
Context clues.
Yeah, exactly. But anyways, we got the Vi split with the Talia I just talked about. The Oriana is good into it because range here is really nice for mid lane for the matchup. And so they're going to go for the Oriana regardless of the Vi being early picked.
I mean, Oriana Renekton is as cookie cutter as it gets for C9. Like, in terms of drafting for fit or just drafting for comfort,
oh, nice.
C9 is drafting for comfort, I feel like, with those first 2 picks. And that's not a bad thing.
Yeah. And it's like generally a good way to take away from the combo. Oh, that's interesting.
Whoa.
So a few things already happened very quickly. Yes, nerf Gwen. So the big nerf, of course, is 3 armor down, but also you are halving your initial slow from the initial 60 to now 30%.
Rank 1 is 30% now. It still scales up.
Yeah.
Rank 3 will be 60%, but yeah, it definitely is a big nerf to the early game. That plus the armor that you mentioned. Going against Renekton, Renekton does take advantage of that.
It's going to be very tough. But interesting now that they got the Galio in there. I think one of my favorite picks for Darkwings. It's like already pretty much a setup composition around playing through sides. So interested on that one with the Trundle being picked from C9.
And a very short range composition so far for DSG. They have the ability to get in there with like the Vi Galio, but they don't have a lot of ranged damage following it up right now. So Oriana, I think gets even more value here. I know the Gwen can kind of like dodge a lot of that. The Galio has magic resist and the magic shield, but if they just keep trying to kite back, like C9, they're looking at very low range right now.
I'm a big fan of the first 3 from C9. Even though it was from them just blind picking both of their solo laners, the answers being Galio Gwen, when I feel like both Galio and Gwen will probably lose lane early, to the 2 blind pick champions from C9. Anero, he's new. He's LeBron.
LeBron James is drafting
He
for this
said
one.
his number 1 and 2 games are pretty dang good.
He just knew that they'd answer with
Then he
Galio
dropped
Glass.
off his confidence a little bit after that. But DSG, very clearly, we call this a dive composition.
They
So
wanna
you're starting
dive.
to think about stuff that's going to go like Kaisa with it, some sort of other engage. Since they banned Alistar, I think they want Rel, because Alistar is always a good answer into the Rel, and then you just go Kaisa Rel bottom lane. But they could shake it up and go a little bit more spicy. But that's what I'm kind of picturing here for DSG, since they're looking at an Orianna that is a low mobility carry, and they're just going to go full dive. Oh, they banned the Rel themselves.
And they are against Trundle, so there's a chance that they don't want to go with a melee engage support.
Trundle already has some other good targets too for his ultimate, so I don't think the Trundle's gonna
good
be too
Trundle
sad.
game.
I do like the Rakan takeaway, just because Rakan is such an easy delivery with Vi, Galio, so the Orianna will have a lot of trouble. It's probably going to be roaming mid, and I think in the hands of Uhi, he's quite good at it. But the Nico support pick is very good with what C9 has to offer.
And right now, I mean, the only other engaged supports, I'm looking at Leona as an option, but like playing that into the Nico, it is at least non-committal engaged if you throw that out. They have the
What about
Kaisa, so they are going
Nautilus?
for that.
Nautilus is not engaged
room.
before, bro.
There we go.
Oh, that's a good combo.
No, this is one of those games where every hook Nautilus lands, he dies. Like, he, the Nautilus, dies. Because he's so squishy in this team comp.
But there's a lot of follow-up. This is the most interesting thing for me, is the Kaisa being added to this, where if Galio gets something going, if Vi goes in, Galio can follow up, Kaisa can follow up. A pick is very much real. And so the Xayah, I think, was an inevitability.
Good pick.
The Orianna is going to need a lot of protection, especially if she gets put on side. So that's a worry for me, but I still like C9 composition a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, what you're saying, Ryan, it sounds like a good death for Nautilus.
Yeah.
You get in there,
True.
you get the engage off. Because, yeah, it is going to be hard for the dive to get out, but they're full dive here, so that's what you got to do. That's what you got to play for.
Sure, I'm going to say this is a not bad draft.
Ooh.
Azale, what do you
for
think?
Cloud9.
For Cloud9.
I'm even going to say it's good.
Yeah, not bad wasn't an option,
We have
Jad.
good, bad, or remake.
Yeah, there's only good,
Guys.
bad, and really bad.
Yeah.
3 options, you missed them all.
There's no not bad. You have to commit. You have to commit.
Well, so far, Anero has been 1 for 1, according to chat.
True.
And we are going to have you guys voting again this game. We'll bring it up, but the 3 options are going to be good, bad, or remake that you're going to be voting on. So we'll see if Anero can go 100% on his drafts in this series.
Yeah, remember game number 1, it was 63% good, 10% bad, 27% remake. So nearly 2/3 of responses
That's a good.
were
that's a
supporting
good.
That's a
Anero.
check in the
Yeah.
box.
Yeah, and I think this draft has a lot of tools to deal. Like obviously the Xayah pick is going to be the most obvious one. Coming in as the 5th pick, she's going to be able to handle herself pretty well with the tools she has against this kind of mega dive comp coming out with the Vi, the Galio, and the Kaisa all trying to get in on you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to me, the kind of like premier support against this is always Renata, but Nico is very, very powerful with the counter engage as well, because when you are playing these sort of dive comps, you have 4 melee champions and then Kaisa, which is short range, and you all naturally are piling in on one person for a 5-man Pop Blossom, right? And then the Shockwave, and like all of these tools there are going to make things really, really difficult. So you've got to be very precise about how you engage, where you fight. But spam now in chat. How did Anero draft? Is it good, bad, or is it a remake for this C9 draft here? Game 1, he got a good. He's passing so far. He's going to keep his job for another day.
They did bring it up, but he did say it's games 1 and 2 that he thinks he's like the LeBron of drafting. It's game 3 where the wheels end up coming off. And I believe that was in the Shopify series. That kind of the anti-Yone comp coming out of Shopify.
Where, to quote Anero, he said he needed to be shot for that draft.
Yes, he did. His words, not ours.
Okay.
In-game.
Well,
in-game only.
Yeah.
For Disguised, I think you really are fine playing the early game with like the same confidence that you did in game number 1. Like if Disguise first 20 minutes of the game go as good as they did in game number 1, they'll be happy with that. You just need to forget that Otacon is there.
Yep, absolutely. And Jack, believing in his coach, voted good again.
Nice.
That's 2 for 2. Good votes. We'll have to see if they start losing. Will Jack, will the tides turn? Is he going to be spamming remake in chat?
That will actually be funny as hell if the team owner spams remake at the coach's trap.
I'm sure he's felt that sometimes. Whether or not he will spam it in chat is a different question.
Exactly. That's why it would be so funny.
A personal conversation instead, like we need to talk.
No, I think it's way funnier to do it in Twitch chat.
It is.
You
Do you think
he'd
get the chatters on his side?
Yeah, he would.
Yeah.
He very likely would.
So last game, we saw XU making some plays early, having a lot of presence in the early game, and here in game 2, he's on the Vi, which is another champion that he can very much do that with. But he's up against Trundle, who is so good at fighting into these champions who have a lot of their power budget spent on target access and gap closing like Vi does. Because as soon as you're in melee range of Trundle, he's going to beat you. That's just what he's designed to do.
As soon as you're in melee range of him, he's in melee range of you.
Yeah, exactly.
Just wailing on you with a club.
So for XU, the decision-making is still just as critical as it was last game. He needs to be making these plays, he needs to be aggressive, needs to be facilitating for the team, but he will be punished very heavily if he doesn't make the right calls.
I like that quote. I cheer for whichever team winning makes the funniest result. Hashtag DSG win. I respect it. I respect it. That's a chaotic chatter.
Chaos, yeah.
Dark Wings down to 200 HP and almost no mana. Loki singing the same song, though, as both junglers decide to pass through mid on their way down bottom, looking for the next Scuttle Crab opportunity here. But let's see, XU and Huhi going after Blabber, but the dredge line doesn't lollipop to hit him, so Blabber just casually walks away from it, and that Scuttle Crab belongs to C9.
Yeah, first time ever that a Nautilus hook has not cheated to actually grab on. That was kind of crazy. Nicely done by Blabber, though. XU, obviously, you're not going to be able to win the 1v1. So, you want to be able to be on the opposite side of the map after you're clear. Blabber ends up getting both of those scuttles and is actually way ahead now already.
Thanatos forced to flash here nice and early. We saw last game, Thanatos not playing respectfully enough of Castle in the early game, dying a couple of times there in solo death situations as Ambessa into the rumble of Castle. And now here early on, Castle's Gwen has forced a level 4 flash out of Thanatos on the Renekton. So Castle individually having some strong laning prowess here in these first couple of games.
Yeah, and Castle in game 1 was a really big power point around which they could play, right, on the Rumble. If this Gwen gets ahead, despite the nerfs, she can still be a massive problem.
Yeah, he's going to live, but that is a bit unfortunate for Castle. He should be able to push in the wave, but it does mean, of course, that Thanatos is going to be able to TP back, and you will not have that Ignite. That being said, Ignite, not that long of a cooldown, and you will be very happy with how this lane is gone, because you will be able to get in on that crash. The first TP takes forever, so it's not really that threatening. Prior to TP taking a literal year to complete, it used to be a lot easier on these waves if someone overstayed a bit to actually punish them by TPing in aggressively and trying to hold that wave, but you can't really do it anymore these days, except in very rare circumstances.
I'll also be interested to see how much, hold on now, Huhi hits a dredge line, Sven under a little bit of pressure down here, loses about half HP. How much focus C9 puts onto collapsing multiple players towards Castle since he has no flash in this game. Rahel and Huhi continuing to try to chase further forward. Huhi with a flash for the passive lockup into the dredge line on Vulcan. But C9 staying calm, staying cool, not using their own flashes. Now Huhi has no summoner spells. Rahel doesn't have his cleanse. And once C9 goes back to base and shop, they'll have double flashes to try to make a play of their own.
Now I will say, especially had Huhi gotten the flash out, it would have been very worthwhile because he's playing Spellbook, right? So trading those summoners out is actually pretty valuable for you. But the fact that Vulcan held his nerve, did not actually respond with his own flash, means that it is quite nice for Cloud9 down in that bot lane. But still, Huhi will have the teleport, so he can get around on the map. And I wonder if they would want to TP for a 3-man dive top. They're going to go for it.
Okay, let's see it. XU not level 6. Thanatos popping the early dominance. It'll help him clear the wave. It'll stack up his Fury, make it that much harder for Disguise to get anything done here. Yes, XU can jump in with a Vault Breaker, but if you Vault Break in on Renekton just on your own as a level 5 Vi, you're not going to get anything done, and Thanatos can walk away.
Yeah, you won't be able to kill him there clearly after he cleared out the wave, but what it does do is say, hey, I was here, you have to be scared, right? So he is a little bit nervous about walking up. Thankfully, they had a ward in the Pixel Brush in the river, so I think he saw XU on the exit. But at the very least, they put a little bit of pressure on. They get a plate. They're trying to look for these aggressive plays. I mean, they TP'd Huhi up. They moved Darkwings up through that river, so they really were trying to look for something here. But at the end of the day, it is just the ulti being forced out, and Castle is with his ultimate up and available and almost has the ignite. So, Thanatos does have to be careful if the wave is pushing away from him, because Castle might be able to find an angle for an all-in.
Yeah, and we'll see if Darkwings also potentially could find, because again, if Castle finds a good opening, Darkwings can always cheat up like he was doing there to see if he can ult in as the Galio. This composition does have a lot of ways where if one person dives in, another one can.
So we've got the updated results. 75% of people saying it was a good draft, only 7.5% saying bad, and 17.5% still on the remake train, but the numbers are going up. It was 63% good for game 1, 75% good for game 2.
I think that tracks, because we already talked about specifically with the Xayah and the Trundle, and to even some extent the Nico, right? How many answers they have for the dive that DSG are bringing out against them. One thing that
LeBron-esque draft, if you will.
Yeah, I guess. That's what he said, right?
Yeah.
Those are his words.
He says he's the LeBron of drafting in 30% of games.
Okay, well, C9 is going after the grubs here with 8.5 minutes on the clock. Thanatos trying to get back to the Tier 1 turret on the bottom side to defend that one as the wave is crashing in. Castle using Needlework here to force the ulti back out of Sven. Still hitting him with a little bit more damage here from the snip, but cannot actually threaten his life. Thanatos will defend about half of the remaining HP on this Tier 1 turret in the bottom lane. But the first Drake and all 3 grubs have gone to Cloud9 here in the early game, so it's a nice start for them. Castle now could be under a little bit of pressure, but XU is hanging around, waiting in the wings. C9 are not going to overcommit to this. Instead, just putting enough damage into the turret to get the plate and then backing away.
Honestly, well played by both teams. XU was there to cover, but C9 clearly read, hey, jungle could be top. If we actually commit to this dive, it could go really bad for us. So XU was sitting back. Now they're going to look on Thanatos.
Yeah, Thanatos gets hit with the depth charge, forced to use the ulti defensively here as Rahel continues pumping damage into this Renekton. And now Thanatos will once again back away. He does not have to use the flash, but he's in some pretty dire straits here. And he still has 50 seconds left on his teleport, which is just enough of a timer to not want to go back home just yet. So he will hang around down here in this lane. He'll clear out this wave and manage to hold his ground.
Okay, we'll be able to clear out the wave. They don't look for a redive or anything. They want to keep their tempo up and get back going on the map. But I like the pressure that they're putting on Thanatos here because, yes, when you're looking at the comps as far as 5v5, you're thinking, well, this is going to be pretty difficult for DSG to actually pull off a dive onto this Xayah, onto this Orianna with all the counter engage that is available on the C9 side. So you have to think about, well, how do we actually spread the map? How do we, make this not a 5v5? Well, it's putting the Renekton behind so that Gwen can be a split push threat. So I do like the thought process there because if Castle can be getting solo kills and drawing multiple members to him, all of a sudden, C9 doesn't have those 5 members together where they can just kind of easily answer what your comp wants to do.
Huhi trying to get a little bit of control for vision down here in the bottom side as Rahel is getting that wave shoved up. Huhi's got to make sure that nobody from C9 is coming down to collapse. Honestly, very surprised, 10.5 minutes into the game, we still have no kills for either side. It has been a very quiet game in terms of the actual PvP action happening, but that also makes it that much more important that C9 has been able to control the neutral objectives so far. If kills aren't impacting the state of the game, aren't impacting the lead, then that means those objectives are worth even more. Huhi, nice use of the dredge line there, and now Sven has already used the ult. He's got to try to get away. XU wanted to ult him, but the failure of the positioning means he's stuck underneath the turret. XU dies first. It ends up being a 1-for-1.
Yeah, sometimes the turret can claim a victim if you are trapped underneath it like that. Turret doing some work for C9, just as you called out. We hadn't had a lot of early action. I think because both teams have been trading positions on the map, right? Like DSG had pushed into this top side. They weren't able to get that kill, so C9 were able to take the Drake off of it. As we see this replay, of a set play from DSG that goes wrong. As that hook lands, Sven is able to get back with his ult, and then, yeah, XU is just trapped under that, ends up taking too many turret shots. They do end up getting Sven in the end, so it is a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, not too bad. You know, it is that 1-for-1 as you say, but unfortunately, Sven gets the kill, and it was in at 3v2. You're spending a fair number of resources to make it happen, but at the very least, they got flash and ult off Sven, so maybe they can look for a redive here.
Now Thanatos is the one who, again, is under pressure. Pops the Dominus, flashes away so that the Vault Breaker cannot find a target. They really do just want to keep all of this pressure on Thanatos, but he's done a great job at absorbing it so far, and this particular absorption of pressure creates the space for Blabber to secure another Drake. That is the third neutral objective in a row for C9.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's almost like we're watching a replay, right, of what had happened earlier when DSG were trying to make a play on that top side, don't end up getting the kill, and then C9 are able to trade for yet another Drake.
Yeah, and you could see they wanted to try to keep that pressure moving down here in the bottom side too as Blabber and Loki step up. They force another plate down off of the turret. They use the subjugate, seeing if they might be able to scare Darkwings into maybe panic flashing. Rahel in a bad spot though, and Sven just bounces those feathers off of his corpse. It's another easy one for C9.
Yeah, he just barely didn't have his ult, and of course he did not have his flash that they used in that earlier play, so does get picked off, a bit of a risky spot to be walking in, and does get punished for it. And while we've talked a lot about top lane, quietly, Loki is up 775 gold in mid lane, you know, in what mostly has been an isolated 1v1. So he's been building very big advantages here over Darkwings, and that is a big concern because now, you know, Sven is getting ahead off these last couple kills. Orianna is just free scaling and is also going to be really problematic.
And that Rahel death right there just puts that much more importance on the botched play bottom from Disguised when they tried to dive and go after Sven, because Rahel's flash is down, like you say, Isaac, because he had to flash forward to get in range for a Cathian Rain after they did not secure the initial kill onto Sven. If he still has the flash there, you flash over the wall, you walk away. It's not just one kill from C9, it's 2 kills from C9 that have now resulted directly from that play not being where it needed to be.
And Sven now just cashed out his call. Of course, that eventually is going to happen for Rahel. But as of now, 760 gold for him. You know, it's still that 600-700 in the mid lane for Loki that it's bouncing back and forth between as they pick up waves. Really, the only point of power right now is Castle. And so that means C9 are going to be able to put more resources into punishing him.
Okay, Blabber's made his way in. Now Castle's in a pretty rough spot. He fires off some needlework. Thanatos knows he's the only one that Castle could possibly try to threaten with that. So he just makes sure that he sidesteps away from it. Third kill of the game for C9. That's Feat of Warfare. That's 2 out of 3 feats. That's the empowered boots as well.
And I think Blabber up.
And now, though, a little bit of a problem. Nice punish there from Disguise. Vulcan walked up. Did not expect who he and XU waiting there for him.
Yeah, and this means actually that Dark Wings is, as we see, going to be able to take that entire tier 1 on the bot side uncontested. I was just about to praise Blabber because I think he's done a really good job of not only staying up in farm where XU's been trying to make more aggressive plays with his lanes, but then has had some really clutch pillars to kind of set up a lot of these catches that did lead to that Feat of Warfare for C9.
Okay, XU starting up the Herald here, but he's got to be a little bit careful who he and Rahel coming up to try to assist, but Sven zoning Rahel away as now Blabber has to be concerned about his own mid laner. Loki flashing back over the wall down to about 1/3 HP. Darkwings trying to escape now, an aggressive Xayah ulti denies that escape route. Sven picks up his 3rd kill of the game. This Xayah is quickly becoming a problem for Disguise.
It is a really big problem. I feel like that entire fight was decided by Sven. He pushed out Rahel, didn't allow him to get in, then gets over there with the aggressive Xayah, gets the kill on a Darkwings who used his flash aggressively. Sven is starting to take over, and so are C9.
Yep, they are just going to hard force this tier 1 turret in mid lane. They picked up the Herald. They didn't even need to use it here. They have the 3 grubs from earlier for all that extra turret taking power, and quickly things are starting to run away from Disguised.
Yeah, and as C9 snowballs this out, it's going to become even more difficult for DSG to get onto key priority targets, right? Like we've seen already how they've been trying to get onto Sven. It has not worked out. As we see this replay again, just watch Sven, like you said, completely kind of takes Rahel out of this. And then when the Galio comes in, even with the taunt, Sven is able to get a massive pullback after his ultimate completely killing off Dark Wings and giving them full control over this Rift Herald.
And I mean, with Rahel not there, Castle not there, your 3-man squad is Nautilus, Galio, and Vi. And after they spend their spells at the start, like, there's no more damage coming, right? Like, nothing else is happening there. So they just don't have enough left in the tank to get it done. But I wanted to talk a little bit about, well, I'm not going to do it just yet, as another graphic just came up. But
look at that damage from Sven.
There you go. Look at that damage. C9 Spring versus Summer.
Oh,
that
no.
has been a little bit of a topic of conversation. People kind of have the C9 and Summer meme, where they have had more of their struggles, I would say, traditionally, in Summer versus Spring. They always have been more of that Spring team. 3 of their 4 championships were in Spring. Of course, you think back to 2020, where they were so dominant in Spring and they didn't even qualify for Worlds in Summer.
Once again, Thanatos is the target. In flies Rahel with a killer instinct, and that will be enough to get it done. Castle manages to get away from the turret before that last shot would have killed him off. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, C9 is deciding to make their move over here with the Herald ready to charge into the tier 2 turret. Blabber and Vulcan stepping forward. Darkwings and Huhi wanted to try to punish Loki for driving the thing in there, but now it's Castle who's going to be in some serious danger. Remember that the Gwen does not have his ulti for the extra healing, so that means that he's going to fall now too, and C9 forces down the tier 2.
Again, it feels like every time DSG are trying to get something done on this top side, C9 is taking so much more on the map in mid and in particular in bot, right? Like, they drop that Herald bot. Even when Castle is able to TP in, they're immediately on him. He's able to do nothing to stop them and ends up dying for it.
And I mean, not only is the gold getting out of hand, you are on Soul Point here for Hextech Soul. Objective bounties are spawning. Cloud9 definitely running away with this one.
And what you were talking about earlier, Isaac, is even more true now. The biggest individual gold lead in this game is Loki's Orianna over the Galio of Darkwings. 2.1 thousand, exactly. And Zhonya's Hourglass, second item with the Seraph's Embrace first. We were talking about how this composition is so good at dealing with the dive. Loki's probably going to be the main target because of how difficult it is to send all of your burst, all of your dive onto Xayah. Well, hey, man, Seraph's Embrace and Zhonya's Hourglass, it doesn't get much better than that for stuffing those attempts.
Absolutely. And before we get into another fight, I want to go back to the Spring versus Summer thing, because this is kind of the discussion here where, this year, clearly, they have been the team battling at the top with FlyQuest. FlyQuest, had been dominating everyone but C9, and these two teams have been going back and forth. And coming into the elimination phase, the expectation was clearly it's C9 and Fly, way better than everyone. They're guaranteed to be, playing each other in the upper bracket. Was not the case.
C9 looking to make their next move now as Castle and X, you have to try to escape. Blabber's Pillar going to start things off here for the C9 attempt as Thanatos is wrapping around with the dominance. The revenge of Renekton. He's been focused all game long, and now he's going to get focused again. The damage is not enough to finish him off, though, and it's one kill going the way of C9 as Darkwings wants to arrive, but the damage from the Cloud9 carries is way too much. Rahel will at least get one back there onto Blabber as he falls, but it's another 3-for-1 trade, and it's 2 more kills on Sven Xayah.
We saw it with Castle first. We see it with Darkwings there. Whenever someone tries to join these fights from DSG, C9 just have they're ahead, but they just have so many tools to be able to deal with it. And yeah, I mean, C9 are just absolutely rolling over this game.
Look at the bright side. DSG can't throw out Otacon in this game.
Well, that's what I was about to say. If you're
C9
disguised,
is probably going to try to take it first.
if you're disguised, your best chance to come back into the game just spawned. We have seen greater throws at Otacon, and it looks like C9 might just decide to go to the pit of doom immediately after spawn. They're going to start this one up. Problem for disguise, though.
Too good.
Nobody's in the neighborhood. Nobody is anywhere nearby this thing, and with how much damage the Xayah is already doing, I don't think there's going to be an Otacon throw on the menu for this one.
Nope. Now we have to wait for the Drake Soul fight. And
we don't have to wait long.
DSG has to hope that they get a miracle setup.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a 22-minute Soul. We can watch this one more time. This is way back to that earlier play where they are looking for this long chase down. And we did see, the eventual call, for this teleport to come in. They're trying to look to turn. They almost are able to actually burst down the Renekton. This is when the teleport comes in. But unfortunately, when the teleport started, it looked okay. When the teleport ends, it is your Uber Eats is here. Some fried chicken delivered to Cloud9 as the Galio goes down in a hurry.
And yeah, they got the 1 kill at the very end of the play for at least something, but still, it doesn't feel great. C9 also went from, I think, about 12 flowers to 27, 28 from that Otacon take, so all of that extra adaptive force being added on top of these 3 Drakes, these 3 Grubs, this 5,000 gold lead that's already manifested. And we've got less than 60 seconds now until that Dragon Soul spawns. For the side of Disguise, you cannot afford to give this over. And to add insult to injury, it's the Hex Soul as well, which is just going to make it that much more difficult to try to deal with these carries that are already insanely fed. 2-0-4 on the Orianna, 5-1-1 on the Xayah. Both of these guys are a problem, and Disguised is struggling to find an answer.
I mean, I think this is more the expectation people had coming into this series, that this was supposed to be one of the teams battling at the very top versus one of our teams who, though DSG has definitely improved, has been a bottom team throughout the year.
Yeah, and I mean, I think they, especially in Game 1, which looked a lot better, in this game, it really is just every time they're trying to make a play, C9 has gotten something better on the other side.
And now we're going to start up the fight immediately as the Dragon spawns. He's the one who has to absorb the initial potential engage there from C9. Castle is behind the Cloud9 lines as Thanatos is just going to walk through, find him there with a slice and dice to try to get back away. Dark Wings trying to lock up Thanatos, but he won't find him. C9 splitting somewhat. Blabber keeping aggro there on the Dragon as Thanatos escapes while the rest of the team wants to cover. He makes the engage. Sven getting away. Darkwings wants his heroic entrance while both junglers are battling over the Dragon. Back in the pit, Thanatos down to 50 HP, but Castle's going to be killed first instead. He's still barely hanging on. One more auto attack from Loki's going to seal the deal on him as he goes golden for just a moment, and Sven cleans up everybody else. At least XU was able to steal away the Drake Soul, but the problem is it's going to cost him the whole damn team. Loki chasing after Darkwing, the last man standing falls, and Thanatos and Blabber are already pushing down mid.
I mean, Loki was making that look stylish, the flash sombrero on the ulti, going in, getting a triple. This man is fed, and he is playing like it.
He has been having an awesome series so far today. His Azir shuffles were incredible in game number 1, and now here in game number 2, he's playing Orianna like this.
Yeah, and as this fight splits up, really keep your eyes on Loki. Also keep your eyes on Thanatos when he ends up catching Castle on this top side. It's actually what ends up splitting the fight and kind of drawing it up towards the top side, which is what eventually ends up getting DSG into the pit where they're even in a position. He goes in onto Sven. Sven's able to completely get out. And then, yeah, I mean, Loki is just an absolute monster at this point. Able to Zhonya's there and then just clean up Rahel on the back half.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty clean for him. He comes out of the stasis. You can tell he's having fun. Little smirk there as he came out, puts the shield on his head, and then just R flash in on the enemy AD carry. How frustrating, though, for Castle. You know, he finds out Thanatos on this flank, gets him down to 50 HP, maybe.
Yeah,
and
very
little. So many of these fights where they just barely cannot finish the people off, and that is what League of Legends looks like when you get behind. There's just all these kind of what-if moments, unfortunately.
Ooh, nice block there with the pillar coming out from Blabber, but now he's the one in danger as Disguise get a punish kill there and take out the Cloud9 jungler right as Baron spawns. Problem is, XU and Castle are both very low after the affair, so it's not like Disguise can immediately try to make some kind of follow-up play.
That does mean that C9 can't start this Baron right now, though, right? So it does give DSG a potential window to start setting up here. And we'll see if they just reset and try it.
I
Yeah,
feel like you
might as well.
You are in
You're
a
7K
horrible
down.
spot. Yeah, exactly. You're giga far behind. Your comp
Here
is
we
hard
go.
into their comp. Like, this is the best chance you're getting. Go for it.
All right, they do have the Fed Kaisa as well. Rahel with 4 kills and 3 fully completed items. Thanatos using the Hex Gate to make his way in here, wrapping around on the flank. Disguised have the Baron down to 6,000 HP as C9 decide now is their moment to try to move in. The Baron's down to 1,000 HP. The objective bounty claimed. Disguised get the Baron, but now they got to try to get as many men out as they can. Blabber has finally respawned, making his way back forward, walks into the brush, finds XU. Rahel is already down. Make it 3 dead on the Disguise side, and it's about to be 4. Castle knows there's no way out from here. Darkwings will be the only one who escapes with the Baron buff intact as Sven gets a triple.
And he TP'd immediately down towards bot to see if he could find something, but Loki just answers immediately with his own TP. They do not want them picking up any bounties. They do not want them pushing out any waves. He just wants to shove this in, and make sure that they're getting nothing from this Red Bull Baron power play. You can see it's already negative 600. Yeah, it didn't work out, but they were close to getting a lot of those recalls off, and I fully respect the attempt. Like, when you're that far behind, you need to send it. If they had gotten 3 or 4 members out, that is like an amazing play from the position that you're in. And XU gets put really low. Loki had a good shockwave, and Sven was putting a lot of pressure on him, but they just can't create enough space to actually get the recalls off. Huhi's trying to buy time. Barely Rahel gets interrupted. Then, of course, XU on the top gets stopped by Blabber. No one can get out.
Yeah, Blabber comes back in time. They're able to get onto Castle here. As we see the rest of the fight play out, I do like the TP response from Loki. I thought that was really smart. Up as X.
We're already back into it. Loki under a little bit of pressure here from the heroic entrance. Meanwhile, Blabber's about to die once more. He'll be the first one to fall as Disguised are still scrambling in this fight. Vulcan goes in for the Pop Blossom, finds Huhi, and another lockup onto Castle, who drops next. Both solo laners already dead on the side of Disguised. And it looks like this one's the end of it. The ace, the quadra kill for Sven on the Xayah. It's a 5 for 2. It's the end of the game as C9 push down mid.
That's what I've come to expect from a LeBron-esque draft from Nick and Aerosmith.
It was
a really good draft.
It was not as close in the early game here in game number 2. C9 felt like they had control over this one from start to finish. It was a slow start early on. Not a very violent early game in this. It was, what, 12 minutes, 13 minutes before we even got a kill. But then C9, once they got ahead, they stayed ahead and suffocated Disguised out of this second game.
Yeah, they had all the tools to be able to deal with what Disguised were throwing at them. And now I'm curious to see if the Lounge also thought that was a LeBron-esque draft. Because I didn't hear from you guys initially. You just said not bad.
To defend myself.
Defend.
You guys changed the verbiage. It is SH expletive T.
What could that be?
And not that word.
Yeah.
So I just said bad instead of that word. So I was using the original Nick and Aerosmith safe for air term.
He's been talking about this for the past 30 minutes.
Which means
yeah,
good.
Really,
it means good.
You should have committed to the expletive.
I literally said good.
Okay,
Which also
that's
means
the
good.
wrong verbiage then. We agree.
Good point.
Not good point.
Look like you
Slowly. Buy first. I think they're trolling. They're trolling. I'm dead. So kill front. Yeah, hit front. Gwen. Look Gwen. Okay, I will go on him.
Look again. Look down. I'm looking Gwen first.
Cancel flash, okay? But she has guns still.
Yeah.
Looks good. Hit front. Cancel ult.
Kaiser. Nice guys.
That's okay.
Maybe end. Can we end?
Was that a good pillar, Kobe?
Was it a good death?
I thought it was a good death.
They won the game off of it.
It was a good death.
I commissioned during the beginning/middle of the game. I commissioned a drawing from Kangas.
I gotta add an R though.
Of the Trundle pillars.
Rawr. There we go. Rawr.
You have this going, putting up a pillar and going raw.
Yeah, I know it's rawr.
Well, hold that up.
You know, you didn't tell me what commission you wanted, Kobe. I'm used to another kind of commission.
Well, at the beginning of the game, the point is, Blabber had a lot of really good pillars.
Yeah.
He had the really good pillar early on Rahel to get Sven some early kills.
Raz's mind is in the dirt.
It's a pillar. Look, it looks kind of like a trophy, actually.
I can't take you anywhere.
The best part is you were like, I'm not going to draw it because I don't want to draw the pillar.
Yeah, I'm not drawing the pillar, so you draw the pillar.
I mean, look at that.
Man.
I'm going to try to get it together. I had one
Here you
too.
go, Raz.
Okay, the trundle actually is a little suspect. I don't know what's going on.
Meanwhile, I went a much better direction. I went towards Loki's comment.
Oh, yours looks great.
But Raz, he ran phase rush, not comment.
Oh,
come on. Hey.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point, Dad. But
that's daddy to you.
I'm sorry. I see this more. But yes, Loki had an incredible game. So far, he is like player of the series candidate. Please show someone else's face, not me.
No, I want to see that. Look at how detailed that is. That's a great comment.
That's a good, safe for air drawing.
That is a beautiful comment from Loki. DSG is the Earth that's about to hit, and you can see in these fights. I mean, this is the one where Sven really stepped up, and Sven also had a really good game.
Yeah, this is the sombrero one. This is a big moment, man. That's so cool.
Watch it.
Boom. Boom.
Woo.
But
Oh my
okay,
God.
that moment's cool. Sven free firing the entire time is actually, I think, the bigger impact. And he was able to free fire a lot on the Xayah, doing insane damage.
Yeah, I mean, Sven had a good end to game 1. He had a really good end to game 2. But I agree.
I didn't expect that.
I feel like it's Loki who's making the big plays. In his Azir game, he had all the giant shuffles. In the Orianna game, he dominated lane phase, dominated the team fights. He didn't get all the kills, but holy crap, he's playing well.
Yeah, it's amazing. I felt the same thing about his last series that, of course, they got upset in. The first game, amazing. And a lot of the time, it's like, don't give him Azir, or if you're giving him an Azir, you just know that's just not going to be your game. And then I wonder if the consistency is going to be there going forward, because I feel like it's been an amazing split from him. And, I mean, he's cooking them right now.
So, Raz, how often does Loki's comment come around? Because Loki's comment already showed itself in game 1 and game 2.
It's a brace for impact. Brace for impact. It's still gonna hit.
It's still in the air. It's
Yes.
not,
It's not
like it's circled the whole Earth in that game.
So this is all one showing of Loki's
Exactly.
comment.
In the process
the
of
DSG dinosaurs are looking up and they know what's coming.
Well, that's an asteroid, not a comet. But I do want to catch how toasted were toast. That was way toasted. They were like
max
over
end.
here, yeah. Like that was
Game
before
1
20
made us
minutes.
think it was a series.
Leave a little bit of room though, so not the very last full toasted one, you know?
Okay.
It's gotta be like the whole series is over, or like 0 kills, perfect game maybe for that one.
Well,
we're not handing out the full 10.
I gotta say, this is overly toasted over here for sure. You won't get yours overly toasted though. Don't miss any LTA action when you get your favorite foods delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. Scan the QR code on screen, click the link in chat, or the Uber Eats button on lolesports.com to access the Champions Shop featuring exclusive deals and 50% off of Uber Eats. That's a big chunk. Game 3 is coming up right after the short break.
No more Blabber.
The blossoms fall, and the black rose rises. Do you feel like the heroes of this story? Coming to save the day. You're pawns in a game that's already been decided. You will fight, as good soldiers do.
I will seal you away once more.
Your age has passed, Dark Enemy. Stay buried.
And you will fail, as mortals must. Your course was doomed the moment you left Demacia. And entered my world of thorns. Make your final stand. And see how your story ends.
Dad, I'm a genius. I figured out how to make us penguins fly.
That's gonna be tricky without wings.
Exactly. That's why I've got Red Bull. It gives you wings. All we have to do is drink it.
And how?
Come on, Dad, just drink it. But why?
Why? It's 40 degrees below. Do you think we're standing here for fun?
Red Bull gives you wings. But only if you drink it.
Aww.
Rich in the ground before Dub can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets burst.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for LTA deals only on Uber Eats.
is pretty. Go in user, go in user. Already good. Hey, look by here. I can't steal. It's really hard for her. I'll go in, okay guys? Trust me. I'm gonna hold banana point. I make space. Look me. Look me. Going OT. Go in, use W. Look in. I'm looking go in. I'm gonna die. Don't die. Yeah, I don't die. We gotta die. Look at the Drake flower. I can't get it. I'm not there. I'm not there. We still will fight. Gali no. Oh, I'm not there. She's pumping. Oh, nice Loki. Nice Loki. Wow, so good. Ah, fuck, so low. I really entered. I'm gonna get beat here too. They're so low that I lost my mind. Fuck, sorry.
Oh, I want him.
You want?
Oh, close. C9, once they got ahead, they stayed ahead and suffocated Disguised out of this second game. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LTA. We are potentially one game away from Disguised being eliminated here from Split 3 competition as they have fallen down to a 0-2 state against Cloud9. They have to reverse sweep or their season is over.
And it's a tough, right? Because that game 2 was pretty much all C9. Every time Disguised tried to make a play, C9 immediately responded and even got more off of the map, either another kill or a turret somewhere. They were cross-mapping really, really well against Disguised, and their composition had everything to be able to deal with what Disguised were throwing at them, which is pretty much full dive. I did like the Lounge calling out the Trundle pillars, specifically Kobe calling out the Trundle pillars as well, because I did think, outside of
talking about the jungler?
A few happy moments towards the end of the game. I thought Blabber's pillars in particular in the early to mid game were really, really good. Just showcase how well Trundle does against a lot of these dive compositions. And so we'll see. Anero did say that the third draft is where things start to potentially go awry. Yeah, so we'll have to track it.
We'll see him. There he is. He's looking too happy. Look at that guy, just joking, laughing.
How
this
dare
is League of Legends. Be serious. We're getting into the draft. We'll see if Cloud9 can pull off the sweep and continue forward here in the lower bracket. Of course, they were upset by Shopify. That was a pretty big surprise. And definitely have to lock in now because you are in the elimination stage. One series lost here, and you are donezo. So it is the last chance for both DSG and C9. And now DSG already were big underdogs, but they'll have to reverse sweep if they want to have a chance of continuing on.
All right, bans are done for the first half with Xinjiao, Annie, and Aurora being banned out by C9. Disguised, Pantheon, Aurora, and Talia all taken off the table, and C9 will lock the Rise as their first pick.
Yeah, like Rise, again, like Rise is not just really strong, but very flexible, semi-global, able to fit into a lot of different compositions. They can kind of design whatever they want around this. As we see, the Scion immediately locked in for Castle, really big frontline coming through, and the Poppy, who is making it through bans, I believe, the first time in this series, also locked up for Disguised.
Yeah, I mean, you're grabbing Poppy, but you're grabbing Poppy into a team that hasn't drafted any dashes yet, right? So they do grab the Aatrox, but it is Rise and Skarner, so not two champions that you really want to play the Poppy into. I think Poppy can be an S-tier pick, But to me, it's a conditional S-tier pick, and Darkwing's bringing out something that is also one of those kind of conditional S-tier picks. It is considered really good into the Ryze matchup.
Yes.
You can kind of outrange the Ryze. You can really make things difficult. You can also wall off the Skarner when he's trying to get in there. It can be really effective against low and medium range picks. So the Malzahar didn't work out, but I still respected the attempt. I'm down for this, man. You got a reverse sweep here. Let's see what you got.
I love this, actually. I think Anivia could be played in a lot of situations. Specifically, you talked about the Ryze matchup, but I feel like we were seeing her a little bit earlier this year, occasionally over in top lane, sometimes in the LCK, from Nongshim, I believe. And yeah, I actually really like it. It's not like, I know people will be like, oh, they're full sending it, this is their last game. It's partially that, but it also partially is a very good pick. It's a very good scaling pick. So if they are able to drag this game out, Anivia has such great neutral objectives set up. She has such great AoE damage as well. So that's something to look out for if they're able to get to that point in the game.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it is going to be the first career Anivia game for Darkwings in pro play.
Okay.
But again, he has been confident to actually bring out different picks and different styles. He likes these control mages, and yeah, I do think Anivia can be quite strong. So I'm kind of excited to see how they round out the draft. You know, is this going to be Poppy jungle? Is it going to be Poppy support? You know, what is the answer there for them? Cloud9 obviously with something that is quite standard over on their side, but really when you kind of just like squint, I mean, Anivia is just another control mage, right? Anivia could be like a Victor or something. It's your kind of, you know, your control mage with the wave clear in the mid lane.
Victor doesn't turn into an egg.
And then they have a couple, well, that we know of. I mean, maybe he just needs a
secret 11th episode of Arcane.
Corky drops eggs now.
You know?
Yeah.
Why couldn't we have a fun Victor skin where the gravity field is just like a cracked egg?
It's just a bunch of egg.
Yeah, and you get stuck in the goop when you step on the gravity field.
It is.
Yeah, it's egg goop.
You're stuck in egg goop. Okay. Let's, hey, we got support bands. We got three powerful support bands here with the Braum, Alistar, and Rakan band away. Sivir going to be the last band here of the draft for C9 too, as Disguise goes ahead. They lock in the Rel for themselves for some big engage and some AoE, which also lets us know Poppy's not going support.
Yeah, so I was going to say, they could have left it up open, the flex. However,
go for it.
They're deciding to lock in the Rel on 4 and save their AD carry for 5. Meanwhile, we have the Blitzcrank locked in for Vulcan. We're going places with this draft.
Blitzcrank versus Anivia. What year is this in League of Legends?
Blitzcrank versus 3 big old meatballs.
Yeah.
None of them you really want to hook in. So this is going to be interesting to see how it does work out. The last time we saw Anivia was a Jensen game back in 2023, which, if I'm remembering correctly, the stats team is going to double check this, but I think it was one into a JoJo Pion, because I remember this funny like interview about like, you know, JoJo wasn't even born last time this was played, and how, you know, he wouldn't even know how the abilities work and all this sort of stuff. So it'll be funny to see if Loki, who is also very young, is comfortable with it. But we are getting some dragons in here. We got the Smolder. As this pick, which I actually think Smolder is fantastic into these kind of compositions here, where there's going to be so many frontliners that you can just kind of whack away on.
And I'm doubting the Blitz even more now that Ezreal's been locked in, because Arcane Shift can just buffer through the hook if you know how to do the timing correctly. So it's like, okay, who do we want to pull? Scion, Poppy, Rel, Ezreal, who just gets to cheat out of it.
But just wait, he's going to hook the Anivia egg.
Yeah.
Okay. we can deliver the eggs.
Yeah.
Have you ever punched an egg? Anyway.
I don't think I have.
I haven't. I was thinking about it.
I've thrown some eggs, but I've never punched an egg.
I did egg someone's house once.
Ooh.
That's pretty rebellious.
FBI, here she is. Arrest this woman.
It was
admitted her crimes
it was
live
when
on
I was
stream.
in high school.
Hey, we all have rebellious
really mad
statute of limitations on
we're really
on
mad
these heinous
at
crimes.
my friend's ex-boyfriend. What I am really curious about is what the chat thinks of Anero's draft. Right?
Should Emily be arrested? Vote in chat now.
Good, bad, or
chat,
remake
I should
on
not
Emily's
be
actions.
arrested.
Misdemeanor, federal crime, or Guantanamo Bay for Emily.
Oh my god!
The chat will decide your fate.
The chat will decide my fate and the fate of Anero in this draft.
Spam it. Good, bad, or remake for what you think the grade is for Anero on the draft, because we're going to try to get an interview with Anero where we can show him the report card as well. Jack is 2 for 2 on good. So it's important. I'm following along with this. I need to know what Jack thinks about this because if Jack doesn't vote, I'm taking that as a remake, but a polite remake where he doesn't want to say it.
Okay.
Yeah,
because he's delivering the
out.
feedback after class.
Well, it was a 63% good in game
Jack
1.
said LeBron.
It was
So
a
he's
75
okay.
good
So he's
in
going
game
for the extra
2.
level.
Okay, so Jack is happy with all 3 of them. We'll let you all know once we get the results in for this 3rd game how well that draft ends up being voted on, as we will see the electrocute here for Darkwings on the Anivia to try to get that snappy burst damage, have that extra ability to trade in short bursts against the Rise.
Yeah, and that being said, in this draft,
Whoa! Okay, this one has received much greater
People
criticism
don't like the blitz.
than the previous draft. Jat, you're standing by with an arrow. What's he
Explain
think?
yourself, an arrow.
Yeah, I saw the first one.
Defend yourself?
Defend myself?
Yeah, it's 74% remake.
I'm down. I agree with chat. Let's do it.
Really?
Yeah, I'm down to remake. No, that's fine. I know Vagar V2 is at home right now. Poppy Anivia. This guy is like an Anivia fiend.
Yeah.
And he's just like Anivia into Rise. Like Poppy Anivia. Like people just don't play it, but it's good.
Yeah.
And Loki's like, okay, I'll try. Okay.
So do you think, I mean, it felt to me like game 2 draft worked out really well. Game 1 draft was strong comfort chaps. Do you feel like game 1 and 2 drafts were better than this draft?
I mean, game 1 and 2 are always just like more practice and like more standard.
Yeah.
So it's pretty chill and easy. Here is like more of a reaction to what they're doing. You know exactly what pick is going to come on 4. Like Rel is obviously getting picked. Everyone knows it's coming.
Yeah.
But down to like trade it to play into it with Blitzcrank here. Vulcan actually brought up Smolder in this, which I think is like a pretty good call out. They're probably going to look to swap. They don't want to be playing Aatrox versus Scion. Anytime this is like our side playing it, Aatrox is just completely fisting Scion. It's so good for us. So they're going to swap. And then what is Smolder going to be doing the entire time? Just farming stacks off of Scion and chilling. And they're not going to have like the easiest time getting away with that without playing like super well. So the expectation is they'll probably mess up. We'll probably get free stacks.
Yeah.
And it's chill.
Okay, so the LeBron James are drafting
30% of the time. Dude, I said game 1 and 2, that's my stomping ground. I got that covered. Game 3, 4, 5, you can have the rest. Like, it's all yours.
Okay.
Like, we get our first 2, and you're screwed. I'm going to get 1 more in there. 1 more draft in there, we'll be good, I swear.
All right, thank you
That's all good.
for taking the time and air. We're going to send it back to the casters.
Thank you.
Thank you, LeBron. Appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule. And you know what? I got no problems with this draft. I wouldn't be voting remake. And I think he brought up some good points. I actually really like the Smolder thought process there of, nice buffer. The expectation of, okay, well, Scion's just going to lane swap, and then I just get to free farm stacks off the Scion. So we'll see if that does come to fruition, but I like that idea. And we also never talked about, because we were so focused on just the Anivia in isolation, Poppy Anivia as the combo. You can go in with that Poppy charge and then throw up the wall as they are getting charged and actually stun them on it, or obviously you can preemptively put that down. But being able to build terrain for the Poppy to stun into is a really nice combo. So I'm excited to see how XU and Darkwings will be able to pull that off.
Yeah, I want to see the C9 chat now to see if Vigar V2 is just yelling at an arrow, you know, because Anero pointed out that he is a fan of the Anivia Poppy combo, and I also think it's really good. Like, I love Anivia in this draft. I love the call out from Anero that was actually Vulcan bringing up the Smolder, because I like the Smolder in this draft as well.
So if Cloud9 win this game in 28:05 or less, it will be the fastest best of 5 in North America this year. So that is the mark that they're going to be shooting for.
Well, XU and Huhi trying to go for an early invade here, putting the pressure onto Blabber. Has to flash away, but now the collapse is coming in from Loki and Vulcan. Nice pull back onto XU, who's got to try to escape back over this wall, and he does get that distance. First blood over to Darkwings on the Anivia. Disguised invade ends up paying dividends, but they still will lose one of their own men as Huhi falls at the very end.
All right, so let's tab up all of the stats here. So we lost flash and heal on Huhi, we lost flash on XU, but we got flash off Blabber, flash off Loki, and 1 for 1. So honestly, not bad. Anivia getting that kill as well at the end of the day, and Blabber is going to get pushed out here by Rahel. Wow. Nearly gets killed, so gets pushed out of his own jungle, tries to go for the invade on respawn, and gets found by the Ezreal.
Now though, Darkwings might be under a little bit of trouble, but not really. Even if he did get caught out there, even if he did get hit by a Blitzcrank hook, the egg would be able to keep him alive long enough because of the mana on Loki being so low. So Thanatos just going to keep pushing up here in the top side. And like Anero said, the matchup is not particularly fun for Scion.
He's up CS though. He is not getting smacked around as anticipated. Those were the words that an arrow used.
Yes,
that was
the
a
exact
good
words.
asterisk.
Yes.
Yeah. The other thing that's been really interesting in this game thus far is how active both supports have already been on the map, especially around that mid lane. You really want to get this Anivia into a good position, and then similarly, you want to get the Ryze into a really good position. So it'll be interesting to see what both Vulcan and who he can do, especially Vulcan on this Blitzcrank. Because as we talked about, prio targets.
Not a lot of them.
No,
not a lot of
not
easy
really
ones.
a lot.
So this is an old Easter egg. I'm sure you guys know this because you've been playing League for a long time.
It's you're calling us old. It's fine.
Yeah, we're all old.
True.
As Loki should be able to walk this one out.
Yeah, he gets tackled towards the wall, but the distance is still a little bit too far to get the collision, get the stun there for XU.
But pop quiz, do you guys know when Anivia types in chat as an egg, what it calls
Egg
her?
Nivea.
There you go.
Nivea.
Yeah,
That's
that's
that one
classic.
always gets me. That's a classic.
It's one of the old school ones, as we will see both of our junglers fighting over the Scuttle Crab here in the top side river, as Sven and Vulcan happy to scrap down here in bottom lane. Allow Smolder to keep trading and farming stacks as Blabber's about to die here. Castle claims him. Thanatos goes in for XU, wants to make that an even trade, but the Feat of Warfare has already been secured by Disguised as Loki's Rise just gets destroyed here, and Thanatos is trapped inside of the Rift Arrow pit. He tries to get away with the Umbral Dash over the wall, but Castle's ready to follow, and C9 is having a bad time in the early game. Disguised getting the better of him.
This is a 3-0 Scion who's already going for an aggressive build here, by the way. We'll see if he's going for a Sterix, if he's just going straight for a Titanic. I think it's going to be a Titanic build. He has the early tunneler and 3 fast kills. You know, you draft for this matchup where the Aatrox is supposed to be smacking around the Scion. You're supposed to have a good time in that 1v1. But the problem is, if he gets to a fast Titanic, the Wave just gets one shot every single time. He doesn't have to interact with you if he does not want to. And this play, was really kind of started off here by C9, but a great engage from Castle, or shall we call it a counter engage, comes in with the ult, stuns up Blabber. XU's able to get on the other side of Blabber, stun him into the wall off that, and then XU knows he's going to die, but just buys so much time for the rest of the squad.
Yeah, and Loki came in with a really low health already to try to help. Meanwhile, Darkwings was fully in position to clean up, and this Anivia is already 1-0-2 now, in a really great position going forward. So again, it's going to be on DSG's execution. How will they be able to snowball this and get into a good position around neutral objectives, as we see C9 already back onto those grubs.
Yeah, C9 looking to make some quick work of these with the Aatrox and Skarner. They'll take out the first one. XU stepping up, though, priming the Keeper's Verdict, but he does not let it fire. Darkwings, Huhi, and Rahel all moving forward now, too. But Cloud9's also bringing in backup of their own. They've already claimed the first 2 grubs, but Disguise does manage to at least steal away the third.
Yeah, something worth noting, Darkwing's just rushing straight towards this Roa. Did not go for a tier. Anivia is ridiculously mana hungry, so that is going to be a potential issue for him later. Sven now down to this bot side. He is playing TP. We never talked about that, but he's going to be answering Castle. Castle's got hands, though, because he is not going for this really defensive build. He didn't rush Bramble that we see people go for often in these matchups, so you have to be a little bit more nervous. But of course, we can see Anivia still just go Roa into Leandries, and these types of builds are quite strong, but no tier. Sometimes you will really struggle with the mana, so I'm just interested to see if he picks up a late tier or if he's just going to fully skip it.
Means it's that much more important to make sure that you've got control over your own jungle, make sure you're giving him those blue buffs every single time they're available.
Yeah, I mean, that used to be such a big discussion in League of Legends. When we would have these Anivia drafts and Ziggs drafts and these ones where it's it's going to be a 50-minute game where this guy just wave clears infinitely. Denying blue buffs was so big because it was one of the only ways you could actually kill towers, because otherwise Anivia was just one-shotting every wave forever and just walling you off, and you could never actually get into siege.
Somebody get Froggen on the phone. The expert, Sven, avoiding the damage from Castle here, as now he and Vulcan are firing back into this Fed. Scion, there's the pull, brings him back in as Blabber arrives. Sven does take a little bit more damage there from the decimating smash, and Blabber ends up using the ulti to kill Castle, reposition XU a little bit, but they don't have enough damage left to actually threaten XU2. Sven, very low on health, completely out of mana, but C9 get their kill.
Yeah, Sven got low, and maybe that kind of prompted XU to want to try to flash in and make something happen. He's trying to peel there. I feel like he didn't need to go for a flash on that play. Flash is so big on Poppy to be able to actually redirect 4 stuns. So he goes in with the flash ult, but that's your playmaking gone. He is going to be able to start up this dragon. We'll see if they can secure it. Looks like they will. as C9 did dedicate a lot of resources to killing off Castle, but he does finally fall for the first time this game.
Sven at 68 stacks on the Smolder, so not a particularly super fast Smolder stacking game. Remember, usually we want to see Smolder hit 225 around like the early 20-minute phase.
Yeah, and to be fair, it does obviously scale up. It gets a lot faster as you go, because once you hit 25, you're going to be getting more there, and when you hit 125, etc. You do start AoE stacking a lot faster, and you have more CDR.
Okay, Vulcan taking the Rise ulti, the Realm Warp there to get on top of Darkwings with this Anivia, and there's the egg getting procced. Now they have to make sure that they can kill him the second time, but the egg is very tough. Darkwings buys enough time to stay alive for now. He's still trying to get away, but the Rune Prison comes back off cooldown. Nice play there from C9, using Realm Warp to bring Vulcan in to lock Darkwings up long enough to get the kill. Now the egg on cooldown for the next 4 minutes.
Yeah, it takes a while, but a nice little cute combo from Loki and Vulcan. This is going to give Loki free reign over this bot wave, be able to push in, get a few plates for himself. As we see who he might be looking for something, we have the TP in from Anivia.
Okay, Loki's got to try to get out of here. Does pop his phase rush for a little bit of extra distance, but knows he needs to flash. Huhi wanting that kill badly, committing the Magnet Storm, but the summoner spell from Loki's enough to get him away.
Still a nice trade, being able to get that flash off. Doesn't spend a summoner of his own. But we are getting to see, some of the strengths of Anivia in these skirmishes. We're also getting to see some of the weaknesses. It can be really hard to stay safe in a side lane. Anivia is not a good side laner. You are so slow, it is ridiculous. That is why you generally just saw Anivia kind of parked mid lane perma. But if Ryze is going out of the side lane, it's not like Ezreal can just 1v1 against the Ryze. You need the Anivia to be able to match to wave clear, but that does open you up to getting picked on, like we just saw.
Yeah, Anivia's kind of a wave clear turret that happens to look like a bird, right? That's her job.
That's a good way of putting it, actually.
Yeah, exactly. That's why she's mostly a
she's
mobile.
old. Her wings are slow. I don't know.
The wing flapping is just for the aesthetic. You're not actually getting anywhere.
It's about sending a message.
Because she's a penguin.
Terrifying.
Yeah,
she like can't actually fly. She's just like flapping her
That's
wings.
the secret lore of Anivia.
She's just flying there. Come on.
We can see the one thing that is always interesting to look at with Anivia is they almost always want to max their E because that's your big damage spell. That's what gives you the trading power. But sometimes you will see extra points put into the W to crystallize the wall, right? Like earlier on really after that E. Because you can occupy so much space with it. Right now, that's not the case. But there's the wall summoned up. Nice combination with the Poppy. Point blank ulti, but it's not enough to kill Loki just yet. And finally, Darkwings gets the last hit with a Frostbite. Blabber's got to try to get away. Now he has plenty of health. He should be fine. But I love the combo of Poppy Slam into the Anivia wall.
I mean, that's the exact combo that you draft that for. They built a wall and they made Loki pay for it. They knocked him down. Get a kill there.
Nice stuff from C9 here as they want to use Sven and Vulcan now to continue pushing these waves out mid, continue building pressure, continue trying to build these leads up against Disguise, because as we're moving forward, we got 15 seconds left until the turret plates fall. It's generally in the mid game, in the larger team fights, where teams that are ranked lower in the standings will struggle or stumble against higher ranked teams in these more coordinated environments. So for Disguised, you've done a good job. This is a much more similar early game to game one than game two. You've kept things close so far, so now if they stay locked in and keep making plays like this, they can still take it to Cloud9.
Oh, this is just a really nice execution of the Anivia wall into Poppy's stun combo to get onto Loki's Rise. It's exactly what you want to see, even with Blabber being able to kind of get the double suppress.
And the difficulty, and why this is so tough for Rise against the Anivia is when you're in range to Q, you are in range to get walled in to this ulti, right? The ulti gets dropped on your head, you get walled off, you're slowed inside it, and it's very, very difficult because if any part of that CC combo hits, everything is going to hit. You get stunned to the wall, that's a guaranteed Anivia Q stun after it. Then the Poppy can just do a tap on the ulti for a knock-up. Good positioning here from Castle.
Okay. Finds a quick snappy trade there onto
That's
Loki. And that's the power of that Titanic like you're talking about, right? Remember, Titanic, the on-hit damage scales off of your HP. He's already farmed up an extra 635 just from Soul Furnace. He's going to keep getting stronger. and those quick trades are very, very dangerous when he goes for this type of itemization. As C9 just defending here in the mid lane. We do have the Herald spawned now in the top side of the river. There's a very nice pull on the Dark Wings, followed up by Blabber beautifully. Disguised are in some serious trouble as he's going to be killed off first. Thanatos jumps into the fight, and Dark Wings is still staying alive. Castle defending beautifully, though. The decimating smashes there, and Disguised are turning it right back around. The double kill over to Castle Scion. The raid boss joins the fight.
We talked about Scion having hands. This Scion definitely has hands. It is very dangerous.
Okay, Vulcan sidestepping away from the ulti here, but he's still getting chased down. The decimating smash still finds the stun. Castle needs a little bit more damage, but he will not find it. Sven hits him with a snot bubble there. Another trade back. I think Castle should still be okay here, and he'll walk away back to the safety of Dark.
And I'm honestly surprised how well that fight went for DSG when you consider Vulcan was throwing that hook at Huhi, and he sidestepped it, and it hit his Anivia. Yeah. And so that started about as bad as it could have for DSG. The Anivia didn't really get to have a ton of impact. So watch this. He's looking for Huhi, sidesteps it. Darkwings is coming up to try to peel, I think. Gets hooked into the ult, into the Smolder ult. Everything comboed onto him. Look how low he is to start this fight. Darkwings cannot really get a lot done, but Rahel is free-firing the whole time. Multi-man knockup comes through from Castle. He is just AoEing them down, you know, with the shield, with the Titanic proc. He is really getting a lot of work done.
Yeah, for as bad as that started for Disguise, they did a great job battling back and turning it around. They're still up 7-5 in terms of kills. They're still up slightly in terms of gold. Now, the Rift Herald has been claimed by C9, and it looks like they want to put the pressure onto this Tier 1 turret top.
Yeah, we'll see what they're able to do here. 4 members of C9 looking for a potential dive onto Castle. All they have to do is wait for this wave to get in.
Yeah, Castle's just, he knows they're coming. He's got to get ready, dig in, plan out his defense here, wants to try to clear out that wave as quickly as possible. Now he's just going to use the ulti and take his leave.
Yeah, I mean, Huhi was moving up, but Huhi is not going to be able to save you in a 2v5. The problem is they're going to get a charge on the next tower now, and they're just continuing to go. DSG just kind of lackadaisical in how they were responding to this. Now they are up here.
Ooh, nice use of the Keeper's Verdict there to turn this into a fair fight for Disguise. 3 versus 3, and Rahel is free-firing again with a nice true shot barrage here onto Thanatos, and they take him down with X used Poppy being the killing blow. Disguised, 1-0.
Yeah, really nicely done. And at the end of the day, because they defended Tier 2, they did get a Tier 1 down on the bot side for Darkwing, so they're the ones obviously that got defeats, and they are coming out with a kill to their name as well. Darkwing's going to be pushing in mid lane. Hasn't gotten a tier, so at this point he's clearly not going to. I am expecting him to just go in Leandri's second at this point. And you really can ramp up that damage quite heavily. I feel like they're in a good spot. Potentially even better than in game 1. Otacon, though, is spawning in a minute 50. And that is going to put some fear into the hearts of DSG fans.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel like, theoretically, with the Anivia, with the zone control they can have.
Are you about to say they should do Otacon, Emily?
No, but
how much is Jack paying you?
They could have a setup. I do think they're in a better position with this composition to potentially do Otacon. Again, heavily dependent on their setup. But that is where we're going to look next, right, for both of these teams, because again, I do think DSG once again have put together a really strong early game, especially with this Poppy and Nivea combo, and then very quietly, because we've talked a lot about Castle, but also very quietly, Rahel has been able to pretty much free fire and do whatever he wants in a lot of these team fights and skirmishes.
I also like the itemization from XU here with the Sundered Sky first item. Sometimes Poppy just wants to play pure tank. Other times you'll see more of like the bruiser type Poppy items, at least for like the first item or two. And I really just always enjoy the Sundered Sky combined with the shield pause for that first big hit, especially when you're trying to use these combos together with the Anivia. Set up for that big burst, catch somebody off guard. Disguised are still a little over 1,000 gold ahead. Otacon spawning in 30 seconds. The next Drake will be spawning in a little bit over 2 minutes. And Disguised also has controlled both Drakes so far as well. Really, I agree with what you said earlier, Isaac. I think this is an even better game state than they had in game number 1. And that means 2 out of 3 games that they've played here against C9, against one of these top teams, Disguised has had a really good start.
Yeah, they've had a great start. I mean, obviously, still some really strong scaling tools and playmaking tools over on the C9 side. But because we didn't see this C9 bot lane get way ahead, I'm not certain that you're going to get great value from the blitz. Obviously you can, but it's not guaranteed by any means, which does really put a damper on a team fight. If you go in and your contribution is like a missed hook and then you punch someone, where Huhi's going in on Rel, like the expected value of the Rel is so much higher. Yeah. Yes, you do have the Smolder, and he is stacking up quite well. You know, he's closing in on 200 stacks at this point, so we'll have that in the next couple minutes. And I think that is really what C9 are going to be counting on, is the fact that Smolder is supposed to be the one getting a lot of the work done. But the rest of the team is relatively short range, and if you cannot get in onto the Anivia, she is going to cause you a lot of problems.
And I think in the first 2 games, Loki was such a standout performer on the Cloud9 side, right? His Azir and his Orianna were both just really, really good performances. And in this game, the Ryze is going all right. He's 1-2-2. But this is the first time we're really seeing Darkwing stepping up and like being the better mid laner in this game. He's 700 gold ahead. He's 2-1-3 here on his Anivia. He's got that Liandry's fully completed second item. He's got his powered up Sorcerer's Shoes there because they were able to claim the feats. So I'm really looking at him to continue proving like, hey, I can be the carry. If you give me the lead, I will give us the win.
And for me, it's all about how they are going to be setting up around these neutral objectives, right? Like we pointed out, Otacon, Drake is going to be up in about 30 seconds, as C9 is actually motioning to start off this Otacon. And honestly, DSG are not in a position where they can contest it.
They don't even see it. Yeah. I don't think they even know. Now they do.
Yeah, now they're aware, but I think it's a little bit too little, a little bit too late. 4,000 HP left on the Otacon, now down to 2K. Blabber's just going to smite it down, and C9 sneak it away, no fight.
Really nice Otacon sneak from C9. They don't give DSG the chance. XU.
He's fine. He's chilling. Okay.
But yeah, like we talked about how DSG could potentially set up around that Otacon. C9 doesn't even give them the chance of setting up.
Okay, Darkwings walking towards what could have been a very dangerous Tri-Brush, but manages to get himself back away as Disguised are going after their soul point Drake. C9 do want to contest this one. Sven at 206 stacks on the Smolder, so not at that 225 breakpoint. Nice true shot barrage there onto the enemy AD carry as Castle's making a lot of space. Huhi goes in for the Magnet Storm, but it's a swing and a miss as C9 disengages. Vulcan with a nice pull there onto Huhi, but that's not going to get much done. Vulcan's the first to drop as Disguise takes some damage, but they're all 5 still standing. C9 wants to move forward yet again. Disguise with the Dragon down to about 3,000 HP. Blabber thinking about the possibility of a steal here, but he thinks better of it. C9 just have to disengage there. Disguise get a kill, and they get the soul point.
I actually thought C9 had done a pretty good job of absorbing the initial attack from DSG until Vulcan landed that hook, right? Which then maybe wasn't necessarily, like we talk about blitz and thresh hooks that you might not always want to connect, but that ends up changing the fabric of the fight and gives soul point and Drake over to DSG.
Well, now Castle walked up to the wave thinking it was just Thanatos, but Loki is here as well, so the Scion forced to flash away. He had no ulti there for the disengage potential of that one, so wants to make sure he doesn't just give away a free death to the Cloud9 solo laners.
Yeah, but he's going to be able to survive, and I mean, that does show some of the weaknesses kind of the blitz. I mean, blitz is tough to pull off sometimes. Sven has hit his 225. He's at 235 now at this point, so he has the XQ up and available. Almost got it going during that fight. He was up to 223 during that Dragon fight because he was constantly splashing Qs through the Dragon onto XQ, stacking up like that. But I mean, when Huhi went in, yeah, he didn't find the bot lane, but he forced double flash, right? He was able to get their flashes off, so Huhi, even though it was a swing and a miss, it was a nice attempt at the engage here. And as he comes in from the side, you're going to see this. There's one flash, there's two flash. Yes, they get out, but then Vulcan says, well, can we punish him here? Steps back up, gets the hook, but then he's going to get walled off. They know he has no flash, and again, there is the Poppy Anivia combo. You step a split second too far forward, you go a little bit too far forward, you're going to get walled off, you're going to get picked off, and that is showing the power of the zone control, especially on this configuration where Otacon is on that side. There's already one little mini wall. It's so hard to walk past that because one side is completely walled and the other is Anivia ult.
Well, Disguised are feeling good here still. The Otacon is gone from the Rift. Baron is about to spawn here in 20 seconds. Disguised with a very modest gold lead. They don't want to play too overconfidently here because the game could still go either way very easily. But it's a good look. It's the best look they've had so far 25 minutes into a game. I don't think Cloud9 are hitting that 28-minute win mark in this one.
Well, and Cloud9 protected them by taking the Otacon.
Yes, true. They removed it from the map.
They saved them from themselves. You can't throw out Otacon if your opponents get the Otacon.
They shouldn't have taken the Otacon.
They should not have. They should have just waited in the brush
Leave him
beside
on the
Otacon.
map as a landmine.
The 5-head play.
Yeah.
All right, Disguise. Let's see how they want to keep this game moving forward. Sven takes a quick burst of damage there from Rahel's Ezreal as Disguise move to occupy this top side river, force C9 back a little bit. Vulcan waiting over the wall, trying to make sure he's always in a position to land one of these hooks. If any of the Disguise players step just a little bit too far forward, Mom is summoned just for some wave clear. Should be pretty easy to clear this out after that, but no, Castle is just going to charge straight ahead and hard force this tier 1 turret down.
Exactly. They see Loki on the bot side, so you have to either answer him or you need to force a play. And their call is, let's just force their hand. Let's look for this play. Now they're finding Blabber.
Yeah, Blabber in some danger as He crashes down, but he can pretty easily get away thanks to the flash. So Disguised, yes, they will get the summoner spell out of the enemy jungler, but they still have Loki causing problems down here in this bottom lane at the tier 2 turret. He needs slightly more damage to finish the job and get this one done. Castle wants to show up and try to stop it, but Loki accomplishes his mission. Now the Realm Warp to get him away or to get him straight into the base where he can then teleport. Okay, it's a 5-head play. You teleport into the base so that nobody's close to you to interrupt your teleport so then you can actually get away to safety.
Yeah, and they just go straight towards top side. I thought he was going to keep pushing, honestly, when he TP'd to top, just the tempo TP. The reason he doesn't Realm Warp down there is he doesn't know where DSG is, and so he's thinking, if I try to Realm Warp straight down the lane, DSG could already be wrapping around behind me in this point, so that is why he Realm Warps into the base, thinking, okay, there's less of a chance that they're going to be up there. At the end of the day, he gets solo gold on the tier 2 in the face of the Scion. Yeah. Yes, they did lose the tier 1 mid. Yes, you did get the flash out Blabber, but that tier 2 is a lot of gold in the pocket of Loki, and that is more than his gold lead right now, because that's 700 gold that he got made for himself right there.
Yeah.
Well, and we talked about how C9 or where this C9 composition kind of shines against DSGs, and I do think it is in side lanes, right? Like if you're able to get the Aatrox or the Ryze into a side lane where they can constantly push and set the map in a good spot for C9, that is how they can potentially take this game back.
Okay, 20 seconds until what'll be the Mountain Soul for Disguise spawns, but it's C9 with control over the bot side river. Darkwings is 95% of the way towards level 16. He needs a little bit more EXP to hit that power spike. XU, nice Keeper's Verdict, connects on Blabber to knock him further away. He wants to step up for the Shattering Strike on Vulcan, but doesn't quite have the range. Castle, again, knows that his job is to protect these flanks, make sure that nobody can wrap around, find those valuable carries on Disguise. Darkwing still level 15 here on the Anivia, does have the passive up and ready to go as C9 now occupy the bottom side of this river as the dragon is started up. It's dropping rather quickly. Sven with the poke on this Smolder. He has his Infinity Edge rapid fire cannon, but now Disguise is full sending it going in. Loki's already dead at the very start of the fight. Blabber gets a 3-man ulti though, but nobody on Disguised is dead. XU staying alive for now, but he is finally taken down by Thanatos. 4v4 with the dragon down to 1500 HP. Castle here on the front line, but the dragon is secured by Blabber and C9. A nice pull from Vulcan brings back Castle, and Sven executes him. Now Rahel and Darkwings are looking for a little bit more with Castle's dead body, but Darkwings misses the Flash Frost. Now Sven is on the hunt. He finds another nice bounce with the burn, but Vulcan misses the rocket grab onto Disguised, still trying to disengage. Darkwings does not want to lose his egg passive in a spot where he cannot be protected. So Disguised will not get the soul. They will lose 2 for 1 in the trade, and C9 come out on top.
Oh. Yeah, very close fight. They did get that great pick onto Loki, but the problem was Sven was free firing the whole fight. They never threatened Sven. And I actually think that earlier Keeper's Verdict was such a mistake from XU because that was on a flashless Blabber, and then he goes into the fight, he does not have his ulti. So they go in here, great counter engage from Blabber. Imagine if he didn't actually Keeper's Verdict them out and they just maybe even get a kill off that earlier play. This could have potentially been a guaranteed soul, but they do go for the engage. They get that first pick onto the Ryze, but again, eyes on Sven. He is never threatened. He's just splashing damage across everyone, getting these executes. The Smolder is a problem at this point, and now it's C9 on the Baron. They're trying to force the issue.
Yeah, Sven getting his Infinity Edge before that fight was a big power spike as well.
just flashed nothing.
C9 now 6,000 HP left on the Baron. Disguise going forward, Keeper's Verdict there, onto Blabber.
It's their Baron.
Castle making space. Disguise just walk in and take the Baron. C9 without proper preparation for the objective find themselves in a bad spot. Nice two-man pull coming out from Blabber though, and Rahel is already dead. He's gonna join him. The Baron might have got stolen away, but Thanatos wants revenge, and Disguised are not gonna be stopping him. That egg's getting scrambled. Loki with the shutdown, and C9 are on the push.
Oh my gosh, C9 coming out ahead. These suppressions coming out of Blabber have been absolutely crucial to get Sven's damage out. Sven remains untouched throughout these fights.
The game.
Really nice realm warp from Loki too on the backside of that. And now C9 are just barreling down mid.
We'll see. I mean, they do have Baroned up minions to try to defend, and great cut. So XU goes behind, and he gets the next wave there. Castle should be able to kill this one off, so C9 aren't going to go for anything more, but I want to see what happened with Rahel. It looked like he just flashed nothing when he wasn't even being able to be attacked, and because he was missing that flash, it meant he didn't have it for this fight. Yeah, he just flashed over the wall into that to hit the ward. I don't even know what he was trying to press, because it's not like you were trying to barrier there, but a huge mistake from Rahel, and then missing that flash. I mean, yes, this was a great Keeper's Verdict. You knocked them out, but the problem is Castle's isolated on the side. He's getting picked off, and then in comes Blabber, who he interrupts this, but Rahel backsteps to hit Blabber, gets pulled in by the Skarner ult, no flash to avoid it. That is so costly. It took what could have been, a potential game-winning play, something where you really take over. And Blabber saves it with a great ult. It means that DSG get run over. They do get that Baron, but they are losing their base.
Yeah, it was a pretty big blunder there from Rahel, and now Disguised. Castle's even in danger. Sven does so much damage now. Eventually over time, with crit and armor penetration and damage and attack speed, carry damage will outpace however tanky the tank wants to become, and Sven is hitting that point on this Smolder.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Aatrox is just casually taking topside tier 2, which means that DSG is going to have to respond to that. But again, back to Sven Smolder and just what a great pick this is into this composition. It's also the Blitz, again, kind of like retroactively. We talked about the weaknesses at times of this pick. But if Sven is able to soften people up constantly through doing that consistent damage, then a Blitz hook is a lot more punishing if you're already missing like 2/3, 3/4 of your health.
This is probably the most negative Red Bull Baron power play that I remember seeing in a long time. Negative 3K has been some dire consequences for that Baron play, that whole sequence up there for Disguise.
And this is absolutely crushing for them, right? Because we talked about that was a great Poppy ult initially, right? Getting Blabber out of the pit, being able to just yoink that Baron. They've had some really good individual executions between XU and Darkwings of that Poppy and Nivea combo. It's looked really great at times in this game. And to have it all go wrong in that post-Baron fight is really, really devastating.
I mean, just look at Sven now. All he's doing is just queuing the minions and bouncing through for the splash, because at this point, it's 6.5% around there of true damage based on your health for every one of those things that hits you, not even counting the base damage, right? So it is so much every time you get splashed. Wow, that was close.
Yeah, Vulcan goes for the pull, but he doesn't find anybody here just yet. Disguise continuing to push forward now with another Keeper's Verdict onto Blabber. Double flash over the wall from C9 to avoid Castle, as Thanatos now wants to stay away from Rahel. Castle takes a ton of damage, a massive engage coming out from Huhi. The Magnet Storm onto everybody, and Vulcan and Sven are already down. Loki taken very low now too. Disguise may have just found their moment off the back of Huhi's Rel, clutching up when they need him most.
Huhi just saved the game for Disguise. That's going to give them control. Mountain Soul now to Disguise. This game just got a lot more interesting, and C9 are going to look at that one.
And that was a crazy engage. Credit to Huhi, but also credit to Castle forcing out those flashes early on the initial engage. They go up here and they look for the Keeper's Verdict. XU's able to knock out Blabber, and then they're just full sending it. Thanatos is on the side kind of by himself, so Castle just goes in. It's basically a 5v3 that they're looking for. Vulcan and Loki both have to flash out, but then they decide, you know what, we're going to blast going back to Sven to get in here, and Huhi says, if you are stacking up, I am going to punish you. Finds the perfect engage. Thanatos and Blabber aren't even there before the fight is basically done. And this is a fantastic play from DSG. Big moment from them. Gets them soul. And the gold it is tied as well. So they are now way ahead as far as the combat stats are concerned. And Castle, he's going to be a problem.
And we talked about, we kind of brought this up in the earlier draft with Karma, but Huhi on engage supports. I know people are like, maybe sometimes you have to reel Huhi in from making too aggressive plays, but he also, on this disguised lineup, has had some really clutch engages. Now in this game, we're seeing some highlights from some of his previous games, and he absolutely just saved this game for disguised here.
0, 3, and 10 on the rel, part of so many of these kills, racking up the assists here for the team. That really was just the moment, right? You were looking at a Cloud9 team that was almost 4,000 gold ahead that looks like they were just going to continue running away with this incredibly fed Smolder, and then Disguised making that happen. It shrinks the gold lead back down to 1,000. It gives them all the power of the Mountain Soul. This is huge.
And to make matters worse for Cloud9, you also lost your GA and broke your Seekers during that fight. So those items now are way less valuable than they were going into it.
Well, we do have the Zonia's Hourglass completed for Loki there, so at least he will not be punished for that one, but the Guardian Angel still does have half of the cooldown remaining for Thanatos' Aatrox. Disguised looking for Sven here, but he does make enough distance there with a flap, flap, flap. Damage dealt to the champions in the last team fight. Rahel racking up the DPS as now Blabber caught here at the very front of the fight. Nice engage coming out from Castle, but they need a little bit more damage to finish the job. Thanatos here in the front line now too, but Loki gets a very nice kill in return onto Huhi to make it an even trade. Blabber for Huhi. Big engage mechanisms are down. XU at half HP. C9 marching down mid lane, but Disguised is waiting around off to the side. It forces C9 to rethink their positioning. They head towards the bottom side river, and Rahel with a nice WQ combo takes off half of Sven's HP immediately.
Yeah, and C9 recognizing, like, okay, we're just going to charge up mid. Our jungler is dead. We can't really necessarily contest this Baron, although now
they've got to. Now they're thinking about it. True Shot Barrage only hits Vulcan. Loki caught by the decimating smash there. Takes some quick damage at the very start. Has to go golden to try to survive, and Dark Wings is forced into the egg form. Both mid laners under pressure. Both mid laners down. Thanatos, Sven, and Vulcan now. They have to try to scramble and protect Sven. The Smolder is the hope for Cloud9, and Disguise are forcing their way forward. Thanatos about to fall. Castle goes on a killing spree. Vulcan gets a pull, but he only kills himself. Now Sven trying to stand alone. He gets a killing spree with the execution. Castle is very low, but he's not dead yet. If he goes an inch closer to Sven, he just might die to an execute himself. But a nice True Shot Barrage is going to finally end this fight.
Both of these 80s carries do so much damage in these fights. It's going to be whichever one of them gets enough peel and enough control from their teammates to kind of pop off. We saw how well Rahel was doing there, and Sven's damage is just insane at this point in the game.
It really is, and honestly, it's just been these mid laners kind of getting picked on here. The initial play, it looks like it's going to be so good for DSG because Loki is the target. He's getting CC chain, but look at Vulcan on the side. Nails the hook onto Darkwings. He never even sees it. He had his flash available. If he was able to flash our Zonia's that hook, they slam this fight. They get the Baron. It is completely different. Vulcan, though, making plays. And even though Loki goes down, again, Sven is free firing. Look at him just splashing through the team. Lands another hook there onto Rahel. He didn't quite have the EF to actually be able to get out of that, so that forces out the barrier. They're incredibly low. They can't actually get anything off the back of this. So Vulcan, I think he is a bit of a lifesaver for Cloud9. In that previous fight, it's Huhi saving the game. This time, I really think it's Vulcan saving the game for C9 by making them able to get that kill on Anivia.
The supports are stepping up. Sven completing his final purchase here, hitting level 18. He's got the Serpent's Fang on his Smolder to stop some of these shields, to cut down on the Mountain Soul power as well. We've got Baron down to 40% HP. Disguised are trying to force this. Blabber wants to approach, but the Keeper's Verdict immediately denies him. With Blabber forced back, it's a free Baron for the side of Disguise, but now they've got to try to get everybody back away. Rahel sidestepping away from the hook there. Vulcan can't find him with that one, so Disguised get the Baron for free.
Yeah, nicely done. And Thanatos was down on that bot side very late to recall and actually respond to this. He wanted to base before he joined the fight because he was about to complete an item, but it meant that by the time he showed up, everything was already decided. So the Baron goes over very easily there to DSG. Nice sidesteps by Rahel. He always had his flash, so he could have flashed the hook if he wasn't going to be able to, but still, good job by him holding onto that summoner. And it's going to come down to an Elder, it feels like. This is the great equalizer. So If they can get it, we'll see if C9 can still pull off the sweep.
And honestly, things are still pretty equal with where we're standing. Disguise certainly, I would think, have the advantage with the Soul plus slight gold lead, but now Vulcan finds a pull only onto XU. Thanatos could be in some danger here with Huhi and Darkwings putting a ton of damage into the Aatrox. Thanatos has been caught out. He's got Guardian Angel, so he's going to come back to life, but nobody on C9 is nearby to try to save him. Thanatos gets killed here at the very start. C9 trying to turn their attention over onto the Elder, maybe steal this away anyway, but Castle charging in. C9 carries are vulnerable, and now DSG is full sending it after Cloud9 on a 5v4. Rahel is dominating. Vulcan is already gone, and so is Sven. C9 just got wiped out, and Disguise take the fight.
DSG with a massive team fight win there, and we'll see if they can try to end the game. They actually stopped the teleport out from Loki, and Casso's just going to chase him while the rest of the team is going to go down mid. DSG were close in game 1, couldn't close that one out, but in game 3, they are making sure of it.
As soon as the game looked out of their control, Huhi gets that clutch engage. They're able to take back the game in their favor. They're going to, against all odds, take a game against C9.
Beautifully done from Disguised. Huhi's hero rel play sets up the comeback. It's not going to be a clean sweep. It's not going to be the fastest series of the year. It's Disguised taking us to game 4. Lounge, let us hear it.
Well, 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 everybody. Who is the one person that predicted a 3-1 on this desk?
You just wanted to be different.
It was me. It was me. Now, did it happen how I predicted? Maybe not. But
I mean, didn't you say they were going to win the third game?
I said it was going to be.
I think he said that they were going to pick Poppy and Nivea. Actually, yeah,
I remember that. Yeah.
I said Nick Smith
I'm
is going
surprised
to
he didn't
lose
gloat
this
as
round.
much as he could have.
You know, no, well, I want to be honest about it, right? I thought it was going to be mostly Rahel hard carry, and he had a great game, but it really was the draft. I mean, the Anivia did not seem like C9 knew what to do about that. There were multiple plays where they were able to pop up. Even when Sven scaled on the Smolder, like, they find him at the end in that big play. And it worked out.
Give
there
me
we
your
go.
newest drawing.
There we go. And here we go.
boy
I didn't have as much time to draw this one. So here, this is the Anivia wall that they wanted me to draw. Is this better than the pillar?
No, I didn't. No, it's not.
Put that down. Put that down. Put the pillar down.
Also, we need the Poppy in there.
Yeah, you know what, Raz, you can start drawing the Poppy
I got you
while
on
we're
that
talking
one.
about this, because there's also...
We should fight, guys. Come.
I'm looking forward.
Look. Just fight.
Yeah.
Watch.
Yeah, smolder.
Smolder, son.
Smolder. Nice, Skarner? We can end mid. Just go mid. Elder.
No need to kill him.
Okay, actually,
no,
you can chase.
No need to kill him.
End mid.
No need to kill him. Take a deep breath.
I can.
Yeah, good guys.
Calm down. Okay.
Beautiful moment.
Pretty calm, considering losing that game actually means their whole season is over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they were so ahead in that instance. They had already killed off Thanatos.
Yeah.
So it helps you be more calm in shot calling when you're like, all right, we have this.
But I gotta say, we had made a bet at the beginning of the day because I was the only one that thought DSG could take a game, and we all agreed that if I was wrong, if it was a 3-0, I would have to eat some toast. But since DSG did pick up a game, here we go.
I got you on that one.
I'll hold one, but I'm not gonna.
This has been sitting here all day.
It's
got
been
the burnt one.
This has got to be some stale toast.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah.
Cheers.
So have fun with that, everybody.
Cheers to C9.
Cheers to toast. We're gonna run through.
It's terrible.
Yeah? Well, that's the bet, Kobe. It's supposed to be bad. You're supposed to be eating your words right now.
Mine was burnt.
We're going to run through what happened earlier on in the series and kind of catch everybody up because we are going to a game number 4. We have a series on our hand. Game 1, it was close. DSG pushed C9. They had, winning positions at certain points here. But then it was that Otacon that they really threw it. These are the early moments of that game, though, where DSG showed that they can actually step up to C9.
Man, what a good series and a disgusting piece of toast. That's all I have to say about
That's
this.
mayonnaise that made the C9
What's really
logo, by the way.
interesting, if you look at the series now, because we were so close to just thinking it was going to be a sweep because of how game 2 went. If you look back at this game 1, before the Otacon throw, DSG was actually in a winning position.
Yeah. I feel like DSG in game 1 showed me why I felt that they could pick up a game win, but C9 were able to close it out. Game 2, once we get into that story, completely changes. That's when it was like, yeah, no, I think I was even feeling shaky about the 3-1 prediction with how dominant C9 were, throughout the series. It felt like they were leveling up.
Yeah, and honestly, in those 2 games, Loki's Azir, and then going into this one, I quite liked his Orianna. You saw the flash forward ulti on top of his dome to be able to get a good dragon fight. So there was like a lot of positives there from C9. This was the more commanding C9 victory of the two.
Yeah.
So it made me believe that we weren't going the distance.
And I will say, too, you know, with all of the games this series, I feel like Castle has been outperforming Thanatos. Thanatos, even in these games that Cloud9 won, I feel like this has definitely been underperformance for him. Definitely one of his weaker series so far.
It's the weakest series I've ever seen from Thanatos.
Yeah.
He's been so good. He seems to win every lane, but one, I do feel like they're attacking him, but two, Castle is also playing very well.
It was the fail flash into the wall, and then obviously the dive in the earlier game on the Mbessa, and then getting ganked afterwards. That was a pretty rough Mbessa game, and then the Aatrox one will get straight into game 3, but like that was pretty tough. But yes, just solidifying. Loki's Orianna, goated. That's a thumbs up from me.
Same with his here.
The grin from Hui. I believe that's in the series. I believe that's in the series.
And we'll see it in some of the replays here. That's the story for me, is Hui had such good engages here. The way that they played the Anivia with the Poppy engages as well. I mean, this moment in particular, Rahel unfortunately gets hit by that Impale. This was when things looked shaky. We were like, okay, 3-0. But DSG were able to bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, they had early Drake stacking. They had the 3 early Drakes, even if they lost the fight at the 4th Drake. I'd say Vulcan did not have
it right here.
But disengage right here from Hui is what pulled them ahead.
They can't. They're knocked up, Raz.
He can't. And that's why Hui's engaged on this one. He could surprise you. He is just, when he sees it, when he sees the vision, he will win you a game. He does it constantly on the Bard. He found that moment on his Rel. And he might be able to take you to 5. I'm just putting that out there.
Ooh.
Are you, Raz?
I'm just putting it out there.
So you flip-flopping?
You're flip-flopping.
Hey, I'm presenting an option. I'm not saying I'm committing to it.
We literally have flip-flops with Raz's face on them. He said, I'm not going to need those today.
That is true.
I'm not flip-flopping.
That's why I didn't bring them. I should have brought them.
I've been wearing those out in public, by the way.
No, you have not.
No, I've gone to bars.
So you've been stepping on my face in public. Anyways, as we can see the team fight here.
I mean, Hui got the flashless Smolder again. Like, Hui played well this game. I feel like DSG is playing fine. But to me, something is off about C9. I haven't seen Thanatos play this poorly.
Yeah.
I mean, Nick Smith was on here. He did joke about remaking this draft. He wasn't a huge fan. This looks like a Game 5 draft when you're pulling these champions together.
I want to point out that I actually ate mine and swallowed it, but you.
Wait, did they spit theirs out? I didn't see anyone spit it out.
But what do you think? Is C9 playing worse than you expected?
Yeah, I mean, Thanatos especially is. I think the rest of the team is playing decently. But we ate our toast as well, Raz.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here's the Poppy.
There you go. We added the Poppy.
And what I will say is, Raz is the only one that had to wash yours down. You chased your toast.
Mine was very bad.
I didn't see them chase their toast.
Yeah.
Also, it was not good.
It wasn't just the Poppy stuns into a Anivia wall. The Poppy ultimates got lots of value. He hit Blabber. He hit the Skarner out so many times over so many objectives.
Reminder though, what's over on this board, everybody? Look at this.
What's up there?
What would happen?
Follow that man.
What would happen if DSG take this? The biggest upset of all time, Jet. You called it.
They need to win 2 more games.
I'm just saying, it's a start.
They've won a single game. They won a single game. We did one over the show. If you want to look, I actually think that's a great trip down memory lane. It would be the largest upset in LCS LTA history.
Ever. Yeah.
Nothing bigger than that one.
And keep in mind, it would be C9 picking both of their losses.
Are you going to extend your prediction to a full?
Are you feeling it now?
No, I still have 3.
That sounds like a prediction.
Still 3-1 C9, but hey, we'll see. It's up to DSG to do it, right?
I mean, I'd say the drafts have been creative. I like their Game 1 draft. I like the Anivia Poppy from Game 3. I don't know what more they have cooked up for Games 4 and 5. They did give a lot of the comfort champions over to Cloud9 in Game 1 and 2, so those are going to be gone already.
Yeah.
And they have improved a fair bit, but we're going to be seeing in Game 4 after this if DSG can keep pulling something off. See you then.
I can channel ulti behind you.
Hey, no, let's go. Yeah, welcome.
Watch Skarner's out of the fight. Can we go forward? Go forward.
I'm looking for outside. Hey, look right.
Why is the flash? Kite out. Go on Aatrox. Look at Aatrox behind us, guys.
Watch her.
Yeah, watching.
Yeah.
Look at Smolder.
Yeah. Right. No flash.
Rise, no flash.
No flash.
No flash.
Aatrox after.
Yeah. Has Zonya, has H,
That's it.
Go in, or no?
No, we have no wave stand.
No wave?
Just
Okay,
soul,
okay.
just soul, just soul. I'll eat him. Nice, guys.
It's not going to be a clean sweep. It's not going to be the fastest series of the year. It's Disguise taking us to game 4.
Welcome back for Game 4 as Disguise has decided to extend it.
Yeah, and a big win for Disguise because all we've been saying about them so far is, look, they beat Dignitas. They got them back-to-back. Well, hey, they got a game off of C9. They got a game off of Shopify Rebellion earlier in the split as well. I mean, this is DSG. They are ramping. You can definitely say that now.
And I especially love the way that they went about it, because oftentimes when we have, you know, David versus Goliath matchups, we're always talking about, oh, well, the team that is lower rated should take more risks and try and do more creative things in draft.
Yeah.
And so pulling out an Anivia Poppy counter to the Rise, playing it successfully. Castle's also playing really well individually.
Yeah.
So
And
I really like how they actually got that win. It was not like some fluke, some random like fluke win. They certainly earned it. So I'm excited to see what they do next in draft moving forward, because especially Darkwings has shown that he is very willing to pull out, you know, more creative mid lane champions. And he does have this, you know, Hwei pick that people were hyping up so much for him as he was coming in. But that one, yeah, the Malzahar didn't work out so well.
Cassiopeia is probably his best pick. So that's the fact that it's available is something that's interesting. And that is not Darius.
Oh!
We got the Xin. Honestly, this visual rework looks so good, though. Xin just has so much like action and aura about him now. So we'll see. Cloud9 though, locking that in for Blabber. That is a champion that doesn't have a lot of escapes, so you can get punished sometimes and get picked off, but definitely worth the early prio.
And to your point, honestly, just seeing the success from C9 in the first 2 games, I feel like a little bit of it is fearless, because those first 2 games are comps that they practice regularly.
Yeah.
But then when they're throwing something different, not just their own composition, but what DSG is throwing at them, that just challenges your problem-solving ability within the game. And that's when it gets really messy. So we'll have to see what the answer is going to be. That's going to be Vulcan's Alistar, so that's an iconic one.
I'll say Victor Lucian's a little more standard, though. So now they're maybe saving something fun for Castle. If this is the strat for DSG's pick, unique chance that they're not ready for. But Hwei's picked up by Loki.
Yeah, and he gets to know the matchup that he's going into with Victor. This, to me, already from C9 is a bit more of a return to champions that they're going to be more familiar with or have a lot of time on. Like Loki in a control mage mirror matchup, not having to play against Kuki and Nivea as split-pushing Rise. And then also just having... that's what it feels
They're
like.
just going to slip that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Honestly, I kind of like what DSG are doing here, though. I mean, the prio on the Lucian Braum combo is very good, and that is definitely a way where you can punish a Xin. And even a Vulcan Alistar, which is very, very, you know, well-renowned. So.
That being said, good luck to XU. You didn't pick your jungle in the first 3. You already had 6 junglers from the last few games. And now, with the Lee Sin ban from the first phase, you're getting hit.
They even banned the Pantheon themselves.
It is interesting that they decided to ban his Lee Sin.
Yeah, that's true.
What are you trying to say?
He did win against Dignitas with it, Kobe.
Yeah, that's true. So now we're going deep into that pool as to what he's willing to pick. I liked the Nocturne ban because at least it is something that is practiced, conventional, and it's trying to put him onto an unconventional pick is a smart decision.
And it really does feel like DSG needs some kind of engage. If they have like Spice in their draft, I'm thinking it might not be top lane unless XU goes for, I don't know, like Sejuani. I'm trying to think of like what. No, that was already picked early in the series. Yeah, so I'm wondering if they don't have a lot of engage options in the jungle left, they might need to go for something more standard top. Yeah, with the J4 taking off the table as well. Not a lot of options for XU.
I mean, so far their composition is quite good at being able to receive. So like the Victor, Braum is good kite back. Something they can add to it is the S frontline that can do that job. Technically, if the Jax hover is fine as a flex as well.
True. I was just gonna say, if they're holding the jungle pick to 5, then they would be thinking of something quite quirky. It's possible that it's Jax would be. I guess it's an okay matchup in his end.
So I was gonna say, I was gonna say you could pick Jax on 4 as a flex pick. Jax jungle is good into Xin. It's good into all auto attack based champions, and the buff to Jax's passive attack speed was really good for jungle clear. But they don't do it as the flex. They go for the Sylas, which
jungle Sylas.
Taking Alistar's ult is a lot of value.
I mean, technically. There are some matchups where you can play Sylas top as well, so you could argue that little bit of flexibility.
Okay, it's gonna be into your.
We ain't taking that Sylas top play.
Yeah.
Getting bugged by a shovel. You want another pick? Interested what Castle's going in here as a really good counter pick. I like this cover, but it's not. There's the Jax.
And there's the Jax. Yeah. Going to be top lane Jax, jungle Sylas. I mean, I'm excited to see jungle Sylas with the buff. Still not the fastest clearing jungler, but you're going to have massive amount of value just from the Alistar to be a bruiser in team fights. So Disguised reaching back for some quirky picks, kooky picks in game 3 and game 4, Kobe?
I think they are timely picks.
Timely picks.
With the buffs to Sylas's monster damage, like you said, I mean, initially with it being a bug and it actually adding to crit damage, it was insane. But they quickly fixed that one, but he still is really good at making early moves too. Sylas, you can make a lot of like level 3 action happen. And if you have a Braum on your team, maybe there's a level 1 even that DSG have crafted here. Having Sylas and Jax and Braum level 1 gives you a lot of options. Even though you have to worry about face checking an Alistar sometimes, I still think there's a lot of strength there. And as you get deeper into best of 5 series, level 1s can really determine a lot.
All right, well, that's our thoughts. I want to hear what the casters have to say as we're getting into game number 4.
We got some jungle Sylas. I'm pretty excited to see how this goes. This is the fun part of Fearless, right? The game 4s, the game 5s, the quirkier options that you get to see.
Well, especially with so many jungle options taken, like so many standard jungle options taken off the table, right? Like we've talked about 2 coaches and players about how, especially when it gets to game 4 or 5, jungle can get a little, like someone's going to end up with a silly jungler essentially, right?
Yeah.
And in this case, it is flexing the Sylas into that jungle position. So we'll see how XU is able to handle it. And once again, we are asking you, chat, to vote on whether Anero's draft good, bad, or remake.
You know, so Anero is 2 for 3 as far as good drafts according to chat. But chat is 3 for 3 on evaluating. Their evaluation
Good job, chat.
goes to a win or a loss. But we've got Raz standing by with Coach Ido. We want to see what he thinks Anero did in the draft.
Yeah, I want you to influence this vote, Ido. So how do you rate that draft?
What was like the middle option?
That one's like a bad.
Middle
Good,
was
bad, remake.
That's a harsh scale.
Yes, it is.
That's a harsh scale.
Where are you going with it?
This one's like, it's 50-50. I think there's like creativity, and honestly, like it's game 4 now, so a lot of the picks are getting like really whack now.
Yeah.
So it's hard to like base it on a scale anymore, but I think both comps have like playable aspects to it.
So you're just avoiding the question?
Bad.
Oh, there we go.
Terrible.
Thank you. You guys had the invade early, so what was your kind of thought process? Because the moment we saw Braum, Sylas, it was like the invade seemed like it was inevitable.
Yeah, I think obviously whenever you have like a Braum, it's just like kind of a green light to invade already. So yeah, I think it's just like a given that you should abuse that when you're level 1.
All right, that's all I want to hear. The action starting. Send it straight back to the casters.
All right, thank you all very much. Ido votes bad for Inero's draft as
Worrying trend.
Rahel and Huhi are trying to keep the pressure high, nice and early
Whoa,
here. Okay.
Remake.
It's a higher value of good than the last one was, but still remake #1 here at 51%.
What did Jack think?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we have
one
to
he
track
thought LeBron.
Jet.
He was on the opposite. He was on the opposite end of the spectrum. You know, LeBron is off the scale. It's to the left. It's even better than good. But also interestingly enough, XU playing Sylas jungle. This is the first jungle Sylas in NA since 2019 summer when Lyra played it. So it has been a very long time since we have seen a jungle Sylas. And I'm quite excited to see how he does, as Blabber is going to be spotted up here on that top side.
I tell you what, man, I'm going to have to get used to seeing the new Xin Zhao model and recognizing him as Xin Zhao just because I've seen the old champion model for over a decade now. I really do like the new one. I think he looks super flashy and cool, but my brain is still not recognizing him as Xin Zhao, seeing him walk around the map.
And Jack voted good with a thumbs up.
Nice.
So it's not LeBron, but it's better than good because it has a thumbs up.
But
like
in
an extra half point.
in the 2 games he voted good, they won. So.
Yeah. And when he voted LeBron, they lost.
True.
His expectations were too high.
Results-based analysis.
Unless it was still a LeBron-level draft, but it was, you know, some Toronto Raptors-level gameplay.
Oh, no. Slamming your own team.
Oh, of course.
Bottom side, 2v2, heating up as Vulcan's got to try to get away. We know about the laning power of Lucian and Braum together, and they're putting that to good use down here. Sven just trying to farm up and stay safe enough from these guys. Vulcan's the one who's going to have to be, you know, tanking some hits to make sure that he can occupy space in the brushes, guarantee that Rahel and Huhi aren't just running away with the game.
Yeah, so we talked about earlier, you know, the team's records in their last 7, but I wanted to hit you guys with some more stats. You know, some more accurate stats.
Oh, okay.
C9 versus DSG. This is their records in their last 1 game. And DSG is on a 1-game winning streak with 100% win rate in their last game.
You guys can't
These
see it, but
stats
right
are-
now, like Flowers' face is just cooked. He
These are
looks
just the numbers.
Disgusted.
Flowers
He
just
looks
doesn't like the truth.
disgusted
He
right
just can't
now.
handle the reality of the situation.
These numbers are more worthless than world scrim bucks. This is the most useless type of currency in the
100% win rate in
earth.
their last game.
True.
And Cloud9, 0% win rate in their last game.
All right.
And 0% win rate when Jack predicts LeBron draft.
True, but this time we predicted good, and they won with good. So we'll see as we see both XU and Huhi kind of moving into this jungle.
They were spotted by the ward, who he was at least, and now he and XU are going to have to be a little cautious about this. Remember that in the previous game, they invaded the jungle early as a 3-man unit, and they're going to do it again here in game #4, but he's down to 200 HP. XU half dead here as well, but Rahel's coming in to help out the rest of the squad. C9 defending well as XU's in a lot of danger. He wants to go back in for the abscond abduct, but it's Rahel getting the first kill. Nicely done with the Lucian guns as now the counter engage coming out yet again. He jumps back into the front line. He finally falls, but he takes Vulcan with him. Now XU again looking for that abscond abduct, but does not connect it. Darkwing's trying to find some more damage here onto Loki, but nicely piloted by Loki there on the way to make it an even trade 2 for 2.
It felt like on the back half of that fight, XU really, really wanted to make more happen, ends up getting punished by Loki's Hwei. But I mean, the Braum is always going to just do so much work in this, and Rahel flashing forward for that kill. Really great. And then, yeah, Huhi just ends up blocking so much damage there.
And I have to give a lot of credit to Rahel. Great job of actually tracking the spell timers, right? Because you're flashing in basically in range of an Alistar, but tracking that the combo was not yet up to be able to get that initial kill, going in confidently to get the second kill as well when Huhi was there tanking for him. Yes, it costs his flash. Yes, he may be vulnerable. That's 2 early kills, and now Vulcan could be in trouble.
Yeah, Vulcan going to get stunned up there by the concussive blows, still trying to make enough space to get himself away, but Rahel also took a ton of damage in the exchange. He walked into a very large minion wave as they were chasing after Vulcan. Now he's down to 200 HP
Here's
himself.
XU.
XU ready to show back up, though. If he can land the abscond abduct here, he should be in a good spot, but flash for flash, Huhi going to force Sven back.
Yeah, and Vulcan's going to return to lane with that teleport, so no one going down in that exchange. But yeah, Rahel taking all that damage is really what kind of turned that around, and then XU was unable to get in. So on the whole, though, this Lucian's in a pretty great spot.
Yeah.
2 kills, kind of chilling. We'll see what else they're able to do with this bot lane, right? Because as the game goes on, we've seen Vulcan and how he's been able to really take over games. Sets up for this, Alistar sets up for this Jhin so well.
XU not quite level 6 here on the Sylas. It's going to be so massive this game because we always talk about how, yeah, it's cool to have super cool, powerful ultis with Sylas to have like a big AP ratio burst or something. But really the most powerful ults historically on Sylas are always the defensive ones. Alistar is like ulti #1. Xin Zhao can also be very, very effective. You're up against both champions this game. XU's going to have so many options to be such a nuisance in these fights.
Those ones are strong. Counterpoint, Amumu and Malphite.
Amumu and Malphite are also good ones. Those ones are great.
Those are really good ones.
Those are the, you picked Malphite and you didn't ban Sylas, that's an FF. Remake fast. But I agree with you. Alistar, as far as ones who actually get in competitive play, is the best, I think, in the entire game. It's a relatively short cooldown, and it allows you to be practically invulnerable. You can just fly in onto Sven or Loki and put that pressure on them, and they don't really have a lot of recourse. They can't do much back to you. As C9 are going to be able to grab this early dragon. It doesn't look like there's going to be any answer from DSG on that bot side. Instead, they'll just grab the grubs for themselves, which I actually really prioritize grubs in a matchup like you have in top lane.
Yeah. Rahel, though, stuck inside the cage. Thanatos is just going to beat him down easily. Nice pickup there for C9, and it secures Feet of Warfare.
And we were previously talking about how good Rahel was in some of these early skirmishes. That's kind of an unforced error into this Yorick. And thus far, I do think Castle has kind of been able to get the better of Thanatos in a lot of these games, especially when it's come to team fighting. But if C9 are able to set up this Yorick in side lanes, he has the potential to just completely take over the map. And so kind of an unforced error going over to the side of Thanatos and this Yorick.
Oh, he actually unleashed his mate and sent it down the side lane. I am willing to bet he did not mean to do that. Because what happens here is so you can actually like unleash the maidens from yourself and it will just walk down a side lane until it dies. But there's literally no reason to do that in this situation. I don't think Thanatos has played enough Yorick to know how that works, so I think he accidentally unleashed it, unfortunately, and got it killed. There are some weird situations late game where you can, like, you know, there's an open side lane for an inhib, and you can just send it down a side lane and then group for the dragon and things like that. But this is not one of those situations, so I'm going to say that was a bit of an oopsie. But that kill on Rahel was also weird because Huhi was right beside him at the tower, but then walked behind the tower after he hit him with the Q instead of back to Rahel. And Rahel was positioned so aggressively there, like as though his support was with him, but Huhi walks out the other way. So I definitely think some miscommunication happened there also. And had Huhi just walked up past the tower back to Rahel, I don't think Rahel dies. So I do think it's a bit of an oopsie on both of their parts.
Yeah, and that did give Feats of Warfare over to C9 as well in that exchange. So we'll see what, and yeah, I am curious about how they set up this Thanatos with the Yorick in the side lanes, obviously to try to contest Castle on this Jax.
Yeah, and he's gonna have a while before he can get that maiden back out again. You know, if you basically how it works is if you press the ult again when it's already out, it just unleashes it and just walks down the side lane until it dies. So probably double tap by accident. XU is up here though. And Thanatos, you know, they have a potential 2v2, but again, this is Yorick without an ult.
Okay, Castle jumps in, immediately goes for the counter-strike, and now the stolen Xin Zhao ulti from XU as he wants to work his way into the fray. Castle is low, but Thanatos is lower. XU taking a ton of burst back now as they jump back in for the kill onto Thanatos. XU gets away from Blabber, and it's a clean 2-0 for the side of Disguise.
And I hate to rag on one mistake, but that is a maiden diff. You win that fight very likely if you have your maiden. Maybe DSG don't go for it, but that is such a punishing mistake. The accidental unleash, you know, I want to hear from him to make sure, but I'm willing to bet that's an accidental unleash of the maiden. It dies for free. Now you don't have it for this fight that became very close.
Yeah, and as we see, XU going in with that stolen Xin Zhao ult is also what makes the difference, right? And going forward, this sets Castle up in a great spot to get more turret plates, more damage on the top side as we see bot lane fighting.
Big fight as Sven's already in a lot of danger, and XU's going to make it lethal. Vulcan barely survives the culling there with the Unbreakable Will at the far end of the fight. Blabber's just trying to maintain control over his own jungle, but Disguised are not done yet. Huhi marks Blabber with the concussive blows, and now XU will steal away the remainder of the Krugs. They're going to continue moving through Blabber's jungle, taking whatever resources they can find. It's 12 minutes into the game, and Disguised are nearly 3,000 gold ahead.
And XU has been everywhere on this map with this Sylas being able to respond to C9 pressure. He already has that rocket belt locked in for himself, which is going to further help him get onto key priority targets. And I mean, he has kind of been the difference maker in this DSG early game, right? Because we talked about how, I think last week, he had overall a pretty strong series, despite, again, we're all going to think of that smite as kind of a little bit of a whoopsie, but in this series throughout with C9, he's been really involved with his lanes, really good at recognizing when he can punish, and has been using the Sylas super well.
He's playing a very impressive series against a team that is, heavy expected favorite here. And I will say one thing I really give XU credit for is even when he has these bad moments, he continues to play in the style that he wants, right? And I know that's something that he talked about when he was coming up into the LCS, LTA. He's talking about how he wanted to play aggressive, he wants to play with confidence, and you can't allow one mistake or one misstep to allow you to just kind of like go back into your shell and play super defensive. Like, that is not the way. So he is constantly, trying to look for those angles, trying to find those aggressive plays, and it has been working very well for him, I think, so far today against Cloud9.
And on something like the Sylas, right, with a 1K gold lead already, he's set up to do so well in team fights. Like here we see they have control over this bot side, so they're going to be taking down this second Drake, C9 having picked up the first one. But in team fights is really where I'm going to be looking to see if he's able to get that lockdown onto priority targets, what ultimates he's going to have to steal. Loki headed up here. Yeah, this could be some serious danger for Castle. He sidesteps the Spiraling Despair. He gets another Leap Strike cooldown ready to go, but the shovel buries him. Loki and Thanatos working together to pick up a much-needed kill there onto Castle.
Good roam from Loki, getting up towards that top side. Huhi being pretty annoying here, as Sven knows he is weak-sided, so we'll have to just back it up, and they will likely drop this first tower down to that bottom side. So that will prevent C9 from grabbing feats right now. Of course, they're still going to have that opportunity as they do have the Feat of Warfare. First tower feat does go to DSG. And we are looking at 4 minutes until this next dragon, where potentially that could be decided. But of course, Herald is going to be coming up here pretty shortly as well. And that is on the table.
Yeah, and right now C9 do have control over this top side with Loki taking down that top tier 1. Blabber kind of already up here a few seconds before that Herald spawned, and then Thanatos in position along with Vulcan and the TP coming in from Hwei. It really looks like C9 are putting super heavy prio on taking this Herald.
Yeah, C9 know what they want, and the Rift Herald is it. XU steals away the Alistair ulti though, so Disguised contemplating whether or not this is a fight they want to take. They don't have everybody over here. Castle could join with a teleport if they want, and it looks like that is the call. Disguised is ready to fight for this, but the Maiden is out and ready to go. Huhi here with the Unbreakable, as now Thanatos has to try to get back. The catch potentially onto Blabber. They need a little bit more damage, and Castle finds it. Disguised, kill off the enemy jungler. Cloud9, their best laid plan goes awry. They had the setup. They were there as soon as it spawned, and they just gifted away to Disguised.
And DSG just insta-summon the Herald, so they're going to go mid lane with this. We'll see if he can get the crash in. That tower might even die before the Herald crashes. He's going to try to go straight for the tier 2. Great timing.
Nicely timed there by Disguise, but XU's got to get back out now. He is exhausted. He is low. Has to flash to get back away from that one. But I love that coordination there. That looked really cool.
And look at top lane. Castle's going to be able to knock that down in the meantime. That was really tight timing. XU did lose his flash off of that, but they are 5K ahead at 16 minutes. They are stomping Cloud9.
It is a jungle canyon this game. 2-1-4 for XU versus 0-3-0 on Blabber. XU is smurfing this.
Yeah, and as we see C9 getting first rotation on this Herald, but XU taking that Unbreakable Will is able to survive so long, and Blabber just dies. They're able to completely take control over this Rift Herald area, and then, yeah, summoning it immediately, driving it into the mid lane. Is this what's the rating on terms of Herald driving?
This is
in
Vin
the
Diesel out of
LTA
10.
North.
This is family right here.
This is family?
This
Okay.
is family.
Look at the drift. Narrowly dodges the tower. The timing is perfect. Pops out and looks cool. Great headbutt there from Vulcan. Pulverizes them and makes them use the flash. But still, that was clean. And you can see DSG happy about that one. I mean, this is so impressive, right? Like the fact that you are being this competitive in game one, they were in with a real chance. They were up 1.5K when Otacon spawned, monster throw, and you think, well, okay, now it's just going to be a 3-0 for Cloud9. They're just going to stomp them. It's going to be clean closeout. Game 3, they are able to take. Game 4, they are massively ahead. Even if the series ends in a 3-1 in this way, DSG, like the improvements that they have made are monstrous, and they're in position to win this game. Send us to a game 5 where I feel like it goes back to my interview with Castle before the day. All the pressure would be on Cloud9, right? Yeah. DSG is not expected to do anything in this series. If you're Cloud9 and you were in a game 5 against DSG for your year's life, like this is...
For elimination.
For elimination, you've worked this whole year with the expectation that it's you versus FlyQuest. Everyone's expecting that. You might not even get to play them this split before you're knocked out.
It would also be, in my opinion, the biggest upset in LTA LCS history, right? Like, I don't think we ever, as we look at the greatest upsets in North American League of Legends history, like this, and also the transformation of this disguised roster, adding Darkwings and Rahel, and then again, I do want to point out XU just working so much better with the team. He's looked a lot more coordinated, and it's made such a massive difference.
I mean, this is a team that just got their first ever series win in the history of their org. What, like 3 weeks ago? 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Their first ever one was that best of 3 against Disguised. They won a grand total of
against
series.
Dignitas.
Excuse me. Yes, of course. Disguised against Dignitas. They won a grand total of 0 series between Split 1 and Split 2. So for that to be the team that eliminates you.
Whoa, Thanatos just about to get picked here. Tons of damage from Rahel, Huhi, and Darkwings. XU is not even required. He just stopped by to steal Alistair's ultimate again. They're going to get the free kill on the enemy top laner. They'll pick up the tier 2 after. This is a 6,000 gold lead. The Drake is spawned now too, and they'll just walk over and take it.
Yeah, they're absolutely running this map. They're able to go wherever they want. This Yorick is not working out well at all. We kind of pointed out potentially the mistake from Thanatos earlier. But if they're not able to set up this Yorick in a side lane, it really destabilizes this entire composition, right? Because then you can't set up this 4-1. It gets really dicey when you then have Jax being such a problem in the side lane. And again, XU is in such a great position here on this Sylas in teamfights and skirmishes for DSG.
And I really can't praise XU enough. I feel like he's had quite a few issues this split with having those moments like you were talking about, Isaac, where he plays really well, but then there's always that one stumble. There's always the one blunder. But he seemed to be so locked in here on this Sylas, and he's going up against Blabber, who's been at the top of the table in terms of NA junglers for so long. So to see a game state like this, where XU is just so far outperforming Blabber, particularly when XU's on something like a jungle Sylas that hasn't been played since 2019, and Blabber is on Mr. Jungle from Jungleton, USA, playing jungle, it just blows my mind. It's so impressive from XU.
It's starting
Otacon.
Okay,
guys, close
all
your
right.
eyes.
Let's see how this works. DSG, they are not going to full commit to it. Instead, they are going to acquire control over the lanes nearby.
I like
Instead,
we're
they want
pushing
some
out the
vision
minion
control.
wave.
But now XU and Rahel are going right back to the Otacon pit. Thanatos will be able to teleport in and join this. Castle going to do the same now. Vulcan keeping an eye on the Otacon, who he throws out the Glacial Fissure, but he gets no real results from it. Vulcan trying to come up here and make a little bit of distance. C9 ready to collapse here on the Otacon. It's down to 2,000 HP. Blabber goes in and he steals it away. DSG still trying to fight back as Thanatos falls. C9 are scrambling. They may have got the objective, but what about the fight? Castle, XU still hunting down the bottom lane of Cloud9. XU needs a little bit more distance though. Can he use that last little bit of no? The Cloud Soul terrain is not going to help him. So it's 2 kills for Disguise, but losing the Otacon was a pretty big deal.
Blabber with a big steal. That one, I'm going to put squarely the blame on Rahel. I feel like Rahel stopped hitting the Otacon, who he did such a good job of keeping Blabber away for so long, and then Rahel just starts popping the culling on the enemy players, and it meant that XU didn't have any damage going on the Otacon anymore. So look how low the Otacon is. Who he drops the ulti, he's a mile away. Now watch what Hell starts doing. You just need to keep hitting the Otacon. You're pumping your culling into the Alistar, and then it buys so much time that Vulcan gets over there, knocks XU out. XU has no way to get back to the Otacon here until very, very late, and it does become a flip, but it should have been a guaranteed play.
Yeah.
That's also frustrating for XU. Smites to 19, so really, really close, but that does give Cloud9 at least a little bit of hope, but definitely a mistake on the execution. I think that should have been a guaranteed play for them. They end up losing the Otacon, but they still win the fight, and they are still up over 6,000 gold very early in this game, completely in the driver's seat.
And look, we were talking about this in the green room at the start of the day. Experimental hex plate built by Castle. This item received some pretty massive buffs recently, and we were all talking about like, oh, is it buffed enough now for champions who had no business building it before? Essentially everybody not named Nocturne and Olaf. Is it good enough now that other champs are going to start using it? We have seen it in a couple of different situations, and now Castle on the Jax going to be putting it to the test.
Yeah, we saw the Shy pulling it out on Mordekaiser, I believe. But yeah, it is, we'll see how well it does. I mean, Castle on the back half of that fight too, I did want to point out, immediately was jumping onto Sven to make sure Sven couldn't get the rest of his ultimate off, which did also change the fabric of that fight, as we see Disguise now pushing on this top side.
It is now 50% attack speed and 20% move speed for 8 seconds after you pop it.
That's a lot.
So if Jax is not CC'd during that, you're just whacking away, like you were going to kill them, and no one is answering Jax mid lane. So DSG just need to make sure you don't get engaged on up top, and Castle eventually will be knocking on these inhibitor towers.
And how are you going to get engaged on top when Blabber and Thanatos are already down to half HP? Your front line is not sturdy for the Cloud9 side, and Disguised are playing a ridiculously good game 4.
Yeah, I mean, really, honestly, credit to Disguised and all the, like, we've talked about the roster swaps they made, but in general, overall, the team has been playing just increasingly well coordinated. They've been playing the map better. It was something that was illustrative in that first win against Dig. I think it was illustrative last week, where you could look at some of those games and be like, you know what, it could have easily been a 3-0 instead of the 3-1 it ended up being. And then against C9, they've been looking surprisingly good and really well coordinated.
DSG with a 6,500 gold lead. They're up 2 Drakes to 1, so not a crazy advantage there, but everything else is still going their way. Darkwing's in some serious danger, though, as Thanatos putting the pressure on him, but can't do enough to seal the deal before Huhi gets in there and provides the escape for his mid laner. They want to try to kill off Thanatos, and now that XU's arrived, I would think they shouldn't have too much difficulty with it. XU will just lead the charge himself. Darkwing stays at a safe range, and it's a 10-4 game for DSG.
And meanwhile, Rahel's doing the dragging. Castle is farming the enemy jungle camps down on that bot side, so they're still making moves on the map right now. C9 thought they might have had a way in off of that play. I mean, Thanatos nearly takes down Darkwings, but there's just too many DSG members in the area that are able to get over there and save them. And now you're facing down Cloud Soul here in 5 minutes, which is ridiculously strong, especially in these side lanes. There's just going to be no escape from this Jax. I mean, you're talking 20% move speed on the experimental hex plate, plus the Cloud Soul.
Yeah, he's going to be sprinting at you.
This is going to be like a home guard Rammus.
Yeah, I was going to say Jax is Rammus now.
Yeah.
He's just, except imagine if Rammus does 5 quadrillion DPS because he's actually a carry. Like, this is not going to be a playable scenario, especially when you also then look at the carries on the enemy team. It's Hui and Jin, 2 of the frailest men in League of Legends, trying to run away from this dude with a big old bonk stick. It is not going to feel like a playable situation. C9 trying to camp out here in the brush, see if maybe they could catch Disguised unawares, but Disguised do not fall for it. And again, XU steals away the Alistar ultimate.
Yeah, and I like how Disguised are setting up around this, right? Like, they set down their vision. C9 still does have the scuttle vision there. But on the bot side, they can easily just send Castle to really create so much pressure on this Jax. And, I mean, it's just a really good Baron setup to kind of force C9 into them.
And now Vulcan gonna get engaged on here by XU, who immediately pops his stolen Alistar ultimate.
Dead.
Vulcan down very low, and he's taken out before anything else can even happen. C9 scrambling to avoid further losses, but their base is already collapsing. Castle has forced his way past that tier 3 turret. Thanatos can do nothing to the strength of this Jax. The inhibitor is down in the bottom lane. Blabber and Vulcan are dead up in the top side. DSG is gonna get the Baron for free, and they only need 2 men to do it, so Rahel and Huhi are going to take out the tier 3 in mid at the same time, and they're looking for a second in-hit before C9 can finally get enough manpower together to push them back.
I mean, this is just crazy. This
They're
is
taking
DSG
everything.
with they're going to be 11,000 gold up after they take this Baron. You turn the nameplates off, people would not believe that this was DSG that was stomping Cloud9 like this. I mean, it's a great engage onto Vulcan. He clearly wants to save the flash because he knows, okay, we're so far behind. The only way we're actually coming back is some sort of flash engage or some sort of pick, right? So he doesn't want to use that early, but then by the time he pops the ulti, he's just already dead. Blabber tries to flash out of safety. They go in, they knock him down, and now we already saw that Thanatos had no chance of stopping Castle in the side lane. Well, there's a Baron buff now, and he's an entire completed item ahead. You've got no shot. This feels like it's a done deal for DSG. I think we're getting silver scrapes
This is great.
between Cloud9 and DSG.
And look at how well the timers line up too. The Dragon Soul is going to spawn 10 seconds before the Baron wears away. This guy's just going to have total control over the entire map for the next 2 minutes, no matter what. And honestly, the game...
I showed you the stats.
All right.
You laughed when I showed you the stats.
You can update it. If we go to a game 5, it's still a pretty specious stat. The big thing to me is, though, Disguise have been playing the map really, really well. Again, like, I loved all of the plays that XU was able to get done early with his lanes. I loved going into that Baron setup. They essentially had to force C9's hand, right? Because otherwise, this Jax is just going to take stuff, and now they're pushing potentially for a win.
Yeah, DSG's ready to end the game right here. Objective bounty claimed in the bottom lane there by Thanatos, but he's got to get back home. All 3 inhibitors are now down. DSG empowered with the Baron for the next 90 seconds. Cloud9 knows one more fight they lose is the last fight of this game 4. XU again stealing away the Alistar ultimate. Blabber's about to die. He's down to 20% HP, has to defensively all, otherwise Castle would have guaranteed killed him. Redemption summoned up to keep DSG healthy. The Nexus turrets are already gone. DSG's gonna get another kill on Vulcan before they're done. They wanna make it personal. They want a game 5, and we're going to silver scrapes.
And this game was all DSG from the beginning. We were like, okay, if they get off to an early lead, will they be able to close it out? We saw they weren't able to in game 1. In this game, the game was theirs from start to finish.
We're on the precipice of maybe the greatest upset in NA history. This is absolutely crazy. We're headed to game 5. Cue up the silver scrapes. So how do you feel about going up against Cloud9? Obviously, this is an elimination match. I feel like everyone can see that DSG has improved quite a lot from last split to this split. Do you guys still feel confident that you can take down Cloud9?
Yeah, for sure. Also, they lost last year, but like we won last year too. So I think we're on the driver's seat.
So you have a little bit of momentum then. What do you think is the key thing that you need to do right in the series today to help you guys get a win?
I think obviously we are like underdog team, so I think we should try to make like a little bit of like creative play, but also I'm pretty sure they have way more pressure than us. So I think if we can touch their pressure one time, it'll be like way easier for me.
Creative plays, less pressure. DSG are bringing us to Game 5.
Let me see that toast board.
What is happening
What's going on there? You know what happened? Cloud9, this guy's toast. This guy is so toast.
They got burned.
They absolutely got scorched in the last game.
I never would have thought that we'd see a game like that.
Yeah.
Like, in this series, like let alone going to 5, but that type of stomp by DSG over Cloud9.
I still don't feel awake right now. Just pinch.
No, I'm supposed to pinch you, but
no,
sure.
No, okay. I don't feel awake. Just make
reverse. It was off the creative draft, so all right, I gotta get you back.
Oh, no,
there we go.
Oh, okay,
You're
okay.
awake, Raz.
Thank you. I'm
You're
awake. We're still awake.
The
We're alive.
Stylus jungle stealing the Alistair ultimate. I mean, and the early game when they invade at the Raptors, they take the fight level 2 and they win it. The flash forward from Rahel, like DSG are playing fearless right now.
Castle especially is playing extremely well. I do think it's a mix. I think Thanatos is making some really weird choices in game, but he's definitely not winning lane against Castle, and maybe that's setting him up for failure in later on in the game, because Castle has just been popping off in basically every game, even the ones they've lost.
Yes, and I like the fact, usually throughout the split, you see the Jax counter into Yorick. You're like, okay, well, what team's playing? Who's playing the Jax? Well, it doesn't matter if it's counter. I'm still picking the Yorick side. This side, I was thinking about it. Castle is playing so well, even going creative as Hexplate Jax, because the all-in is what matters, and he is stomping the Yorick in this case. So I feel like not only that, the creativity within the draft, the Silas pick with the Alistar ulti has been really working. This has been the draft so far. The focus for me, I would say, is not just the Silas draft, but is also the draft that came out with Poppy and Nivea.
Yeah.
The third one on the right side. That creativity has really been skyrocketing them, I guess, with the lead that they've had.
I thought their Game 1 draft was good too.
That's true.
Yeah.
And it's the confidence that they're playing these picks with that really makes all the difference. Because you can be like, oh yeah, we're going to pick, some weird like Shaco combinations or something. But it really is how well they have used the Anivia Poppy into the counter on Rise, and how well they use, like we're talking about, the level 1 invading with Silas Braum, and then using the Silas in the skirmishes up at the top 2v2, as well as then in team fights with the Alistar ultimate. Is just like, they are playing so confidently right now. And the deeper that we go into Fearless, it just seems like it should even get better for Toad.
Exactly. And I mean, going back to like the Blitzcrank, like I know we were memeing on it, but like in Arrow's drafting, he's taking a lot of the heat, publicly about like the good drafts and not good drafts, the remake drafts. But I want to say that I think DSG have been out drafting them. And I was even wrong in my prediction too, by the way.
Sure.
I said 3-1. So in a move of solidarity with all the three of you, since I made you eat some toast, I'm also going to take a bite of the toast, because even I was wrong. I thought C9 would clean this up 3-1. So here we go. This one's for
give it a lick off the Cloud9 off.
Okay.
Listen. Oh my goodness. This stale toast.
There's a lot of it happening.
Tastes about as good as C9's playing this series.
That's not that
so
bad.
It's so bad.
He's spitting it out. He's not swallowing
I have nowhere to spit it out.
Yeah, he spit it out last time.
He spit it out last
He's a liar.
He didn't eat it this time, Kobe. Okay. The start of the day, we talked about the biggest upsets in LCS history.
Yep.
And we all said, if DSG beats C9 today, it would be the biggest upset in North American history.
It would be.
If it happens, still true.
I want to give some context as to why that is. Split 1, DSG win a single game versus Team Liquid. Split 2, they win a single game. Or actually, Split 2 is Team Liquid. Split 1 is Dignitas. Now Split 3, they've won a best of 3. Their first in franchise history. First for the org. They won a best of 5. First in the org's history. Now they're riding that momentum, and they might just upset C9.
Before they won 5 games against Dig, they'd won 3 games all year.
Yeah.
And now they could beat C9 3 games in a series. there's a level of improvement for sure with the subs they made, but there's got to be a level of choke from C9.
A level of it, I feel like the Rahel impact is there. Just that early skirmish that we had around the Raptors with like the back and forth, the hands checking, where Rahel gets the early kills. I'm like, wow, they're actually hand checking C9 and winning off of it. Sure, Silas died in mid lane afterwards, but I was like, this is a team that is so confident right now. So I have to ask you a question.
Okay.
Are you gonna flip-flop?
Ooh, am I gonna flip-flop? I'm gonna flip-flop!
Yeah!
DSG are taking the series 3-2.
I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that one.
Yeah.
There we go.
I'm holding.
I'm holding. This is a dream.
Yeah.
We are in a dream.
It would be crazy. It would be the biggest upset of all time. So we have to go with what, the numbers are still probably going towards Cloud9's side.
I mean,
ride the feeling, ride the emotion.
Ride the narrative, Kobe.
The toast read an all-time high, Kobe.
I mean, honestly, they do have the momentum. They were in the driver's seat. We were like, no, what driver's seat?
What car are they driving?
They actually have been driving the last couple games.
Don't you like this flip-flop?
Do not take the bait.
Don't you like it?
That's a good looking shot. But I'm not flip-flop.
All right.
All right.
Take it away, casters.
Have fun, guys.
What about you guys?
Thank you all very much. It is time for our 5th and final game in Cloud9 versus Disguised. I don't think anybody expected us to get to this point, but especially after their performance in game number 4, which was an absolute stomp, Disguised are looking like they can seriously pull off the reverse sweep and end Cloud9's year today.
And the most impressive thing about this game was that they were in control seemingly from minute 1, right? Like they set up the invade, they recognized their comp is a lot better in that early invade. They have the cross map play, they get the kill at Raptors, even with XU kind of dying on the back half of that for nothing. It really set them up. And then XU was everywhere on the map on this jungle Silas. I think when they've pulled out quote-unquote weird stuff, they've been able to pilot it really well.
How different is this game, though, if Thanatos doesn't double tap his R, have it die to a tower, and then they have that 2v2 skirmish and he has the maiden?
I am also wondering that.
But like that's a different timeline that I would really be wondering about, And you never know what's going to happen, because if he has the maiden, maybe DSG don't even take the fight. But it was close enough that I think C9 win the fight if he had the maiden and didn't lose that to the tower. But this is insane. I mean, this would be the single greatest upset of all time in North American League of Legends history. And not only that, it would be done in a reverse sweep.
Yeah.
Like, what?
It's absolutely insane. Disguised have seriously stepped up to the challenge, and Cloud9 are seriously stumbling. I think that everybody rightfully looks particularly at Blabber's performance in game number 4 on the Xin Zhao, on this just like staple meta jungler, not being able to get anything done, whereas XU really played so far above expectations for himself, and it was a jungle canyon.
And that's something they forced in draft, right? Like, they were like, we're going to get the Xin Zhao. You're going to have to pick something silly because we are banning out, the Lee off the bat. And then they followed it up with the Nocturne and J4 bans as well, really forcing them to pick something off meta.
I mean, it's just really interesting, too, thinking about it. Again, like, I keep going back to this, chat that I had with Castle in the interview and also previous to the interview, and him talking about how, there's no pressure on us. They're the ones that should be nervous. They were supposed to be winning the split, or at least in competition for it.
Yeah.
And they're here in the lower bracket after one round, already getting upset. And he said, we just need to do one thing, like we'll have one good moment, and they're going to start sweating. How much have Cloud9 got to be sweating now? Like, this is crazy.
Buckets.
Yeah,
you are
I would
sweating.
be so stressed.
Wild, man. This is a seriously intense moment. So let's see what our last draft is going to look like. Annie, Talia, Nocturne, Aurora, Yunara, Pantheon, all banned away. The first pick of the whole draft is Leona for Cloud9. They want Vulcan on a playmaker.
Yeah. And I mean, you also want to take it away from Huhi, right? Huhi's going to be locking in that Rakan on the opposite side, and then XU is going to be picking up that jungle pick early this time so they don't have to flex into something.
And that's where I'm really curious what Blabber is going to want to bring out. There are things like Viego if you wanted AD jungle. Then you can really start getting into the more off-meta stuff. Like, he played Rek'Sai in Game 5 last time. People were very critical of the Rek'Sai. I don't know if it was really the pick so much that you can blame on, though, but there was, like, a lot of mistakes. They got solo killed on top side. Thanatos died 1v1 to Fudge, and they failed to dive on bot side, and you know, everything kind of went bad from there. But there are those more off-meta picks. There's also AP picks that are still looked at as very powerful in solo queue, things like Fiddlesticks that aren't really played much in pro. Viego, as I mentioned, is kind of one of those AD options. There's things that he used to be known for very well, like the Kindred that are still going to be available, which is actually quite popular with some of the Kraken buffs that we got recently. A lot of people are playing a lot of these Kraken junglers. But like, you're not going to be playing something that you have a ton of practice with. So it is going to be an AP answer, and it is going to be Zyra. So it's about the power farming. But I will say, this is never a style of jungling that I associated with Blabber, really. I always see him as someone, yes, he likes to power farm, but he also likes to have those go buttons, and Zyra does not.
Yeah, I was actually really curious to see if he'd be locking in a Zyra or a Brand, because they both received buffs, not on this latest patch, but on the previous one. The big thing for me now is what they're going to go for Loki in mid lane, right? Because the best option unequivocally for AD mids is the Yone. That was already played in this. The Corki is off the table, which is another champ that you might want to flex in there. So I'm curious to see.
Maybe, if you want to go that angle, I think something like that can work. There's also more of the like out of left field picks. Like there's tons of stuff like that. Like you can go Aurelia, you can go Kled, you can go Yasuo, you can do all kinds of wild stuff, but not things that we're really looking at and expecting at all. But the thing that does come to mind as far as taking in consideration that is pro play would be Jace. That's where my eyes would be going if you're thinking, all right, we have an AP jungle. Do we want an AD mid that's associated with it? The other option is, of course, that you can just do like an AD top and you already have Zeri bot. It's some magic damage, but I think it's still fine unless they have a pure tank. You know, it's not really going to be that big of a deal. And Sion's obviously already gone. There are still things like Ornn that are up and available from top lane, though, so there are options.
Yeah, and we do see even DSG removing the Trist off the board as well, in case they wanted to go for her. And we'll see what C9 end up taking out. The TF and the Syndra taken out for C9.
I feel like TF also, honestly, that tells me that they're thinking about playing split push with Thanatos. You know, that's generally what I think about. And also could be, you know, that Jace wants to play side lane, that could go mid, right? So there are different options, but clearly they are concerned about that split push. They want to play towards it. TF is such a good answer at actually shutting it down. Mel would be pretty cool, something that could kind of fit the Darkwing style. I wouldn't be surprised to see some sort of control mage, and it's going to be kind of like dealer's choice here. I do think it is pretty risky, though, to be going Cassio blind. And I don't think that Cassio is actually very good into what we have seen drafted just yet. Cassio is really good against a lot of these short range champions, you know, champions that have to really get in and kind of like walk at you. But Zyra can just be plant poking you. I don't think it's particularly good against any of these picks that have come through just yet. And we're getting Senna, so it's going to be Zeri mid. It's going to be Zeri mid for Loki, which we used to see a while ago when it was like really OP, but we haven't seen that in quite some time. So it is Rek'Sai. Throwback to the last game that they lost with this in a Game 5 against Shopify, and they're moving the Zeri mid. They're putting the Senna bot, and we're just looking for this 5th pick here for... So it's going to be Rek'Sai top, excuse me.
Yeah,
Rek'Sai top.
Rek'Sai top. That's the most likely outcome here.
Yeah. Which we've seen a decent bit. Broken Blade played it. Some other people have played it.
It does get to the point where she just ends up being so tanky in teamfights, is just constantly unburrowing and kind of CCing you. Can be really, really annoying to deal with, especially with a Senna on your team. So this is a very interesting draft from C9, particularly because of the Zeri flex into the mid lane. Again, like you said, something that we used to see a ton from was a staple AD mid. Now, not so much into the Cassiopeia.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting because it's not exactly like a long-range pick. I thought that they were going to go for something a lot more kind of like pokey that could kind of outrange the Cassio.
Like the Jace.
Exactly, like the Jace. But now it's going to be this kind of mini game where it's like Zeri has to get relatively close, but if you can't dodge Qs, you're going to get slammed in trades. And I feel like DSG, their draft is just playing normal pro League of Legends, and C9 have cooked something up, but it's like, is it good or not? That's the real question. How comfortable are these players? When is the last time, you know, Loki played a Zeri mid game? Like, that's kind of my real question. You know, maybe he's played in some in solo queue. Has he been scrimming with it? Has Thanatos been scrimming with Rek'Sai top? Or is this just something that he's tried out a little bit in solo queue? Like, how used to you are are playing these roles, right? Like this is very, very different than their standard roles. Where you look over on the other side, it's Gnar, it's Jarvan, Rakan, like it's easy engage. MF is very standard. The only kind of little wrinkle is Cassio, but it still kind of fills a very similar role to what you're used to seeing in pro play. So it's interesting to me coming in here. I don't think that C9's draft is necessarily bad, but I think that DSG's is going to be way more comfort.
And he has played Zeri twice, as we see.
Yeah, it's just a little bit.
When was the last game? That's what I'm really curious about. You know, like was this, you know, years and years ago? I'm going to see if I can actually find his solo queue account and see if he's been playing it at all in solo queue even.
Okay. But I think you bring up a really good point, right? Because it's not like
going on a journey.
All right. This draft is really interesting. If they end up snowballing, I can see a point where, you know, you're just getting buffed with the Senna. There's a ton of damage coming out of this. Zyra, Zeri's able to dart in and out. Rek'Sai is able to dart in and out, right? But then it's about comfort. Like, how comfortable is Loki on this pick, as we just talked about? How comfortable is Thanatos on this Rek'Sai pick? Because that's a little bit different, not something we've seen him kind of come out and pilot, right? And then Blabber returning to kind of this power farming style of jungler, which I think, even if he's not known for the Zyra, I do think he's pretty comfortable in this position based on power farming carries he's played already.
So Loki has played 6 games of Zeri in the last 2 weeks, and he's 4-2 on in solo queue. Okay. I mean, I don't know if that's Zeri mid or not. Based on the website I'm showing it on, it just shows you the champion. It doesn't actually show you the roles or kind of any more details. No Rek'Sai top games in the last 2 weeks for Thanatos, at least on the solo queue account that I'm looking at. Doesn't mean they don't have 5 other hidden ones.
Okay, a little bit of a scrap down here in the bottom lane. Sven with the early barrier alongside Vulcan's heal there, as Rahel and Huhi also going to use the heal from the Rakan. But speaking of Huhi, pre-game 1 of this series, at the very top of the day, he was giving his team a pep talk.
Hey guys. It's all perspective.
It's all a simulation.
Well, if it's a simulation, I know that we're gonna win.
Yeah.
Yeah, just have fun.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Have fun. Have fun. Just enjoy being in the simulation. Yeah.
Hey,
they're all in a simulation. It makes much more sense now.
It's game 5 of a simulation. We'll see if they can simulate an entire win on this one. Simulate a reverse sweep, an upset.
And in pro play, Thanatos 0 Rek'Sai games. So has never played a Rek'Sai game in pro play. This is his first crack at it, and this is going to be one that people are going to be looking at very heavily. If C9 lose this, everything will be getting, you know, under a microscope. People will be very, very laser focused on their picks and their decisions.
So I'm very curious if we're going to see the same play out of Disguise that we saw in games 3 and 4, the 2 games that they won, because we're getting close to that point on the clock where they have control over the bot lane and the bot laners move in with the jungler to invade as the chickens are respawning in Cloud9's side. Now for Zyra, she's going to be clearing very fast. I'm going to be curious if we get to see that play again, because Rahel and Huhi are still controlling the 2v2 down here in bot lane.
I mean, Sven is completely right? You know, Senna generally can kind of out-sustain in these heavy trades, but they're just losing the trades, and he's completely out of mana now. And we got to see how Thanatos wants to play this matchup on top side. Honestly, it looks pretty good because the amount of sustain that the Rek'Sai has. You know, when he's in mini, you can tunnel in on him, take these trades, and you're constantly just building up Fury in these short trades. Then you go underground, you burrow, and you heal back up. And so you're slowly trying to whittle people down. It's very similar to the old style kind of tank Rek'Sai when it came into pro play, which is just all about sustain, all about slowly whittling them down and getting it to a point where they're out of resources and then have to either potentially die or take a bad base, and that's kind of how you build your edges. So it'll be interesting to see if he can really do that well in the 1v1, and if he does well in the 1v1, how he's going to perform in the 5v5, because Rek'Sai is famously not a great team fighter and honestly pretty difficult to play well in those 5v5s.
Yeah, and I feel like Thanatos in general across this series has looked a little less comfortable than he has previously in this split with team fighting with the rest of the team. It feels like sometimes he's been disconnected. So we'll see how he ends up doing on this Rek'Sai pick. Like you mentioned, she just has so much sustain. So he should be able to kind of push in on this top side a bit.
And honestly, I'm just willing to straight up say, I just think Castle has just been better than Thanatos across the series, right? Like he has been someone who has gotten some credit, you know, for his play throughout the last while. Is kind of, especially when DSG was losing a lot last split, people often looked at Castle and say, well, he's the only hope, right? Like he's the guy that's going to make it happen if it were to happen. But he has played a very good series against a very tough opponent. Most people look at Thanatos as the best laning top laner in the league. Even if you don't agree that he's better than Bwipo, which a lot of people do think he's better than Bwipo, just point blank period, pretty much everyone will tell you he's the best laner in the league. And Castle has been getting the better of him, it feels like.
Yeah, as we see Rahel heading up to match this, Senna headed up towards the top side. They really want to get her out of this MF lane, right? Like MF just provides so much pressure. Recently received, I believe, a few buffs on this patch. So we'll see Rahel kind of matching that swap and see if it gives DSG prio over this top side. Meanwhile, this Rek'Sai was able to kind of push in the Gnar based on where the wave state was at there. So we'll see if C9 go for any sort of Drake take.
But first, they're going for a play up here in the top side. Rahel and Huhi got to try to get away before Blabber can show up. Vulcan wanted to save the Shield of Daybreak there for when Blabber arrived, but the cleanse from Rahel guarantees that he can still escape before Zyra gets there. That's the thing about Zyra. You're so good at power farming. You're very effective if somebody has to engage into you, but actually getting there to join up with the play, you're very slow. You don't have any of your power budget put into that target access.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just kind of poking and prodding and looking for that counter engage if they do go too far forward. We touched on it just briefly earlier. Potential of the reverse sweep. There have not been a lot of reverse sweeps in NA history. Only 13 ever in a lot of years of LCS and now LTA.
Yeah, that's
the
low.
last one was back in 2022. So a long time ago with TL pulling off that reverse sweep against CLG. So it has been years since we have had one. And I just cannot overstate enough. If this was to be the matchup in which you have a reverse sweep, it could not be more shocking.
Yeah, it would be the biggest upset that we've ever had here in North America. That's for certain. As C9 are just going to continue trying to steal away resources here in the topside jungle. Blabber using the speed clearing power of that Zyra. He is level 6. He does have the Strangle Thorns. And now DSG are going to have to be careful here. Sven gets a root onto Rahel, and now Vulcan goes in for the dive. Tons of damage back into Vulcan, though, with the turret. As C9 botch the dive, and they nearly lose 2. Loki's coming up to finish the job. Lightning Crash gets them both down to about 100 HP. The turret's not going to finish anybody off just yet, but XU sure will. It's a double kill for Loki, but it's also 2 kills for Disguise.
Loki able to bail them out because that play would have been horrible otherwise, but he gets the double kill. Credit to Rahel. How fast was he on that flash? Insta reacts with Blabber flashing over the wall to be able to actually dodge out of some of that damage, some of that lockdown, and be able to help to turn around that initial play. Gets one back, gets a kill to his name. He still lost quite a bit of farm, and you can see as a result, even with that kill, he's barely up in gold. But this now at least gives C9 a clear win condition. Loki is the one that's very ahead. So one more time, let's watch Rahel as in goes Vulcan. Look at this flash. Flashes out of the root. We're back to live. They're fighting potentially.
Okay, they're fighting the grubs, so it's going to be an early first couple of grubs here for Disguise as XU turns his attention back over to the fight. C9 lock up a couple, but it's Disguise knocking them down. Only the one grub claimed so far, though, as Huhi and Darkwings are very low on HP, and Loki's about to get paid again. Kill credit goes over to Sven instead, as Rahel now making his way down to the fight. 2 grubs for the side of Disguise. That last one does not go their way, though. Cloud9 will at least deny the little Void Mites.
Yeah, it feels like Loki showing up to these fights to kind of rescue C9 again there. He did it on the top side. We didn't get to see the back half of that replay, but it was him coming ahead there as well. And so we talked about how comfortable is he going to be on this Zeri. If he's in a good spot going into the mid game, she does have the potential to be absolute terror in team fights.
Really does. And I mean, the fact that he has been playing it in solo queue even just recently, like as of the last couple of weeks, he has 6 games on it, means he's obviously comfortable with the pick, right? It's not something that he's just having to just like pull out the bag because he couldn't think of anything else. So we can go back to this earlier play. And it is, DSG that we're taking over this position here. Darkwings was in a pretty risky spot, but not that easy to burst down here as it's really just Sven hitting. Blabber couldn't get much damage over the wall. Loki was a bit late to show up, but then with these low health bars, Loki and Sven able to chase down and kill off Huhi. And thankfully for DSG, Loki did not have his ult back up. Otherwise, this could have been disastrous. He could have potentially chased for a lot more.
Ooh, but now Sven's in some danger. He tries to flash away, but no, Castle takes him out. DSG making the move up here in the top side. XU working together with his top laner to find the kill on Sven.
And look how confident they are, man. Like, insta double flash after him. They are really feeling it. DSG feels like they are in a groove. And again, this is another early game that is going in their favor.
Okay, Vulcan now gets caught out by the grand entrance. Rahel and Darkwings ready to provide some follow-up damage. Make it rain, it's bullet time. Vulcan drops and Darkwings collects the 5th kill of the game for Disguised.
I keep thinking of that interview you did with Castle, right? Where like the onus is not on them. The pressure is not on them. It's on C9. And the way that DSG have been playing so aggressively, constantly looking for these picks, is just really, really impressive.
And the early games, I mean, Cloud9, it's 2-2, right? But they lost the early game in that first game. This is 4 out of 5 early games that have gone the way of DSG in this best of 5.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from them. Experimental Hexplate first item on Loki's Zeri. So the buffs on that, I can see a lot of synergy there. Lightning Crash already, you're in that mode where you just want to be popping off, and those bonus stats are going to make him very scary.
People used to actually do this build back in the day when there was like the tanky Zeri, if you remember, with like Titanic and all that kind of stuff. People used to do that style. I've seen people messing around with it since the buffs on both Zeri, as well as Yunara and some other champions. So people are definitely experimenting with the experimental Hexplate, and I do think this is one that can work well. It's also, when you're thinking about how the comp works for DSG, really explosive engage, really a ton of upfront damage. Jarvan ult, the Rakan ult, the MF ult, everything flying in at you. So having some HP makes a lot of sense to try to keep you alive.
Not going to carry the game if you're dead in the first 2 seconds of the fight. We are seeing first items come online across the board. We still don't have something fully completed for Rahel's MF. He's the notable core still missing one, but the other 7 non-support players in the game do have those first items fully done now. As the second Drake of the game is live, remember that Disguised have secured both that first Drake and a majority of the grubs so far for themselves. So if they get this Drake as well, they'll already lock in feats here in game number 5 alongside it.
And it's looking really, really good. I mean, Darkwing's got a very early tier. He's been stacking that up. And we'll see where he wants to go from here.
Okay, Vulcan leading the charge, goes in for the Zenith Blade, follows it up with a Solar Flare, but where's the rest of the team? Where's the damage? C9 looking to send it after Huhi and Castle, but they don't have the follow-up. Rahel now stepping forward, Blabber gets charmed up, Xuse there with a bullet time flying over the top, but again, they don't have enough damage to guarantee a kill. Stun up on Vulcan, Darkwings is gonna get taken down, big mistake coming out of him, but now Castle's ready to follow it up here with a Mega Gnar. More damage goes in on Sven and he drops. Castle needs one more hit on Vulcan, but he can't quite get it until he hits him with the rock. Loki's still fighting back, trying to save the day for C9. Rahel falls next. Double kill back over to the Zeri. DSG, it's a triple for Zeri. Make it a quadra. Loki, at their darkest hour, will not let C9 fall.
We talked about Loki bailing them out early, got him into a great position. This Zeri is now 7-1-1. She is going to be an absolute terror, but this fight did not start out nearly as well as I thought. It was going to force C9 until Darkwings ends up getting picked off on the back kind of jungle entrance here.
Yeah, Darkwings just went way too far forward. He split from the rest of the team. They're having a 4v4 that is winning on the other side, and Darkwings tries to come in on this flank, walks straight into the Zyra ult, gets knocked up. Loki knocks him down. That is the domino that started everything going bad here. Castle does a great job with Rahel taking out multiple members, and then Loki is able to just kite this out, and look at all the space that is created by Thanatos in that back line. Gets in on him and just lines him up for Loki to knock him down. Blabber with a great double root at the end there. 7 of 8 kills for the team. 2 completed items already before the call completes.
Let's go, let's go.
I mean, they are feeling it, right? Like, he is excited. Yeah. They know that is massive. Even with him having 7 kills, the goal's almost dead even. It is crazy. This is one of those rare games where you are ultra fed like that, and you have to be for your team to have a chance.
Yeah, and I also want to call out, like, obviously, Castle did a really good job on the Gnar, but then Thanatos on the Rek'Sai, I thought he played that really, really well. We've talked about how in some of those team fights he has looked a bit lost or disjointed. Absolutely not there. Sets up really, really well for Loki to clean up that quadra.
I do not know the last time I saw someone have 2 fully completed items and their cull is not even finished. That is how much of this money is solely concentrated on Loki's Zeri. If C9 wants to win this game, it will be off of his performance. I think if you're Dark Wings, you're kind of kicking yourself a little bit for that last fight. It was a pretty big blunder, but you've got to lock in. You got to bounce back. The Herald is about to spawn here in about 5 seconds. And remember that last game, C9 was there as soon as it spawned. They had a plan. They wanted to control it, but DSG approached. They get the pick on Blabber. They steal the Herald away. So we'll see how that fight plays out in this 5th and final game.
Yeah, and I mean, the good news is you have a lot of backline access here on the DSG side, a lot of dive. So if you can lock down and one-shot that Zeri, the fights are super winnable. The bad news is you have to do that through a Zyra ult, through a Senna ult, through all these tools that are meant to punish that over-engage. So that is the difficulty that they're really going to be facing here. But if you get that snap engage from Huhi, as we've already seen save some games earlier in this series, they could still win.
Okay, Rahel making his way over to the top side river as Huhi, Castle, and XU were thinking about starting up that Herald. They started up a little bit, but C9 immediately ready to respond. Blabber Zyra does tons of damage to these neutral objectives very, very quickly as the tier 1 turret in the bottom lane is going to be claimed by Dark Wings. Now, he has a teleport that he can join up for a Herald fight if he wants to, but it's important to also note that his mana bar is very low. Only about 1/3 still left on that right now, so Disguised, they're going to decide, hey, that's fine. We'll take the immediate money of the tier 1 turret down there in that bottom side. They already had Feet of Warfare. Now they have Feet of Turret. They're going to get the boot upgrade for that one, and that'll feel pretty good overall.
Yeah, not bad whatsoever, and I don't think they're in a great position to actually look for a fight there. Darkwings now gets his second item, so he's going to be feeling a lot more comfortable. Rahel still needs to cash out that cull and work in towards his second item. We're going to see Sven almost guaranteed go for Black Cleaver second, which also is going to be really nice for the Zeri. Give some more shred in for that Zeri. The whole team has one job now, and it is enable Loki.
Zeri.
Protect the Zeri, enable the Zeri, buff the Zeri. Whatever you can do to make Loki's life easy, that's what you're doing at this point in the game if you are C9. So I want to see, really just emphasize, set him up for success. Nothing else really much matters for Cloud9 right now.
Ooh, and there's the lightning crash. Loki is on the hunt and Castle is on the run. He's still got his flash and he has to use it just to try to survive, but he still might not do it as the Dawning Shadow is not even required. Loki is dominating with a solo kill on Castle.
And that's some of the power of the experimental Hexblade. 20% move speed plus the move speed of the ulti. He just couldn't get out. Even with the Boomerang Blade to slow him, it just didn't matter.
Yeah, her ult is such a nuke, and now with that extra move speed, she's just easily able to chase down Castle. And it's going to be so difficult now. That team fight was so deciding, giving this quadra kill over to this Zeri. Every time DSG set up for a neutral objective, they have to keep the Zeri in mind.
I mean, there's just some champions in League of Legends. If you play the game, we've all felt it, where you just see certain champions dominate a team fight like that, get a quadra, get a penta, and you just get that feeling in your stomach that the game is already over, right? And Zeri is at the top of that list, I feel like. For those types of champions, it can be incredibly difficult to stop this champion. Snowballs so incredibly well, so much move speed that makes it really difficult to actually get away from her when she is strong, and so much safety with the E over walls as long as you're positioning well.
Yeah, and with the Hexblade, it adds further agency to her where she can take care of herself. Nice Herald drop in this mid lane from C9 to clean up that tier 1 turret. Should give them easy access to this Drake. And now we'll just see if DSG want to contest.
Yeah, DSG are moving in. XU just immediately drops the Cataclysm and has to try to back away as Rahel is interrupted in his bullet time, and now DSG's attempt does not have the results they're looking for. Thanatos teleports in, ready to create a little bit of extra space if they need. Castle's already back in Mininar, though. DSG, they spent a lot there, and they didn't get a whole lot for it. Vulcan's low, but he's the only one. Everybody else on C9 still feels fine. Loki's still at 80% HP, and Disguised are still hanging around the area. They still want to contest for this Drake. XU moves up, Drake at about half HP. Thanatos wrapping around on the side, and Castle still Mininar. Thanatos finds his way out of hell, and now C9 are trying to find the engage. Already a godlike spree for Loki, and Disguised are thoroughly crushed. Castle and XU still trying to get away. Thanatos isn't worried about it. Castle wants to try to get a hero play, and XU gets a shutdown. They finally get the Zeri, but they're going to lose the entire team as the cost. XU wants a little more damage on Sven, but he can't. find it. A double kill for Thanatos' Rek'Sai. The Zeri mission was accomplished, but at incredibly great cost, as C9 will ace Disguised and take the Drake for a 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah, another great 1-2 punch from Thanatos and Loki's Zeri, right? Getting that knock-up on. Loki's immediately able to take out Rahel. They end up taking out Dark Wings. Again, Thanatos setting up these team fights. Even when Castle is able to get this, they do get the shutdown onto the Zeri, but still C9's fight. C9's Drake, and C9 are just in such a good position.
I'm gonna be honest, I can't believe DSG even tried to fight for the Dragon, right? After they spent so much, they spent Flash Cataclysm, Cleanse Flash, and MF ulti off of their MF, all immediately, and all they got was the ultimate from Vulcan.
Yeah.
So then fighting the fight after that, to me, made no sense at all. And I feel like the pressure is maybe getting a bit to DSG at this point. They are starting to feel like the game is slipping away from them, and forcing like that in a situation where you don't even have all your tools makes it so difficult to win out. But Cloud9 are here on Otacon, and DSG are around.
Yeah, C9 deciding to start up the objective. DSG ready to answer. C9 not trying to burn this down super quickly, as there the Solar Flare hits Dark Wings, but a nice Mikhail's going to keep him safe from that one. Castle with Mega Gnar. XU also approaching from the bottom side river, but C9 have disengaged from the objective. They do not want to throw at this Otacon, as the plants are going to keep getting spammed there by Blabber. Just try to harass DSG as much as you can. Castle's back into Mini Gnar, though, and that's a very good sign for C9. That Zap Laser just chunked out 30% of Huhi's health bar just on its own. The Zeri is still priority #1 for everybody on DSG, and this poke is not making the job any easier. Castle's trying to create a little bit of distance between himself and Thanatos, but this Rek'Sai is so obnoxious on the front line, creating so much space. DSG feel like it's so impossible to approach this. The Otacon now once again started up by the side of C9. Castle's trying to use the red buff to stack his rage bar so he can come over and be effective in the fight. Blast Cone also available for him. DSG still watching C9 work on this. They've got the Otacon down to 1/3 HP, and now DSG's going in, but already things have gone sour. Rahel is down, so is Huhi. DSG, they tried to go in, but they couldn't find their moment. Castle and XU are still alive. Blabber might be dead, but there's still so much left on the side of C9. XU stepping forward. He wants to take the Otacon away, but the Zenith Blade from Vulcan finds him instead. Now the full ace is going to come through again. And with everybody in DSG colors on the floor, C9 is free to take the Otacon.
C9 end up taking this Otacon. It really looked like Castle and XU were trying to look for something on the back half of this, especially Castle, but he's just too late to the fight, right? Like, Loki has already cleaned up a few of them going in.
And look at that backstep by Loki. That was sick. He goes over the wall, in onto the Cassio. Perfect timing on the backstep on the Cassio ultimate to avoid the stun, then just wins the duel straight up. But honestly, as much as this game is about Loki, I feel like Thanatos is carrying a lot of these fights. He is just smurfing it, getting into the backline, putting on so much pressure on the Rek'Sai here. First time he's played it in competitive play, and he is really making it work. And Loki, 12 kills now on that Zeri. Has his 3 items, working towards the BT. DSG's hopes, their dreams of pulling off this monumental upset, of pulling off this reverse sweep, are slipping away very, very quickly. They have got to find a way. They've got to find a way to problem solve for this Zeri, and I just don't know that they're going to be able to do it.
Yeah, at this point in the game, it's going to be really tough, right? Thanatos' engages have been absolutely stellar. Loki's been able to follow up on almost every single one. So we see XU and Rahel kind of looking for a play onto Sven, but he's able to just walk away. And that's been the difference maker in this game to me. Like, yes, we had kind of the Dark Wings flank that led into that Loki quadra kill, but it's been Thanatos' setups and the fact that he's just been team fighting so much better in
Thanatos
this
is
game.
TP flanking.
Okay, let's see what we get. C9. Oh, that's a big chunk of damage onto Huhi there. Disguised. They've got to be thinking better of this right now. They do not want to take a fair fight in open ground against a Cloud9 squad that's 5,500 gold ahead, that has a Zeri with Infinity Edge now completed alongside that Runans. If Loki doesn't die instantly, there's just no way for Disguised to win a fight at this point. You need Cloud9 to throw somehow, to get over Eager, to end up trying to engage onto you, but so far, C9 has been very patient. They just allow Blabber to be that no, you shall not pass type of a wall as the poke from him and Zeri continues to fly out.
Well, and it's also going to be really difficult just with this composition that DSG is running, right? Like, we kind of saw how it could potentially work, like with the Gnar, with the J4, then the MF ult on top, then the Cassio damage on top, but they're not going to be able to set up for that if they're getting constantly poked out by this Zeri, by this Senna. It's just going to be so difficult for them to even get an advantageous position.
And right there, you saw Flash blown again. Rahel forced to use that summoner spell as Thanatos continues putting on the pressure.
I mean, Rahel has just never been able to get a really high-value bullet time, right? It's very difficult to stand in fire when you're playing, and now he's caught out.
Yeah, Thanatos going in after him, but Castle is right there to protect his AD carry. TP coming in, though, as Loki is about to arrive to the Rek'Sai tunnel, and he's got Guardian Angel now. That is 4 fully completed items 25 minutes into the game on a hyper carry champion. The task is nearly impossible at this point for Disguised.
I mean, just look at the golds. I'm going to bring it up here on the gold graphs. That tells the story, right? Like, his bar is just gargantuan, right? It is ridiculous how far ahead of the pace of the game he is. And let's check out the damage as well. Yep, no surprise that he's at the top there as well. But it's really Cloud9 members. You can see, Sven and Blabber, they're getting a ton of poke down, making the job for DSG so difficult to find these engages. And with GA there, with Seekers on Zyra, those are kind of the 2 targets that you would really want to go for. But neither of them are very easy whatsoever now. And now you have to kill Loki twice through Zyra ultimate and everything else.
Yeah, and you're not going to be able to get the setup to do it because everything else is just going to poke you down in the meantime, which just makes it 10 times harder for DSG. And it's kind of crushing, right, in terms of some of their really early map movements in this game, in terms of how well they've been able to go punch for punch with C9.
Got a Mega Gnar ulti.
Fine.
Yeah, Thanatos just digs away from it, though. This Rek'Sai so durable, so obnoxious to try to kill this thing.
Yeah, her sustain is insane. She can basically just survive, right? The problem is, if you're playing this Rek'Sai, you need to make sure that you have other sources of damage. But Thanatos has been setting up super well for Loki, who just does so much damage.
And I mean, we've posed all these difficult questions for DSG. They basically have 2.5 to solve it, right? Because that is going to be the Infernal Soul, and I think that is the death knell of DSG in this game. If you give over that soul to this team that's already monstrously ahead, Infernal Soul for Zyra and Senna and like all these plants, it's such easy poke. It's just going to be so obnoxious to deal with when you're already this far behind. So realistically, they have one more shot here. And it is going to be a really low percentage shot, but it's going to be the one you'll have to take, and we'll see if they can pull off a miracle. Something like an ace into a dragon into a baron, and you're back in it. But barring that, it is hard to see Cloud9 not being able to deny the upset here and put a stop to this reverse sweep.
And if they do see a potential angle, I do think they will go for it. That has been something that we've kind of praised DSG throughout this series, is being able to potentially recognize when they can go in. But yeah, it's just the setup for this comp is just so difficult.
Okay, DSG, they're running out of time. 90 seconds remain on that timer. C9 occupying the top side river, since Baron is really the only thing that matters on the map right now. They would be able to do it very quickly if anybody from Disguised walks too far forward into the darkness, gets themselves picked off. If you're missing anything at all, it's a green light for C9 to just start the Baron and immediately take it. Sven also with his rapid fire cannon now completed and the static shiv. those two items are so nasty with an Infernal Soul connected to them as well. It's just such a daunting prospect for DSG at this point in the game, over 6,000 gold behind.
And the other thing is C9 don't have to set up for this Baron, right? Like, they do have vision around it to see if DSG are going to sneak it. But as Azale already pointed out, the big thing is going to be this Infernal Soul, because that will just be like further shutting the door on this game. It's going to be near impossible for DSG to kind of play into an Infernal Soul, Zeri, Zyra, Senna combination.
The Z champions are very, very powerful here in game number 5. Let's see if DSG can pull off the miracle. If Cloud9 get a little bit too jumpy and go in too far ahead of themselves. 6,000 gold lead, 3 Drakes, 26 flowers. They've got a lot of resources.
Oh, they're just going to flip Baron.
Okay, DSG, they're just full sending it. They're going after the Baron. They know that they have such a low percentage chance to win in this game, but there's the Scryer trinket. It's going to see what's going on over here as C9 make their approach. The Baron not low enough to try to finish this off. There's no Mega Gnar on Castle here as XU jumps in with a Cataclysm, tries to get right back out. Loki's already going to kill him and the fight's over before it's even really begun. They lock up and beat down the entirety of DSG, and nobody on Cloud9 loses their own life. It's only Huhi left alive, barely hobbling away, and C9's just marching it down mid lane. XU's not going to be alive for another 25 seconds, and everybody else is trailing another 10 or 15 seconds behind that. C9, they don't even need the Infernal Soul. They want to end this series right here.
Yeah, they're going to barrel down mid on the back of this Loki Zyra, which we were wondering how it would do. C9 had faith in this composition, and now they're going to take the game.
Nexus turrets will not stand any further. C9 were pushed to the brink, to the absolute limit, but they will halt this reverse sweep in progress. They will secure the Game 5 win, and they will stay alive in the lower bracket.
By the skin of their teeth, they have stayed alive. They have staved off that reverse sweep. Disguise is going to have a lot of what-ifs that they're thinking about. But something that there is no question about in my mind for Disguised is the fact that this team has improved by leaps and bounds from the previous splits. This roster, these 5, have some potential here to really get things done. And Cloud9 were lucky to get out here alive. I mean, game 1 could have been a loss were it not for the Otacon throw. This game could have potentially been very different were it not for some heroics from Loki, but he saved them in this one.
Yeah, and I mean, he was consistently, I think, one of their best players throughout. However, we are now walking along with Vulcan on his way to the interview, so Loungers, take it away.
Woo!
Oh boy.
That was a close call, guys.
How you feeling after your flip-flop?
Flip-flop, Raz.
I said at MSI I would never flip-flop again, and it's this series that is another reminder of that.
Don't worry, though. Nobody believed you when you said you wouldn't flip-flop ever again.
Honestly, I didn't even believe myself. It is what it is.
You know what, though?
What?
DSG made us believe.
They did.
DSG made us believe all the way up to a game number 5. We had quite the wild ride today.
It's a mess in here.
And there he is, Vulcan. You did it! You were able to clutch out in game number 5.
You're welcome, guys, for the entertainment.
Woo! Yeah. Look, we had a hard party in here. We were going crazy.
You guys were having toast without me?
We have a toast bar. We made C9 toast.
Maybe afterwards. After this segment, I'll have some toast.
Yeah. We were thinking that, like, if DSG wins, it was going to be the biggest upset. Were you feeling any once it got to game 5, how much pressure?
Obviously. I'm still like a little bit
still feeling pressure.
I'm still feeling the pressure right now. I mean, but I think DSG played well, to be honest. I don't think
they did.
We didn't do very good, but we for sure were impressed by them. And I think they played very well today.
What was your favorite thing that they did? Like drafts or in-game play? You know, they had a couple of different choices they did.
I mean, they had like really solid drafts. Game 2 and 4 felt super hard for us, and they kind of stood on business. They were like walking in and taking fights. They were invading our chickens on repeat in that one Silas game.
Yeah.
And we kind of have to fight because if we get chickens, the jungle is just weak. So Silas will 1v9, you know. So yeah.
When did you start to feel that pressure? Like, oh, they're really fighting back.
That draft in game 4 where we're playing Zinza All-Star and we give Silas, I'm like, I think that should have been maybe a 4 or 5 ban here. Yeah. We like ran out of time. We were thinking of like this Jarvan ban that we used, Silas and one more, and we had like all different opinions. And I was the one banning, and it was going down 3 seconds.
Oh, no.
3 seconds. Once in, like, coaches, you decide, and they're like, ban Jarvan. So I blame the coaches for this, and yeah, we move on.
Fair enough.
So that was the remake? That's the type of draft you remake?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, there it
You
is.
remake, yeah, that's the one.
There it is.
I mean, we've been joking about the drafts, but you had the Game 5 draft again in the Shopify series, which you guys thought was really bad.
Yeah, but the problem is, before you say anything, I'm sorry, but we put the Rek'Sai in the wrong role that game. We should have put him top. Her, actually. We should have put her top. She's so broken, no? It's like Malphite, but every 10 seconds rather than minutes.
Thanatos was looking really good on the
Thanatos looked great, and
Yeah.
Zeri started popping off. Was that more of a performance thing? Because when I looked at like left side and right side draft, I'm like, the red side champs looked like it could be like a game 3, and then I looked at your draft, I was like, that's a game 5 draft. But it played out well in game for you guys.
Yeah, it's some draft we've been practicing, not the Rek'Sai specifically, but Loki's been like smurfing really hard on Zeri in solo queue and in scrims, and he really wanted to play it, so we gave it to him, and Bara was feeling the Zyra, and once they picked Jarvan Rakan 1-2, it's like two very much go-in champs, and Zyra loves that because she just dumps her whole kit on the ground and maybe dies, maybe doesn't. Does so much damage, and it worked out perfectly that we wanted to play those champs, and they picked a draft 1-2 where it allows us to like have a really
So
good
from
situation.
now on, if he ever asks for Zeri, if Loki ever says this is a Zeri game, you guys have to be like, yep.
That's all you, man. You pick Zeri. If you wanted game 1, you might have to, you know.
Yeah, you're like, okay, there you go.
Okay, we'll come back to this one. For now, Kangas is sitting right with XU, so go away. Take it away, Kangas.
Thank you very much. I'm here with XU. Thank you for taking this interview. I know it's got to be tough after such a close series, but I want to start with that. It was a very close series. Disguise pushing C9. Not many people had that on their bingo card. So I want to give you a chance to just reflect on that series from your perspective, the highs and the lows.
I think this series was like a really good learning experience for us. And I think our roster's lack of experience definitely showed. I mean, 4 of us basically are first time in playoffs, and it's just Jay who has a lot of experience. And I think game 1 should have been ours, but we kind of let it slip because we're a little nervous, I think. And then as we got more comfortable, I think we got more into how we actually play. And I think we prepped well and we played well. And honestly, like, I think it was a performance to be proud of, even though we lost.
I mean, you mentioned Jay, who he does have a lot of experience, kind of the veteran on the roster. What was mentality like coming into the series? Was it, Jay the calm head? Because I know him to be kind of the calm, level-headed player often when it comes to kind of leadership on the team.
Yeah, definitely. I think his experience showed a lot. I think even after like games 1 and 2, when we're 0-2, like, he still has good energy. And then game 3 and 4, we start bouncing back. I think he's still really bringing the energy and making sure everyone feels confident. So huge shout out to him. And I think his experience really shined and helped us get to a close series, honestly, like a good try.
Well, I want to give you a chance to reflect on the year as a whole as well, because there were a couple of roster changes coming into Split 3, but you were on the roster for the whole year. So talk to me about what the year experience was like from your perspective.
Yeah, I mean, the year was really, really rough, and then we made changes going into Split 3, and we were really optimistic about them, and I think it panned out kind of the way we expected. Honestly, I think my only regret is that we didn't have more time with this roster, this specific version. I think our team is learning a lot and actually improving. I think the bonds on the team, the relationships between people are really good and really healthy for growth. So, it's a little disappointing. Obviously, we're not completely done yet because we have relegation, so we still have work to do and room to improve, but it would have been cool if we had more time during the whole year to build up on what we have.
Well, I'm happy you bring that up because that is what's in the future for DSG. You were going to be playing in that tournament whether you won or you lost here versus C9. So how do you feel about the team going into that promotion relegation tournament now, especially since you just pushed C9 to 5 games?
I don't think it really changes. I think we're already pretty confident because we've just been playing better as a team. I think this was like a result of that. So definitely it gives a little more confidence, but I think going into Tier 2 relegation, I think we just have to play our game and make sure we really don't make the little mistakes. I think that's the biggest thing that separates like Tier 1 and Tier 2 is like with C9, they don't really make like little mistakes. I think today they did, but generally when they're playing well, they don't. So yeah, just honing down on those and making sure we play well.
All right, well, it's the last time we'll see you until that promo relegation tournament. So is there any shout-outs you want to give to anybody at home watching or maybe anybody on the team?
Yeah, I mean, I want to give a huge shout-out to all of my teammates, Rahel and Darkwings especially. I think they really came in and completely changed the vibe and gave us a breath of new life. So shout out to them. Disappointed we didn't get a better result, but I think we can all say we worked hard and, we can keep working towards the future.
All right, well, we'll be cheering you on. Thank you so much, XU, for doing this interview. Now back to the lounge.
Thank you, Kangas and XU. We're closing out the day here with Vulcan. You've had a little bit of time to calm down after the series now.
Yeah.
But I'm just like, it's a little fascinating because everyone was expecting a 3-0, and then when you got pushed to the 5 game, I just want to hear a little bit about like the stress your team was under going into Game 5 and how you calmed down to perform.
I mean, the biggest thing was kind of finding something that we wanted to play, and you know, because we were not very happy with our drafts in game 3 and 4. Not to like take anything away from how good they played, but it was super hard to play those games, and I don't know, we just got like super good comfort champs, and it felt like honestly like a big outdraft for us. So we were like very patient in the game, and we didn't feel like we had to like rush any weird plays or like send it in any time. We were just, you know, pulling up to the Drake 1 minute before, and Zara was throwing plants at them and just waiting for them to come in.
Yeah.
And I think being able to play like a slower, chill game where we kind of knew the whole time that if we didn't do anything wrong, we would just win out.
Right.
Yeah.
A question for you: who would you say would be the player of the series for this one?
That's a tough one.
Yeah.
What did you guys vote for?
I think we're unanimous on that one. You know what? If you're asking us, I might as well just show it. We gave it to Loki.
Fair enough. After that Zeri game, yeah.
Also, his Azir game was really good.
Right. He had a couple really good tosses that game.
The second game, I think, was pretty good too.
Yeah, you guys asked me a tough question there because I was trying to remember what happened, and
the series is.
I mean, you just went through a war.
Yeah.
So I was just wondering if you had one in mind, because a question that I had is like talking about Loki as a player. How did you feel like he developed throughout the series, like specifically? Because I mean, the whole question about Rookie of the Year is coming to mind, and he's been really solid as a player.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing throughout the year for us with Loki is that sometimes he's not so confident on what he wants to pick, and we've been trying to build that up throughout the year where we, like, Loki, it doesn't matter, you know, what we want. You need to tell us what you want to play so that you're confident going into the game and you feel good about it, and then, you know, you're more likely to 1v9. And I'm happy that, you know, I keep coming back to it, but with the Zeri pick, he really wanted to play her.
Yeah.
And we had a chance of maybe looking for Talia instead, and he was like, no, Zeri's the champ I want to play. And he picked it, and he did, you know, actually like play super well in Smurf, right? So yeah, good progress there.
Yeah. What were the comms at the top lane? Because when he came in a little bit late, like you guys lost the first kill up at top lane.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, oh, and then everyone sees Zeri come through.
Zeri flies in.
Double kill. Yeah.
I mean, he was locked in. I don't remember him saying anything. We'll have to see with the mic check on this T9 LOL YouTube channel. Mic check will probably be.
There it is. Good plug. Good plug.
Yeah. Congratulations, Vulcan. Let's pull out the bracket that we have now. After C9 has dispatched of DSG, so you guys move on in the bracket. You'll be playing the winners of TL 100 Thieves. That game is going to be happening tomorrow, August 30th, before Shopify and FlyQuest play on Sunday. Raz?
And you guys are really maximizing stage time. 5-game series versus Shopify, 5-game series versus
True.
That's the plan. I mean,
yeah.
But now we figured after the you know, the game 4 loss, we went to game 5. We were like, oh wait, actually we're in the lower bracket, so we do need to win this one. Yeah. So then we decided to draft a good comp for once. So there you go.
Who do you think is going to win tomorrow with the Team Liquid and 100 Thieves? You get to relax for a little bit and watch your opponents fight it out.
That'll be nice. Super tough to predict. I feel like they're both their forms are kind of like, you know, up and down.
Yeah.
100 Thieves have been on the come up, so for me, I think I would go 100 Thieves. But TL, there's such a mystery to me. I feel like at any point, I still have that feeling at some point they might, you know, figure it out and click and play a lot better than they've been playing the past couple weeks. But prediction, 100 Thieves.
Okay. Well, congratulations once again, Vulcan. Thanks for joining us, and good luck in the rest of the season. I still want to see C9 versus FlyQuest at some point.
Yes.
Which means you need to move towards the finals. You need to keep winning.
You. We'll see what we can do.
All right. Thank you very much, Vulcan. Also, every game brings us one step closer to the LTA Championship in Dallas, Texas. Tickets are on sale, so reserve your seats now to join us on September 27th and 28th to crown the best in the Americas. And if you can't wait that long, we're back here in the Riot Games Arena next Friday, September 5th, and that Saturday and Sunday we'll also be celebrating Season 3 and the Trials of Twilight. Sunday is also our conference finals, which will be a world seed on the line. So follow the link on screen or scan the QR code to purchase your tickets now. And one more announcement, Raz.
I got one more announcement for you. NACL and LRN playoffs are in full swing. As a reminder, the top 2 teams from both leagues will move on to face Disguise in the LTA North promotion tournament. The big surprise was the Tigres. First team in the South is locked in after an exciting 5-game series upset against Estral Esports. That means Estral Summit and Winsome must win the next week's series versus Fuego to take that second slot in that promotion tournament. So that's all out there. So in NACL, reigning champions Luminosity are set to face fan favorites Conviction in the upper finals. Then Supernova and Blue Otter will face each other to see if Blue Otter's upset over Supernova in round 1 can be repeated and continue their underdog run. There's a lot happening down there, so you've got to watch it. Tier 2, a lot of action.
You co-stream it.
I am co-streaming it, so if I have some free time, we'll be co-streaming it, but please check out the main broadcast. There's a lot there. But speaking of main broadcast, That's just the first day. Friday is the first day of the Super Week that we've been having. So we're back tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. Team Liquid versus 100 Thieves. Do not miss it.
Yeah, and Vulcan, you can have this toast as we leave.
I'll take it, yeah.
Yeah, you'll take it.
Yeah,
you can. Enough. All right, we're
a lot of indirect
we'll see you tomorrow.
Take it easy, guys.
Back to the table.
Cloud9 going up against Disguise in our next elimination match. And let's just say, Disguise has their work cut out for them.
Soon though. There's Lyon. Yeah, I'm queuing here. He's done. He's eating a lot of damage. How much here, guys? They wait to the ult. I'm exhaust him. Fine. Look, Young.
My yard, 10 seconds. Look, Young.
Can they do no place. Looks good. Nice looking. Kill Rumble.
Yeah. Kill. Don't look at it. Nice. Hey, pull here. We have time, okay?
Disguise had a good early game, but they gave Cloud9 an inch and they took a mile. It's a 21-8, 16,000 gold win.
I can.
Slowly. I do back first.
I'll be fine.
They're trolling.
Look me up.
They're trolling. I'm dead to it. To front. Going. Look, Gwen. Okay, I will go on him. Yeah.
Okay, guys. Look down. I'm looking Gwen first.
Catch a flash, okay? But she has gun still.
Yeah.
Looks good. Catch on. Catch on ult.
Kai'Sa. Nice, guys.
That's okay.
Maybe end. Can we end? Boys, can we get a start real quick?
C9, once they got ahead, they stayed ahead and suffocated Disguise out of this second game.
I'm looking in.
Yeah.
It's opposite me. Go here. Look at Blabber. Yeah. I can't flash in. Yeah. Jump into no flash.
Look, catch you guys.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm looking. Catch it, look.
Catch no flash.
Yeah, look, you guys.
No flash.
Yeah,
North no flash. No North.
I'm gonna look at
Flash. No fence.
I'm gonna look at him.
Yeah.
I'm looking at him. Yeah, look again. I'm looking at him.
No flash. No flash. Work on the flash. Okay. I think you can both maybe. Save W for combo. Loki.
Nice.
Go. Let's go.
C9 were pushed to the brink, to the absolute limit, but they will halt this reverse sweep in progress. They will secure the Game 5 win, and they will stay alive in the lower bracket.
Stop to give in. Never stop reaching for